He says he was in the version proposed.
All right, Mr. Roffoff, I'm reading Judge Porter's order. It appears that your client voluntarily left the TDC program. So this isn't a question of compliance or no compliance. He just decided that he didn't want to continue with that program.
They would like to get back in the program.
That will be up to him and Judge Porter. But right now, y'all need to discuss this particular case with Ms. Marshall's story and whoever she decides to bring in to have that conversation.
Yes, Ms. Clemens will start that conversation, and I'll speak further with Ms. Clemens after she's had an opportunity to speak to the victim. And I will follow up then with Mr. Raffoff, Defense Attorney Raffoff.
Ms. Marshall Story, share Mr. Roffoff's contact information with.
He has it. He calls me often.
All right.
If you could give it.
Judge Law, I try to reach out to the victim. They still in the courtroom. Could you have them to step out and return my phone call, please?
Mr. Roffoff,
Antonio,
who are you speaking about?
the alleged victim.
Okay, does he have your number?
Yes, I just tried to reach out to him. He didn't answer the phone because he's in court.
Okay,
And I'm gonna have the victim give you the paperwork.
you need to speak up, sir.
I'm gonna have the victim give you the paperwork.
Okay. All right, Mr. Roffoff, I think that was the only other case on the status calendar. So I'm going to go back to position 7. Christine Hacker, represented by Christy Wilson.
Good morning, Judge.
Mr. Gaither, okay?
Testing. Can y'all hear me? Do I need to go to the,
No, that's lovely.
that's
I
fine?
worked
Okay.
with you. Okay.
I now represent Miss Christine Hackers. Or is she on Zoom?
Christine Hacker. Christine Hacker. Christine with a K. I don't see a Christine Hacker. I see an iPhone. That's her. Folks, if you don't have your correct name on the screen, I won't be able to tell who you are. So, Christine Hacker.
It appears that the notes in my file show that the prior attorney did email her notice, but I don't know whether,
Okay,
I can't confirm whether it went or not.
Christine Hacker is not present. Is the state seeking a bench warrant?
Yes, Your Honor. I am just checking Odyssey very quickly. I will put the offer on the record, which is theft by receiving 12 months to serve 24 hours credit for time served, a theft class and 40 hours of community service. The defendant was last in court on 10/20 of 2022. She was obviously given her court date, and at this time, the state is requesting a warrant.
All right, Mr. Gaither, I'm going to jump back to position 1. Mr. Bascom is on the Zoom. And what was your announcement for Mr. Bascom?
It appears that the state has provided an offer in this case. Unfortunately, I have not had an opportunity to speak with Mr.
Ask for what? I'm sorry?
The state has provided an offer in the case. I personally have not had a chance to speak with him about the offer, but that doesn't mean that the prior attorney didn't speak to him. So let me just ask the state, have you all had any negotiation discussions with the prior attorney as far as where we are with that?
No, I had not spoken with Ms. Wilson since giving her the offer.
Okay.
All right.
I would need an opportunity to speak with Mr. Bascom, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Bascom, can you put your phone number in the chat are you on Zoom?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Do you all have Mr. Bascom's phone number?
Put it in the chat, Your Honor. I am on.
Okay. Mr. Bascom, if you look at the Zoom feature, you need to look under Attorney Trejo, Trejo, and put in your phone number. So Attorney Frank Gaither can call and speak to you about a possible offer from the state that you might want to consider.
Okay, and you said the attorney name was?
Frank Gaither, Gaither.
No. The attorney who's going to speak to you is Gaither. The attorney where you need to send the phone number in the chat is Attorney Trejo. Are you listed as Trejo?
I am, Your Honor, and I just sent Mr. Bascom a chat through the Zoom. So
Excellent.
He should have that. Just respond to me, Mr. Bascom.
Okay,
All right,
sir.
please mute your screen and someone will call you very shortly.
okay, thank you.
All right, Mr. Gaither, next case is position 9, Michael Almeida.
Your Honor, if I may, can we have a resolution regarding position number 8, Paris Ramon Johnson? The state is renewing its request for a bench warrant.
Harris Johnson is present.
Was it Christine Hacker? I may have it wrong.
Yeah, Christine Hacker, you have a bench warrant.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the court say that. So that case has been granted a bench warrant.
Correct.
Thank you. My apologies, Your Honor.
Moving on, position 9, Michael Almeida, Olmeda. Okay, I see Mr. Almeida.
Yes, ma'am.
Right, yellow jacket. Who's your
Yes.
attorney? Mr.
His attorney is me, Judge Frank Gaither. I'm going to make the same announcement.
Mr. Almeida, please mute your screen. Thank you. All right. Go.
The state has made an offer in this case. I just have not had an opportunity to speak with him about it.
All right. Mr. Almeida, do you have his phone number, Mr. Gaither?
It appears that I do. Yes.
Could you confirm the last 4 digits?
Mr. Almeida, the last 4 digits of your number is 7310.
Where'd he go?
Take your phone off of mute.
I apologize. No, sir. It's going to be 0377.
All right, you can put your phone number in the chat. Mr.
Okay.
If you can please. All right, you'll see a chat from attorney, message from Attorney Trejo. Mr. Trejo, please respond to the chat with your phone number.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Almeida, I'm going to call you as soon as I can, okay?
Ayana Patterson. Ayana Patterson. Ayana Patterson.
I saw her on Zoom earlier.
I'm here.
All right, there she is. All right, Ayana Patterson, who's your attorney?
Jacoby, he said he was in the waiting room. He was waiting to be let in on the Zoom. Jacoby.
Mr. Hudson, excuse me,
Mhm.
Mr. Hudson said that he had another courtroom. He was jumping off, and he jumped back on. He's not in the waiting room.
Oh, really?
All right, we're going to hold for Mr. Hudson to report. Diamond Reed, position 11. That's Mr. Ruffoff's case. I thought it was.
Yes, she should be on
I'm right here.
Zoom. She needs to call me, so I thought.
He's gonna have to use the mic that Mr. Gaither
I
is
can't hear
using.
anything.
You don't have my cell number, do you?
No.
Get it to you.
All right. Mr. Trejo is multitasking as the communication liaison as well. So, Mr. Trejo, if you'd be so kind as to send a chat to Diamond Reed. Miss Reed is, I'm sorry. Do you see her? Oh, I see her. She's got the pink jacket on. Okay. Miss Reed, please put your phone number in the chat message that's sent to you. And we're going to hold for your conversation with your attorney, Mr. Ruffle. Kiara Smith. Max Richardson. Mr. Richardson, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right. Can you hear me all right?
I can hear you very well. Thank you.
Is your client, Kiara Smith, in the office with you?
She's right here behind me, Judge.
Good morning.
All right. And have you had a chance to review the possible offer and discovery in this case?
I sent the state an email this morning. I guess Miss Gathia is handling this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
I sent her an email this morning and requesting about the discovery, and then I was informed that she hasn't received it yet.
And Your Honor, we have requested the police report more than once, and we are still waiting on it, but it has been requested more than once. I will follow up as soon as I can and get it to all the discovery to Mr. Richardson.
Just one second. This is Kiara. I thought the police report was on file.
Let me double check. I did not see it.
Atlanta Police Department, offense report. Issued on I'm looking at a report on file. It was filed with the warrant. What else are we waiting on?
That's just the police report, Your Honor.
Well, no, I disagree. I'm not just waiting on the police report. I want the body cam. I want statements. I want everything that's part of discovery. If we're gonna proceed with this matter, I'm not just entitled to a police report.
I'm sorry, what I'm waiting on is the police report, and I get the discovery to you. And my Odyssey is frozen. Just a second. Your Honor, if I may, after you have called all the calendars, I can get out of log off and then log back on. I'm having problems with my Odyssey at the moment.
All right. Mr. Richardson has just outlined a litany of items for discovery. Do any of these items exist besides a police report?
The accusation and the witness list we do have. And I will double check on the body cam as well. But we do have the accusation and the witness list.
All right. And Mr. Richardson, I do not know if they have the other items at all. You may be stuck with just a police report, a witness list, and the accusation. But I just need the state to represent that if that's all the evidence they have on file right now.
At the moment, that is all I am seeing.
You said there were multiple requests to the APD. Has there been any indication that there's more to what you have?
Your Honor, I requested it. Our investigators are looking into it.
All right, Mr. Richardson, I don't know if they have a body cam or any witness statements or any interviews or any kind of other forensic evidence other than the police report and a witness list. So we're going to hold for this until Miss Githier can confirm that they have more or this is it.
Your Honor, may I ask, you say we're gonna hold,
Yep,
the rest of the morning? Is that what I'm hearing?
that's what you're hearing. Yep.
Okay,
Thank
okay, we'll remain online then, Judge.
Okay, Mr. Gaither, the remaining cases are yours. Jonathan Tate.
Jonathan Tate is present, Judge. I just need to speak with him regarding the state's offer.
Okay, all right. We're going to communicate with Mr. Tate, the state's offer. Nethia Williams.
I have an offer from the state and the.
Yes, Your Honor, I'm present.
All right, Ms. Williams is present on Zoom.
And so the same thing, Ms. Williams, if you could put your, I'll tell you what, hold on before you do that.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Williams, are the last four numbers of your telephone number 0219?
No, sir. My number recently changed.
If you could put your number in the chat.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah, Miss.
Who do I start the chat with?
Attorney Trejo, Trejo.
And as you're doing that, I will give you a call as soon as I can. It will be after the call that is of the calendars, okay?
Okay, thank you.
I have Kenethia Williams has two cases.
Hello, this is Mac.
Hey, how you doing? Please mute yourself. I got it.
That's correct, Judge.
All right.
That's correct, Judge. And I believe I have a global offer for both cases. But let me double check with the state that, Madam Prosecutor, the offer that I received, is that for both cases? I did read that correctly?
Yes, it's a global resolution.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Okay. Position 16, Charles Weiss.
Is
Charles
Weiss
Weiss.
present on Zoom?
Charles.
Hello.
Yep, I see him. He's right there.
I do have an offer from the state. Mr. Wise, I just need to give you a call to speak with you about your case as well.
All right.
Give me 1 second. Hold on. Yeah, I don't have contact information in my file for you at all. So if you could put your phone number in the chat and address it to Attorney Trejo.
All right.
And then I'll give you a call as well at the conclusion of the call to the calendars to talk to you. Okay.
I know how you spell his
The
name.
folks who are giving phone numbers to Attorney Trejo, make sure you put your name with the chat as well, so that we'll make sure that we have the correct numbers for the correct defendants. Mr. Hudson, you are present for
Yep.
Ayanna Patterson. Good morning.
Good morning.
Miss Patterson is present. And she is charged with simple battery from January 7th, 2020. This case was reset from the status calendar of October 20th.
Okay.
How would you like to proceed?
To the trial calendar, and I just need to know who's the assigned assistant solicitor.
That would be me, Sarita Githier. Also as of December 12th, I did not see an entry of appearance for Ms. Patterson.
It'll be sent to you today. As soon as I leave, motions hearing in Gwinnett right now, but I'll get it to you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Okay.
All right, the case is going to be reset to the jury trial calendar. Ms. Githier, any offers that were made? Is the state still going to honor those, or are they going to be removed?
Your Honor, Your Honor, the offer was only sent to Ms. Patterson. because we did not have an attorney of record. So
All right, I get it from Ms. Patterson, and you can just send it to me in the chat. It's no problem. But we'll still move on to the jury trial calendar.
well,
But
if you
Your Honor, I apologize for interjecting, but being Mr. Hudson, that you haven't had an opportunity to review that offer or any discovery or have any negotiations with the state, would it be possible for this to go on a status or final plea calendar prior to going to a jury trial calendar? Because there are no offers once it's a jury trial calendar.
Put it on the final plea calendar.
Okay, this is very interesting discussion, but let me just get one thing clear on the record. Jacoby Hudson was supposed to have been hired back in April 26, 2021, where Ms. Patterson informed the court that she had hired Jacoby Hudson. Now, Mr. Hudson, why has an
Yes.
entry not been filed since April of
Okay.
2021?
Judge, I didn't get any, not like when they had this case wasn't in accused or indicted status, so we didn't know. And I think I did file a entry under when it wasn't accused yet. So this was 2 years ago, like right at the start of the pandemic, but I have it done today, Judge. That's no problem.
This case was accused.
Ms. Patterson had other cases that I was dealing with in the meantime.
This
So
case
that's what.
This case was accused January of 2021. Ms.
Okay.
told the court that she was hiring you in April of 2021. This is December 2022. And you want me to reset the case so now y'all can discuss?
No, I actually wanted to go to a jury trial calendar.
You don't get to interrupt. You don't get to interrupt.
Excuse me, Judge, I'm sorry.
Ms. Patterson represented to the court. She hired you more than a year ago. The case has already been accused longer than that. I want a decision today as to whether the plea offer is going to be accepted or whether she wants a jury trial.
Jury trial, Judge.
All right. Ms.
Thank
Gibby, is the solicitor going to honor any plea offers from this moment onwards?
Your Honor, the state is withdrawing its offer.
Okay.
All right.
Ms. Patterson, your case is going on a jury trial calendar. Any plea offer has been withdrawn, and this case is removed from the Orca status matter. Thank you. And Mr. Hudson, please file your entry and everything else.
It'll be today, Judge. So when I leave Gwinnett, I'm going to Fulton to have it filed. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. I think I have addressed everyone on the status calendar. Is Cyrus Mincy on the Zoom? Cyrus Mincy, this will be a good time to unmute.
Yes, I'm here.
Mr. Misty, please start your video.
Excuse. Oh, okay.
Cyrus Mincy. Where?
He's on mute, Your Honor, but I asked him to start his video.
That young man is already in trouble with me. Cyrus Mincy. Unmute yourself. And lower the device so we can see your face.
I look crazy. Y'all not gonna be laughing at me.
Good Lord, he's in bed and he's half naked. And people don't believe me when these things happen. Mr. Mincy, I'm issuing a bench warrant for your arrest for failure to be prepared for court. You were instructed to come to court in person. You can either surrender yourself today to the Fulton County Jail, or we can wait until we execute the bench warrant. You understand, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Lower your phone so we can see your face. Some more. Lower your phone so we can see your face. Mr. Mincy, do you understand English? All right, Mr. Trejo, bench warrant is going to issue. Your client is not prepared for court. He is lying in bed, half naked. when he was supposed to have been here in person. I would have tolerated a virtual appearance, but this man clearly does not know how to understand a court's directive. A bench warrant is going to issue. He can surrender himself today. The bond is set at $3,000. Thank you.
Your Honor, if the state may, I do understand there may be some issues that are going on right now. It is my understanding, although I don't have a lot of sympathy for what has occurred with Mr. Mincy thus far, that he has very often been in court with his grandfather. Since we do have a 1:30 calendar, would you consider allowing him to come in, since he does have his plea paperwork, to complete that so we can move this case forward if he can get to court before the end of court session today? The state would not be opposed to that if Mr. Trejo believes his client, along with his grandfather or grandmother, can get to court before we end today.
Mr. Mincy, the prosecution is giving you grace time to show up in court in person. That is courtroom G40 at 160 Prior Street. You have to be in the courtroom at least by 1:15 so you can review the paperwork with your attorney. If you're not here, then yes, a bench warrant will issue.
And the state has no issues with that whatsoever, Your Honor.
Mr. Mincy, do you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, see you at 1:15, G40. I normally don't get these generous offers, so I'm going to relish it for all it's worth.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hey, excuse me. Hello?
I don't know who's speaking.
Hey, look, my name's Sidney Hepburn. I was on the court calendar, but y'all ain't called my name.
What's your name?
My name is Sidney Hepburn.
We haven't called that name yet. Thank you.
Oh, okay.
All right, this is a show cause calendar for individuals who, well, Kiana Brown, position 1, Kiana Brown, Keiana Demetrius Brown. Who's the prosecutor?
That would be me, ASG Riley. Your Honor, Ms. Brown also failed to appear at the October 20th calendar. We would request a bench warrant.
Mr. Gaither, any communication?
Unfortunately, Judge, the prior attorney has tried to contact Ms. Brown, and this was one of the phone calls I was actually able to make yesterday. And the phone number, it was a lady that answered, and it was the same message. It was the wrong number, so I was unsuccessful in contacting Ms. Brown.
Bench warrant granted. William Davis.
Yes, Your Honor. I represent Mr. Davis. I do believe he's on the Zoom today. I understand that he had some other cases in the system. I believe he may have been incarcerated at the time of the last calendar. I've spoken to him yesterday. He's present today. He and I have spoken about his case.
Mr. William Davis, are you present? I see him there, but he's muted. Okay.
Yes, I'm here, Your Honor.
All right. Is it Miss Riley? Do you have an offer in this case?
Yes, Your Honor, and the offer has been communicated to Mr. Trejo. I believe we are working on a offer that will coincide or go concurrently with his Superior Court case. So I just need to speak with Mr. Trejo again.
All right, Mr. William Davis, we need your current phone number, address, email to be put in the chat to Mr. Trejo.
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'm going to reset this to the final plea calendar for you to speak with your attorney to see whether you would like to consider the state's plea offer.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's very important that you show up for future court appearances because, as you can see, I'm not going to tolerate any absences.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right.
Make sure you send in the information once Mr. Trejo confirms that he has your current address, phone number, and email. Then your case will be reset. And excuse me, the next final plea calendar is going to be Thursday, January 19th. 2023.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
It all is 2022. It's okay. I thought I was the one who did that. Okay. So it's January 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. As soon as Attorney Trejo confirms your all right. Christopher Gee, position 3.
And this is
Christopher Gee.
This is our case also, Your Honor. We haven't had any contact with Mr. Gee recently. Nothing further to report at this time.
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant.
Granted. Ashton Green. Ashton Green. Ashton Green.
The state is requesting a bench warrant.
Granted. Jeffrey Greenway. Jeffrey Greenway. Jeffrey Greenway.
The state is requesting a bench warrant.
All right. On Christopher Gee, the bench warrant is going to be set at 3,000 surety. On Ashton Green, the bond is going to be set at 1,500 surety. On Jeffrey Greenway, the bond is going to be set at 3,000. 1, 2. It's going to be set at 3,000 surety, 1,500 on each count. Sheila Hansborough. Sheila Hansborough.
Good morning, Judge. Frank Gaither for Miss Hasborough. Is she on Zoom?
Yes.
I'm here.
Okay, that's good. All right. She's present on Zoom.
She's present. This is a case from the prior attorney, so I need a little uplift. So from the state, is there a recommendation or at least a status of where we are?
Miss Githia, Miss Marshall Story, is there an offer in Miss Hansborough's case?
Yes, this is my case. I just couldn't hear what the attorney was asking.
I just need I need a little help with the status.
Your Honor, and Mr. Gaither, currently the sentence recommendation is 12 months to serve 24 hours. Credit for time served, $150 hours of community service, and a $1,000 fine. It is my understanding that this may be a dual arrest because I've not had an opportunity to speak to an attorney. Your Honor, would you consider placing this case again on a status conference calendar so that Mr. Gaither can review the discovery and we can have a meaningful conversation?
I will reset the case for a final plea calendar on January 19, 2023 at 9 a.m. Ms. Hansborough,
I'm sorry, what was that date again, Your Honor?
January 19, 19,
Okay,
23
thank you.
at 9 a.m.
Okay.
Ms. Hansborough, your attorney is Mr. Frank Gaither. Can you see him on the screen?
I can.
All right. We need your current address, phone number, and email be placed in the chat.
I actually have her email and her phone number, Judge.
Can you give me the last 4 digits of her phone number?
I have 2477.
Is that your current phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. It's has your address changed?
I don't know what address you guys have.
All right. Go ahead and put your current address in the chat to Attorney Trejo. That way,
It's Attorney Gaither, Your Honor.
No. Mr. Trejo is the communication liaison.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. That's a good title, Mr. Trejo, I think. So. All right. This case, as soon as Mr. Trejo confirms receipt of Ms. Hansborough's address, she's free to go. Mr. Gaither will be in touch with you with regards to a plea offer. Yes, sir.
I cannot hear Mr. Gaither.
Just one.
Let me ask a question then. I'm looking on the calendar, everyone, and I see that I understand that Mr. Hepburn made an announcement where he thought that his case wasn't called yet. Is my client now, Ms. Hansborough's case, connected with Mr. Hepburn's case in any way?
Yes, it is.
He's 8 on the calendar.
Sydney Hepburn? Okay.
Yes, ma'am, that's me.
And the reason I'm asking, because I don't recognize the attorney
Craig
that's
Lewis
representing Mr.
is,
Helper.
Craig Lewis is appointed counsel, isn't he? He's not with the Public Defender's Office.
That's what I thought. Okay.
So are you good to represent Ms.
Oh,
Hansbrough?
yeah, I'm good. It's not a conflict. I just wanted to know if there was a connection. I just wanted to make sure that we were addressing everything instead of piecemealing and then finding out later
I
that
see.
there should have been a connection that could have been caught. That's all.
Okay. All right. So with regards to Ms. Hansborough, have you received her address information?
I don't know how to do that.
All right. As soon as she sends it, then Attorney Frank Gaither will be able to speak to you as to what decision you would like to make at the next calendar of January 19th.
And Your Honor, I understand you put this on a final plea. This case is a bit complicated along with Mr. Hansborough and Mr. Hepburn. They do go together, but we've been waiting for conflict counsel for Mr. Hepburn. I can't even begin to have proper conversation. This case involves an alleged kidnapping, a bolo alert. There's a lot that's happening, and
Hey,
we
them all
haven't been
false
able to get.
accusations, dog. Them all
Hold
false
on,
accusations.
sir. Hold on.
I muted him.
I'm trying to work this out in a meaningful way between both parties, but I need attorneys involved. So instead of a final plea, would you please give us a reset? Hopefully, Mr. Hepburn now has a conflict attorney. He's been waiting for that so that we can try to sort through, which is quite a big tobacco, if I must say myself.
Well, let me move on then to Sydney Hepburn. Is Craig Lewis present? Mr. Hepburn, where's your attorney?
Man, I don't know. I haven't talked to that man. I haven't talked to nobody. I've just been getting court dates. That's it. I'm trying to resolve this. Look, they dropped my charges when I turned myself in. Now the state done picked it up on me. I should have no charges. Y'all should drop everything on me. I'm taking it to trial if y'all try to offer me anything. I'm just letting y'all know that.
Big words from someone who has not spoken to his attorney. Let me see what's going on. Sydney Hepburn.
Hey, false accusation.
Be quiet.
Mr. Hepburn, stop talking. Everybody's trying to figure this out. Just be quiet, sir.
Judge Morrison appointed Craig Lewis as his attorney on October 11th, 2021. The order provided Mr. Lewis's address, phone number, and email. Since then, the case has been on the October 13th, 2022 status calendar. Discovery was already filed on November 3rd, 2022. And on November 10th, 2022, the case was reset from the status calendar to be placed on the final plea calendar. For some reason, it was back on the status calendar today.
I believe it was on the status calendar because we were trying to get Mr. Hepburn and Ms. Hansborough on the same calendar. But as of the last date, if my notes are correct and I recall correctly, Mr. Hepburn was not aware that conflict counsel had finally been given to him. And I haven't heard from conflict counsel.
All right. Mr. Hepburn, sit properly. And if you interrupt me or anyone else, you are going to be in trouble with the court.
Yes, ma'am.
You have had an attorney since October of 2021, Crail Lewis. The reason why you have not spoken to your attorney is beyond me. I have no idea what's going on between you and Mr. Lewis. To their second point, your case is open, active, and pending. There is absolutely no entry in any point in your case that the charges have been dropped, set aside, or dismissed. So you can sit there and yell and scream all you want, but this is an active pending case against you.
Man, listen, I was on, man, I got this. Hold on, I was on the news, man. Okay, I turned myself in. I turned myself in.
I'm about to find you in contempt for interrupting. I want you to reach out to your attorney, Crail Lewis, to speak to prosecutor Erica Murray and Mr. Gaither. You can also reach out to your client, Ms. Hepburn, and get into a conversation with Ms. Erica Marshall-Story to see whether a possible plea offer will be accepted or whether your clients want a jury trial. And that decision must be made at the final plea calendar scheduled for January 19th, 2023. I am denying the request to put this back on another status calendar.
Understood, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Hepburn, now you may comment. What would you like to say? Keeping in mind that you have a right to remain silent, anything you say can and will be used against you. All right, nothing to add? Make sure you speak to your attorney, Crail Lewis. Would you like his phone number?
Yeah, I get the phone number in the group chat. They gonna give it to you now.
Have his phone number then, is that correct?
Nah, I don't. I said, can y'all send it to me in the group chat? I don't know who the dude is. I ain't talking to nobody.
Make sure you have a pen and paper or something to write on. Here is the phone number.
All right.
Mr. Lewis was appointed on October 11th, 2021 by Judge Morrison. His phone number is 404-444-8045. Do you have it?
Okay. Yes, I got it.
We will see you on January 19th, 2023 at
What his name? Hey, what his name is?
Crail, C-R-A-I-L. Last name is Lewis, L-E-W-I-S.
Miss Lewis. All right.
We will see you in person, not Zoom.
Hey, nah. Hey, I don't even stay in the state of Georgia no more. I ain't trying to come way down there for this little petty ass case, man. We ain't going back up there. Come on, man.
If you fail to appear in person, a bench warrant will issue for your arrest.
Hey, man, y'all gonna have to give me a Zoom. I'm gonna get a lawyer, man. Y'all got that shit, man. I'm out of here, man.
We remove Mr. Hepburn from the.
Man, y'all got me fucked up. Fuck y'all.
Miss Sheila Hansborough. Miss Sheila Hansborough.
Yes, Your Honor.
She's still here.
You are going to be required to appear in person on January 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. to speak with your attorney, Mr. Frank Gaither.
Okay.
In person will be in courtroom G40 at 160 Prize Street.
That's
Yes, Your
G33, Your Honor.
Is it going to be G? I'm in G40 right now.
January, you didn't know this, Your Honor, but in January, G33 will be all
right,
court cases.
G33. Okay, sorry about that. G33. Okay. All right, Ms. Hansborough, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll call you long before then.
Okay.
Position 7, Jermaine Harper. Jermaine Harper. Jermaine Harper. Nothing
The
in the
state is requesting a bench warrant.
I'm sorry, that is my case, Judge. I'm looking right at it. So that will now be my case.
All right.
Is Jermaine Harper? Is Jermaine Harper on Zoom? Jermaine Harper.
Bench warrant granted. Bond is set at 2,500. It's a surety bond. Position 9, Justin Lenton. Mr. Ruffle. And
I was hoping he would be on Zoom. We did leave message for him and he did call my investigator back. But there was no communication. Again, it's one of the cases I inherited.
last call, Justin Lenton.
I couldn't hear Mr. Ralphoff, but the state is requesting a bench warrant since the defendant has not responded to the call of the calendar.
Granted. Hodan Abdi Mahmood. I'm so sorry, Mr. Ralphoff. You literally have to speak right into the microphone like you're singing a song.
Okay, that's my case too. And had no contact with him.
State is requesting a bench warrant.
Granted. And bond is going to be set at $1,000 surety. Moving on, Kimberly Mays Mack. Kimberly Mays Mack. Oh, there she, I'm so sorry. We're looking at the screen. All right. Miss Mays Mack is present. And who is your attorney, Miss Mack? Remember to speak right into the microphone, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Who's the prosecutor in Mays Mack case?
That would be me, Your Honor, Sarita Githia. I spoke with Ms. Mack and I sent her the plea paperwork.
What was the plea offer?
12 months probation, 3 anger management classes, 20 hours of community service, and no contact with Shanice Barrow and Namaya Barrow.
Amaya, okay.
That's Nemiah.
Hey, you.
All right, Ms. Mays Mack, I've already advised you of your right to remain silent. And you do have a right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, you could apply with the Public Defender's Office. We have Mr. Ruffoff, Mr. Gaither, and Mr. Trejo here with the Public Defender's Office. From what I understand, the prosecution has also sent you a plea offer, which is if you decide to plead guilty or no contest to this charge, your sentence would be 12 months probation, where you would have to complete, I believe, 3 anger management classes at your expense, complete 20 hours of voluntary community service at any nonprofit agency, and have no contact with Shamika and Amaya Barrow.
Your Honor, that is Shanice, Shanise.
I beg your pardon, Shanice and Amaya Barrow. How would you like to proceed today?
I would like to proceed guilty. I just want to ask one thing about the offer. If it was possibly that I could get community service, because I don't have funds to pay for anger management class.
Well, I can waive your probation fees for 6 months, during which time you can get the funds to do the 3 anger management classes.
Okay.
And if you complete it within the 6 months, I will terminate your probation.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I can do that.
All right?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you printed the documents that were sent to you?
No, ma'am. I also didn't have a way to print them out. I was assuming that they would be available still here today. If
All
I
right.
could get someone.
Was it Miss Githia?
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss Githia, could you email the documents to, would it be to Casey Strong?
Essence Smith.
I'm trying to remember. Miss Essence, could you put the your email in the chat feature? Miss Githia, do you have Miss Essence's phone email?
Yes, Your Honor. I'll forward them now.
All right, Miss Mace Mack, if you, I'm so sorry to call you Mace Mack, but it
It's
just sounds so
fine.
natural to
It's
me.
fine.
Okay. We're going to print the documents.
Okay.
And then you're going to review the documents, including the part about waiver of counsel.
Okay.
And if you agree to those waiver of rights, make sure you check mark the appropriate box, sign off where you need to.
Yes,
All right?
ma'am.
If you have any questions about where or anything like that, we have Mr. Trejo is more than willing to help you out,
Okay.
or you can ask one of us, okay?
Great, thank you.
All right, so please have a seat and we'll give you the documents.
I do apologize, Your Honor. Ms. Smith, those were emailed to you on Monday. Do you just need me to resend them again, or can you see them? They were sent Monday evening at 7:36.
All right. Terrence McPherson, position 12.
Oh, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I didn't realize I was on mute. I had CC'd Ms. Smith when I emailed the plea paperwork to Ms. Mack.
We heard you, Miss Githia.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Terrence McPherson is not present.
Your Honor, I represent him. Our office has had no contact with him. None of the numbers are any good.
All right. I don't know.
It is mine. The state requests a bench warrant.
Granted, it's going to be $1,000 surety bond on each count, and except possession of marijuana, which is going to be $500. So it's a $3,500 surety. Marcy McQueen.
Yes, Your Honor. I represent Miss McQueen. Our office does not have any phone number for her. We have to get in contact with her.
Mr. Trejo, I cannot hear you.
Is that better, Ms. Marshall Story? If I get
Yes.
Okay, great. I was just letting the court know that I do represent Miss McQueen. We haven't had any contact with her. We don't have any contact information for her. So that's the nature of the situation with her case at the moment.
The state is requesting a bench warrant.
Is granted. Bond is set at 500 on the failure to obey the traffic signs and 2,500 on the DUI. Total bond is 3,000 surety. Frederica Miller.
This case is mine as well, Your Honor. We haven't been able to reach Ms. Miller either. That's the current status of the case.
Is Ms. Miller on the Zoom?
I don't see anyone responding. No one's in the courtroom. Is the state requesting a warrant or a reset?
Yes, Your Honor, the state is requesting a warrant, and just to give you a brief factual recitation, I understand the charge is criminal trespass, but the defendant was at a McDonald's and was very rude and abrasive to the folks behind the counter and then jumped over the counter. So that is the reason why we have looked at this charge in a different light, even though the offer would take into account why she may have done something like that. But if she's not in court, the state is requesting a bench warrant.
Bench warrant granted, 1,500 surety. Carcel Mixon, Mixon. Carcel Mixon.
I represent Mr. Mixon, Your Honor. I don't see him in the chat. The phone number that we have for him, Your Honor, was not operational. Going through some of the information in his file, I do understand that he may be facing serious felony charges in the state of Alabama. So it may very well be the case that he's incarcerated at this time. So that's the context for this one, Your Honor. We understand if the court would issue a bench warrant. However, we could do some additional digging with our investigators and find out exactly where he is and what the reason for him not being available is. Again, just because I know that he may have that other situation in Alabama based on his arrest record.
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant. That work could have been done prior to this court date.
Bond is set at 3,000 on the bench warrant. 1,000 on each count. Antonio Moore.
Your Honor, that is my case. Our office has had no contact.
Did you hear that, Ms. Marshall Story? Or Ms. Githia?
That is mine, Your Honor. I heard him say that they had no communication with him. He also failed to appear October 20th, 2022. The state requests a bench warrant.
Bench warrant granted. That's going to be a $2,000 surety bond. Mr. Barry Zimmerman, which case are you waiting on?
Judge, I'm on the Scott Hill case. It's a final plea calendar.
Okay.
And I've made a motion to reset this for further notice, and I can go into that further once Your Honor pulls it up.
Okay, just give me a moment.
Sure.
Antonio Newbill. Antonio Newbill. Newbill.
You know, that is my case also. No phone and that's not there on the police report. Had no contact with Mr. Nichols.
I could not hear what Mr. Raffoff stated.
No contact. Our officers had no contact with Mr. Newbill.
There's been no contact whatsoever between PD and the defendant, Antonio Newbill. Is the state requesting a bench warrant?
Yes, Your Honor.
Bench warrant granted. It's a $2,000 surety bond. David Stover is present. I do see him on Zoom. And
Yes, Your Honor.
he's represented by PD, Mr. Trejo. Mr. Trejo, how would you all like to proceed?
That's right, Your Honor. We would ask this to be reset to one status calendar. I was able to speak with Mr. Stover yesterday, and I was able to get updated contact information for him. I believe we received some paper discovery either yesterday evening or this morning. There may be some video. My client did indicate that there may be some mitigating circumstances that we would like to look into more. And as we continue to get discovery, I think setting on a status calendar will be most appropriate.
And the prosecutor is Ms. Marshall Story?
Sarita Githia.
Yes, Ms. Githier. And any objection to being reset to January 19th
No objection.
to 2023, 9 a.m. status calendar? Is there an offer on the table?
Yes, Your Honor. It was emailed to Mr. Trejo on December 12th. It is for count 1, 12 months probation, family violence intervention program. Count 2, the battery family violence is concurrent with count 1, and count 3 and 4 will be null prost.
That reflects my record as well, Your Honor, and I've discussed with my client to this time, again, just because there may be some additional information out there. We want the opportunity to do our due diligence prior to entering a plea.
All right. We will see Mr. Stover on January 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. in courtroom G33. And Mr. Trejo, do you plan to be here in person?
Yes, Your Honor. It's a lot easier to be in person, so for the foreseeable future, I intend to do so.
Mr. Stover, would you be able to come down in person?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. I expect you here in person, January 19th, G33.
G33. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. You're free to go. John Henry Tate III. Mr. Gate, he's present?
Yes, good morning, Judge. Now this is the question I had. Now, hold on. Well, let me speak in the mic. Mr. Tate, who's present in court, I believe, is your name Jonathan Romello Tate? Okay, so your name is John Henry Tate III. Okay, we have a little confusion then, Judge, because what I'm looking at, I'm going back to our status conference calendar, position 13. There is a Jonathan Romello Tate, and the gentleman who's present in court stood and announced that he was present, and I think there's some confusion because we have two cases with virtually almost I don't want to say an identical name, but a similar name. So the person who's standing behind me present in court, his name is John Henry Tate III, charged with DUI. On our status conference, there was a Jonathan Romello Tate who was charged with theft by receiving stolen property. Okay, so maybe we can clear that up after the call of the calendar, Judge.
Mr. Tate the third is your date of birth. 12/31/1985. You got a birthday coming up. Okay. And could you lower your mask, please? Okay. You may replace your mask. That's the person, excuse me, John Henry Tate the third on the booking sheet,
And-
as well as the date of birth correlates.
Okay,
And the charges are DUI, driving under the influence of alcohol and driving on the wrong side of the road. And the prosecution has added a third charge of reckless driving from November 25th, 2020. I'm relatively confident that that's the individual charged in this accusation with these three charges for the incident date of November 25th, 2020.
understood, and that's fine, Judge. Which means that he answered for the Jonathan Romello Tate on our status calendar, which that now is incorrect.
Well, we've corrected it now.
We corrected it now.
Okay. Have you had a chance to speak to him?
Not yet. I was going to talk to him about the status conference when I thought that that was him.
Okay. He's present, and Mr. Tate, do not leave the courtroom until you've had a chance to speak to Mr. Gaither, and then we will reset it to the status calendar of January 19, 2023 at 9 a.m. in G33. All right? What that means, Mr. Tate, is that your attorney is present in the courtroom. Do not leave until he's free to speak to you to let you know how you're going to move forward. All right? I don't want you to come back to court in January and say, I've not spoken to my attorney yet. This is an opportunity to make sure that he has your contact information so that he can be prepared to represent you in next month as well. Thank you. Lenondra Thompson.
That will be my case, Judge Frank Gaither.
Yes, sir.
Is Lenondra Thompson present in court?
Lenondra Thompson.
Is Lenondra Thompson present on Zoom?
No.
The state requests a bench warrant.
Okay. 1, 2.
Is y'all called Nelson Brooks?
I'm sorry, who's speaking?
Narraton Brooks?
No, this is Lenondra Thompson.
Your Honor, Mr. Brooks has cases on the final plea calendar that has not been called yet.
Okay, thank you. A bench warrant shall issue for Ms. Lenondra Thompson. I've got 1, 2, 3 charges. Is that correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
All right, her bond is set at 3,000. That's a surety bond. Jarvis Warren. Jarvis Bernardo Warren.
Here.
All right, Mr. Warren, your attorney is Mr. Javier Trejo. Please, okay, that's good. All right, Mr. Trejo, how would you all like to proceed?
We discussed the offer with my client yesterday.
Into the microphone, Mr. Trejo.
Okay, I suppose we discussed the offer with my client yesterday. And at this time, he indicated that he would like to move forward with a jury trial. I would like to confirm with him during the break, and we'll finalize that announcement to the court.
All right, Mr. Warren, Attorney Trejo is going to contact you to confirm that you want a trial instead of accepting the plea offer. So do not leave the Zoom until Mr. Trejo has had his chance to speak to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Trayvon Wilson, middle initial M for Michon or machine. Trayvon Wilson.
That one is mine, Your Honor. We have the offer, and we've requested some additional discovery. At this time, we haven't been able to be in touch with Mr. Wilson.
The state requests a bench warrant.
Granted, bond set at 2,500 surety. Taurine Wood. Yes. And your attorney is Rashawn Williams?
I represent Ms. Wood, Your
Oh,
Honor.
you do?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And how would y'all like to proceed?
I've discussed the offer with my client, Your Honor. She's ready to place the case on a bench trial calendar, Your Honor. There is some additional video that may be out there. I would like the opportunity to at least put it on a final plea. I've discussed that with my client as well. And I think we're okay with, if the court is amenable to it, just setting it for one final plea, and then we can decide if
Okay.
we're moving forward with bench trial.
Do you need any contact information from her?
I have her contact information, Your
Okay.
Honor.
We're going to reset this to January 19 and 2023 at 9 a.m. And we'll be in the courtroom next door. All right? Your attorney is going to speak with you. And if you still want to proceed with the trial, that's definitely your right. But if there is a possibility for a resolution, then we will see you on January 19. He wants to share more possible evidence with you. All right? Okay, thank you. You're free to go. Can't you free? All right? All right, thank you. Mr. Wright, Alexander Dion Wright. Alexander Dion Wright. All right, Alexander Dion Wright doesn't appear to be represented by counsel. I do not see him on the Zoom. What would the state like to do?
State requests a bench warrant.
Granted, bond is set at 2,500, 1,000 on simple assault, 1,500 on the simple battery, and that's a surety bond. All right. If some of the attorneys don't have cases on the final plea calendar, then I'm going to go ahead. Y'all can go ahead and speak to your client. Otherwise, we're going to address this final plea calendar.
Your Honor, this is Frank Gaither.
Yes.
Let me come to the podium.
Okay.
Good morning again, Judge. Again, Frank Gaither, and I'm taking the place of prior attorney, Miss Christy Wilson. And the cases that I've inherited on the final plea calendar is a few of them. And I haven't had an opportunity to speak with anyone due to technical issues. And so I'm just putting it out there I need some assistance. And I mean, I know the state has already emailed me. It's a couple of cases where we either need to know whether the defendant has taken a class or this or that, and they'll know pros. But for the most part, if there's any cases that require a lengthy discussion, I already have several cases of clients I need to talk to. So I'm just putting it out there that I may need a little assistance, even if I can request a brief reset, to at least talk to people, and then I can come in next time and speed through.
I understand. Let me just go through some of the cases, and then we'll take up your cases.
No problem.
Yes,
I
sir.
just want to let you know before we got started.
I'm not handing out bench warrants like candy, so don't worry. Okay. All right. I'm going to go out of order. Scott Dennis Hill, represented by Barry Zimmerman. Yes, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you, Judge. So this is a fully negotiated plea. The state has sent me all the plea paperwork. I've completed it. I've executed. I've sent it to my client. However, my client is not capable of signing it and getting it back to me. He is currently, I thought he was in Washington, D.C. He's actually in Baltimore, Maryland at Johns Hopkins and Sibley Medical Hospital and Johns Hopkins Medicine. He has been going through, he has throat cancer. He's been undergoing treatment. He had 4 months, of chemotherapy, and the tumor grew. So now he's at Johns Hopkins. I just got a letter from his oncologist this morning, which I forwarded to the prosecutor and your calendar clerk, basically saying he's going through daily radiation treatment Monday through Friday. They're expected to do it for 7 weeks, and also once a week chemotherapy when he's not having the radiation. And so he does, I don't want to be morbid about it, but assuming he survives all this, they don't really expect him to be capable of handling this till March sometime. So I was asking the court to continue this for either notice later for further notice it or put it on a March calendar or something to that effect. And I have shared that letter from the oncologist. Miss Marshall Story, did you receive that from me this morning?
Mr. Zimmerman, yes, I'm aware of everything you shared. I have no objections. However, the court chooses to proceed, that is fine with me.
What are the physical requirements that Mr. Hill would need to complete as part of this probation if he decides to take the plea?
Judge, he has decided to take the plea. It's a DUI plea. So he's got 40 hours community service, risk reduction course, med victim impact panel, alcohol and drug evaluation, and reporting to probation, or hopefully non-reporting probation. But and I think he's done a lot of that prior to dealing with these cancer issues. It's just getting him physically online and executing the documents, et cetera.
All right. Would your client be able to take a plea in absentia?
Well, possibly, except I would then have to send it. Yeah, I would have to send him that. I was having a hard time. I asked for this paperwork a week ago, which the state gave to me, and I've had it a week. And like I say, I completed it, executed it, and sent it to him. And I've been having trouble getting it back from him since he's at the Johns Hopkins. So I would have the same difficulty with a plea in absentia, but I could certainly keep trying.
Okay, we're going to reset it to the next calendar I have is Wednesday, January 19, 2023 at 9 a.m. If you procure a plea in absentia and also upon a submission to the Ms. Marshall Story with regards to what programs or what conditions he has completed, we can perhaps check those off the list.
Okay, I'll put it down for the 19th of January, and I will continue to try and
right.
I'll send him a plea in absentia with the rest of the paperwork and try to get everything signed by then.
Right. And Miss Marshall Story, you have this information. I hope you have a copy of the letter from the health provider at John Hopkins. So I can't remember. This was in Maryland, right? Okay. So if you have the information and if you're willing to accept a plea, check off the conditions that Mr. Hill's already completed, then Mr. Zimmerman, we don't have to wait till January 19th. You can submit your plea in absentia documents to Miss Essence Smith with a copy to Miss Erica Marshall Story, and I can consider that as part of my desk review.
All right. And
in other words, if we handle this strictly on documentation, there's no reason to come back on January 19th.
I understand. Okay, I will do my level best to get all that done. And I copied Miss Essence Smith this morning with that letter, as well as Miss Marshall Story and several others, James Partenar and Bolton Brandy Bolton. So yeah, I'll follow up, Judge, and I've got their email addresses, and I will do my level best to get all this completed.
All right. So, all right, sir. Happy New Year. If you get it resolved, I guess I won't see you on the 19th.
That's right. Okay. Thank you. Happy New Year and happy holidays to you as well. May I be excused?
Okay, I'm sorry. I was in the middle of listening and talking to Mr. Raffoff. So we have agreed to a January date to possibly see if your client is able to sign the plea paperwork and appear on Zoom.
Right. I'm going to reset the case to January 19, 2023 at 9 a.m. If Mr. Zimmerman procures a plea in absentia documents from his client, then all he has to do is submit that to you, Ms. Marshall Story, as well as to the court, and they will not have to appear in court. I will take that up as a matter of desk review. If you
okay, so in essence, it will be a plea in absentia.
Right.
And okay, that's fine. January 19th, Your Honor. And what calendar is that?
Final plea. And Mr. Zimmerman will also confer with you with regards to what conditions have already been completed so that we can check those off the list.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. And best of luck to your client, Mr. Zimmerman.
Thank you. Thank you all. And everyone have good holidays.
You too,
Thank
sir.
you.
Okay. I believe the rest of the, do I have any private counsel
I believe we have a plea, Your Honor.
for the final plea calendar?
No, I believe we have a plea on position number 8 on the Orca B status. Because I was listening but not able to have a full conversation with Mr. Raffoff, but it was my understanding the defendant does want to avail himself of the offer. But if you want to put that on a final plea calendar, I'm fine, and they can fill out the paperwork, which has been sent to the litigation managers. They would just need to print it out because the defendant is in court.
All right, let me just clarify certain things. Mr. Max Richardson, have you had a
Yeah.
chance? Yes, sir. What's your client's name again?
My client's name is Miss Smith, Kiera Smith, and she's present here with me, Judge.
Have you had a chance to confer with Ms. Riley on the evidence issue?
That is Ms. Githier's case, Your Honor.
And I did not hear what was stated, Your Honor. I'm sorry. I was sending some paperwork off.
12 on the Orca B status calendar, Kiara Sherroll Smith, who is present with her attorney Max Richardson. There was an issue with regards to the discovery that had or had not been produced. Ms. Githier, do you have a follow-up?
Your Honor, I don't have the police report. I did send the accusation and the witness list to Mr. Richardson, and I'm looking into the body cam. But I do not have the police report, and I have requested it twice before now. I just have not received it yet. If we could ask for a reset, that would give us time to get it.
This is a final reset to a January 19th status calendar. It's a final reset. If the information is not produced, then I'm dismissing this case.
Yes, Your Honor.
It's going to be a police report. And if there's no other evidence like body cam or any other witness statements or anything to that effect, the state would need to confirm that in their production of evidence to the defense. Mr. Richardson, January 19th at 2023, this is a final reset to the status calendar, or you can make a motion at that time.
We're clear, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
And just one thing, Ms. Gaithier, and I'm sure you sent what you said that you sent. I haven't received it yet, but what did you send to my office?
The accusation and the witness list.
Okay, and I haven't received it yet, but I'm sure I may be receiving it shortly. And I just wanted to make sure that I have note of the documents that you've already sent. And if I don't receive them, I'll just get back to you.
I've also requested that they be uploaded into Odyssey as well. So you should get those shortly as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Your Honor, will we be notified of the January 19th final reset hearing?
Yes, sir. Just like you were notified of this calendar.
Thank you, and everyone have a blessed holiday season.
You too. Mr. Blaylock, I'll be with you shortly. Mr. Andrew Lampros, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Judge.
Who is your client?
Triana Dorsey, Your Honor.
Triana Dorsey?
Yes.
I don't recall calling that case out unless it was it on the show?
It's position 10, Judge, on the final plea calendar.
Final plea calendar. Okay. I haven't called that one yet. Okay. Are there any other private counsel? Mr. Quinn Johnson, you were on the status calendar.
Yes, good morning, Your Honor. I have been in communication with Ms. Riley this morning with the state via the chat. I have received, as we were waiting, I received the electronic filing for discovery. However, and I indicated to Ms. Riley that the copy that was sent via Odyssey, it does not contain the actual police report itself, meaning the incident report. It does contain specifically an accusation and a witness list. And it contains information from the police department with regards to an arrest. In other words, the procedure that they came and took my client from jail and put her in handcuffs. But it does not contain an actual incident report of what occurred on that day. Ms. Riley has indicated that she does have that supplemental information, but for some reason, our emails, she's not able to email that to me. And I've been double checking my email to make sure there's no blocks. So we would have to receive that via Odyssey as well. And lastly, I would certainly like to confirm the list, the certificate of discovery, which we received in Odyssey, does not indicate whether there are any body cam videos or 911 recordings. And I just want to verify with the state that there are not, in fact, aside from the issue of being produced, whether there actually exists body cam video and or a 911 call with regards to this case.
Other than confirming what evidence is not available, what else are you actually waiting on? The actual police report?
Yes, Your Honor, the actual police report indicating what occurred on that day. There is no police report, at least with what I have received. And again, in full fairness, Ms. Riley has indicated that she has and may have that, but is unable to email it to me.
And Ms. Riley, you have still yet to hear back from the police department with regards to that. Is that correct?
No, that is incorrect, Your Honor. The police report that is part of initial discovery that was sent to Attorney Johnson is the arrest that was from the warrant. There is a second police report that is the incident report from that day. I am in possession of that. I have emailed it to Mr. Attorney Johnson several times this morning while we've been on Zoom. His email provider is rejecting the county email. It will not go through. So the only way I can get it to him is through e-file.
Mr. Johnson, is there a problem with your email?
I have sent Ms. Riley emails from my email this morning, which she has received, and she indicated that she attempted to reply to them and it was rejected, and she sent me sort of screenshots of the rejection. I have no idea why that.
Guys, we can't hold up a case because of technical issues. We have enough.
I currently still receive emails from Fulton County government, fultoncountyga.gov. So I have no idea why I am not in receipt of specifically this.
This is a final reset to January 19th. If the information is not sent either via e-file, via email, or by regular mail, y'all decide. I'm not here to police how y'all exchange information. But if the information is not transmitted to the defense by January 19th, the state's going to risk a dismissal. If the defense has received the information but not addressed the case will be set for an immediate bench trial, or you can consider a plea at that time.
And I apologize, Your Honor. It appears I was kicked out of the Zoom and it just logged back in. So I did not hear the court's last statement. I'm not even sure if the court heard my explanation of the email.
January 19, 2023. If the state does not provide the information, the case is dismissed. If the defense receives the information, but is still squandering about there's other discovery out there that we don't know about, no one knows about, we're going to reset the case for a trial or a plea. But it's a final plea on January 19.
And Your Honor, for the record, the state would now launch their objection, as the court is aware that all discovery has to be e-filed. Therefore, if there are complications outside of our control through e-file system, and that's by statute, then that would not warrant a dismissal of the state's case. So we would launch our official objection to that.
Noted.
Thank you.
Okay, reset January 19th, final plea calendar. Mr. Johnson, any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor. You have a good holiday.
You too. All right, are there any other private attorneys on the Zoom whom I need to address? Okay. Final plea calendar, Mr. Lampros, could you give me your client's name again?
Yes, Your Honor. It's Triana Dorsey, D-O-R-S-E-Y. Excuse me. And
Triana Dorsey.
20 CR 000-900.
Is your client ready to proceed with the plea?
Your Honor, we just received, I was retained recently, and I need to speak with the solicitor, Ms. Marshall Story, regarding the offer. but we should be able to, if I can discuss it with her, we should be able to enter a plea today.
I don't see an entry of appearance. When were you retained?
Yesterday, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I have emailed
And I have received the
counsel.
discovery.
Yes, and he did receive the discovery. I informed him also that he would need to file an entry of appearance. Your Honor, would the court just indulge us enough for one final engagement on the calendar to try to work this out?
Where's Triana Dorsey?
Triana,
I have sent an offer. That offer was put on the record back in October, but it is my understanding that counsel was just retained. But the state has provided all of the information that's available, but there may need to be some additional conversation that with us having the 1:30 calendar, I don't know if we can complete all of that in time to take a plea, Your Honor.
It's only 11:20. This case was set for a final plea. I'm assuming the state's already got the documents ready for that, correct?
Your Honor, I didn't have a notice of an attorney until literally last night after 5 o'clock.
In my book, that doesn't make a substantive difference. When the case is reset for a final plea, the state has to be ready with the documentation. The defendant must be present. The defendant must be present.
Is the defendant present?
she is appearing via Zoom. I wasn't aware that she needed to be physically present. I can have her there this afternoon.
I need her here via Zoom right now.
She is, Your Honor.
Where is she?
Triana?
I'm here. I'm here. Hello.
Am I missing? Okay, I see. Let me see. There she is. Oh, she's sitting
I'm
in
here.
a car. Okay. Miss Dorsey, your case was scheduled today for a final plea. Your attorney was hired yesterday and has not had an opportunity to speak to anyone. What do you expect me to do today? Give you another date?
No, I just want to get it over with today, if possible.
So you are going to come down to the courthouse right now, and Mr. Lampros can represent you via Zoom.
I could be there too, Your Honor.
Okay, great. Try to be here before 1:30.
Okay, we're heading that way now, Your Honor.
Well, just so we can make this move forward more expediently, the offer is the offer that was relayed, and that was 12 months probation, a parenting class, 40 hours of community service, and that the defendant stay away from Heritage Elementary School. I understand she may no longer attend, or the daughter may not attend, but stay away from that school, as well as stay away from the minor child that was involved in the incident. If that is your understanding of the plea, then I will get that plea paperwork together and forward it to you, and forward it to the court. And you'll need to sign that and be prepared to take the plea in person, if
We'd
that's how you'd like to proceed, and that's what the court wants to do.
Marshall Story, get the paperwork ready and email it to Ms. Essen-Smith. And Mr. Lampros and Ms. Dorsey, I expect to see you here by 1:15 p.m.
Yes, Your Honor. We're heading that way
Been
now.
on probation 2 years.
Hey, Triana, I'll handle this. We're heading that way.
Thank you.
And so I'm excused from the Zoom, I take it, Your Honor.
Yes, you and Ms. Dorsey are excused from the Zoom, and we'll see you at 1:15 p.m. in
Thank you.
40. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving on. Are there any other private attorneys? Okay, Mr. Blaylock. Dion Blaylock is position number 4.
And that will be my case, Judge.
All right, Mr. Gaither, is your client ready to proceed with the plea? You have not spoken to him.
This is one of the cases where it looks like the note said that he was to complete 20 hours community service. So let me just ask him, Mr. Blaylock.
Yes, Judge. That's actually why I was raising my hand. I would like to represent myself because I have not spoken to my attorney.
All right, Mr. Blaylock, you do have a right to have appointed counsel if you cannot afford an attorney. You were previously represented by the Public Defender's Office. We've had a change of counsel, which is not unusual. So we have Mr. Frank Gaither, who is a highly competent defense attorney. And if you want to choose to speak with him, he'll be glad to go over some information with you. But if you choose to represent yourself, then that's also your right, keeping in mind that no one's going to give you legal advice and you would have to rely upon your own information and your own research. What would you like to do?
I would just like to choose to represent myself.
All right, Mr. Gaither, your client is now choosing to move forward pro se.
This matter can be cleared up in 20 seconds. If the answer to the question is yes, then this case will be over. The simple question is, Mr. Blaylock, let me ask you, were you able to complete your 20 hours of community service?
No, sir, I was not able to complete my community service.
So is the Public Defender's Office withdrawing?
I would defer to counsel, Mr. Trejo. You've been here in the office longer than I have, in the modern time office longer than I have. Do we have policy against it?
I don't know about an office policy. I mean, I would defer to Mr. Blaylock. I mean, exactly like the court said, you know, there are numerous benefits to having counsel with you. There was some turnover. Mr. Gaither, I know, is a capable attorney. I know he'll handle this case correctly. I would defer to the client. If the client doesn't want our services anymore and decides to proceed pro se, I think that's his right as well, as long as he's been properly informed of the risks and benefits of having counsel, especially public defender who is coming at notice.
And that's all I needed to hear. And I just wanted, so let me ask the court, is there, because I've seen this many times before where a client is withdrawn the services of either the public defender or the conflict attorney's office, and then have a change of heart, like right before trial, and then wants to reapply. What is the court's position on that? Just so Mr. Blaylock can hear it.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gaither, but I'm not about to engage in hypotheticals. I
Understood.
will advise him of his rights. Mr. Blaylock, we have two very competent defense counsel in the courtroom who are very concerned that you want to represent yourself. But if you choose to represent yourself, you are waiving your right to appointed counsel. By waiving your right to appointed counsel, you then have a right to hire your own attorney, or you can choose to represent yourself. In representing yourself, nobody else will give you legal advice. The only source of any legal information that you would need in order to make your decisions in your case would be your research and based on your personal knowledge of the law. You would be responsible for every legal decision that you make and how your decision would impact your personal circumstances, how it may impact any other open cases you may have, how it may possibly impact your residency, if that is relevant to the case, or how it may impact any professional licenses that you may have. Are you willing to waive your right to counsel and move forward self-represented, or would you like the services of the Public Defender's Office?
I would like the services, but the only reason why I chose to I'm not sure, but I don't know a lot about the legal system. I only know a lot about my current circumstances and my reasoning for not completing my community service. I wasn't sure if my attorney, who I haven't spoken to before, had that information or would know how to.
Where are you located right now?
Right now I'm currently at home.
Well, that's good. How far is that away from the courthouse?
I'm not sure where the courthouse is located.
160 Pryor Street, downtown Atlanta, courtroom G40.
I'm sorry. Why is the am I?
Street. The reason I'm asking that is because if you choose to represent yourself and you are now coming to the court and said that you failed to comply with the court's requirement that you complete 20 hours community service before today, then we have a serious issue of why you're appearing via Zoom, why you're denying yourself the opportunity to confer with counsel.
I was just hoping in any way that
There is
I
no
could ask.
way. There is no other way, not in my book today. I want you to either speak to your attorney, and I need your phone number, or you can decide to proceed self-represented. How would you like to do it?
Okay, I will speak with my attorney.
What's, do you have his number, Mr. Gaither? Last 4 digits?
I show 4816.
4816 is your phone number. Is that correct?
It changed since then.
Oh, lovely. What's the number?
It's 404-208 3275.
3275. Be
Yes,
prepared to
ma'am.
come down to the courthouse today if we don't get a resolution. Do you understand?
Can you repeat that?
Be prepared to come down to the courthouse before 1:15 p.m. if we don't reach a resolution.
All right. Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Gaither, you got the number?
Yes, I have his number.
All right, good. We're going to hold for his report. Naratan. All right. Is there anyone else with a private counsel? Okay. Position 1 on the final plea is Demetrius Adams. Demetrius Adams.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Adams, Mr. Ruffoff is your attorney. You're here for a final plea. Are you prepared to go forward with the plea?
I don't even know what the plea was.
Have you spoken to your attorney, Mr. Michael Ruffoff?
I haven't talked to nobody.
All right, please hold while we get Mr. Ruffoff in the courtroom.
And Your Honor, for the record, the state's offer is to null pros the case if Mr. Adams is able to show proof that the car has been returned.
That the car has been returned?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Well, I'll let Mr. Ruffoff appear. Okay, so the only thing you need from Mr. Demetrius Adams is proof that the vehicle has been returned to the client, and then the state will file a notice of intent to not prosecute. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. All right, we're going to wait for Mr. Ruffoff to appear. Tarico Agnew, Mr. Gaither?
Yes, that is my case, Judge. I have a note on the calendar.
He's present on Zoom.
I think I'll let I'm gonna need a little help from the one of the prosecutors. I can't quite read my prior counsel's writing.
All right, Mr. Tarico Agnew, you are represented by Mr. Frank Gaither. Mr. Gaither, if you could just wave your hand in front screen. Can you see your attorney? Mr. Agnew?
Hello? Yes.
Can you see attorney Gaither? He's waving his hand. He's got a blue jacket on.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
There's a lot of noise in your location. Please mute your screen. All right. Madam Prosecutor, who is?
Yes, Your Honor, ASG Riley. The state's offer is 12 months probation and to complete a family violence intervention program.
All right, that's the terms of the plea offer.
Twelve months probation and to enter a
12 months probation to complete a domestic violence intervention program. That's a 6-month program. And
let me address Mr. Agnew's case along with the other cases that I was trying to communicate earlier. I'm not sure whether any of the defendants have already been communicated with offers.
well, we're going to find out.
Okay.
He's
okay.
present.
Okay, no problem.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Agnew, the last time there was an attorney, Christy Wilson. And,
Yes, ma'am.
And has she communicated the state's offer to you?
The only thing that I've been communicated with is I'm reading the email right now, and it says, my expectation per the previous statements that your state will be dismissed at this court hearing. And that's the last thing I have from her. December 2nd.
You have an email that the case will be dismissed.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you forward that email to Mr. Frank Gaither, please? And we will put the email address in the chat to you. Mr. Trejo,
Yes.
please do that. All right, and in that chat also, when you send your email, please also put down your current phone number so that Mr. Gaither can speak to you about what was communicated to you.
Yes, ma'am.
Please hold. All right, next one is Mr. Roffoff. Okay, Alfred Andrews.
That would be my case, Judge.
Okay, is Alfred Andrews present? All right, Mr. Andrews, are you sitting on a sofa or on a bed? Mr. Andrews? you need
You're
to
on mute.
unmute.
Hello?
Hello, are you in bed?
No, on the couch.
Okay, all right. Mr. Alfred Andrews is accused of battery, domestic violence. Mr. Andrews, you have new representation from the Public Defender's Office, Mr. Frank Gaither. What was the plea offer in Mr. Andrews' case?
It's 12 months to serve 5 days, balance probated, a family violence intervention program, an alcohol and drug evaluation, and any treatment that is recommended. No contact with the victim, Sheree Sims.
All right, Mr. Gaither, are those the terms that you understood it to be?
Yeah, that's what I'm showing written down. Mr. Andrews, was that offer previously communicated to you?
Yes, at the last court date.
Okay. Have you had a chance to speak with the prior attorney, Miss Christy Wilson, about it?
No, I haven't spoke with anyone. I just been showing up to court, and it's at the final plea now, and I don't even know how I got to that point with me not speaking with anyone.
All right, what's your phone number?
It's the same number on file since the past 13 years.
What's the last 4 digits on the number, Mr. Gaither?
5750.
And that's what I have. I have
Okay, Mr. Gaither will speak to you this morning and see how we're going to proceed.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, position 4, we are holding on Mr. Blaylock to appear. Naraton Brooks has positions 5 and 6 and 7, 6 and 7 and 8. Okay, Mr. Naraton.
Yes, I'm right here.
All right, just. Oh. All right, Naraton Brooks appears to be in some kind of vehicle. Okay. All right, Mr. Brooks, your attorney is Mr. Frank Gaither with the Public Defender's Office. Have you received has an offer been communicated to you from your former counsel, Christy Wilson?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Brooks, you need to start your video.
I started.
Have you spoken to a?
Hello? No, ma'am, I haven't spoken to nobody.
Who are you represented by? Who's your attorney?
It's Jonathan. It's probably Jonathan Melnick. Last time on my case, it was Jonathan Melnick.
Jonathan Melnick is a private attorney. Did you hire him?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you hire him?
Excuse me?
When did you hire Jonathan Melnick?
When I first caught the case back in 1920? 1920?
Mr. Brooks, I'm having trouble hearing you.
I said back in 2009, back in 2020.
I have an indication that the public defender's office filed an entry saying they're representing you.
No one never got in contact. No one never contacted me.
Well, did Jonathan Melnick contact you since you were under the impression that he's your attorney?
No, ma'am. I haven't heard from Jonathan Milton. No, ma'am. I just received an email. I think Christy Wilson sent me an email telling me I had.
Mr. Brooks,
Yes.
I'm a little tired about listening to your inability to speak to many attorneys. I'm going to require you to come down to the courthouse and you have to be here before 1:15 p.m.
I'm at work on my break right now, so how I'm gonna do that?
You're in a car, make sure you get
I
to
said I'm at work on my break right now.
You are required to be in court at 160 Prior Street, courtroom G40 before 1:15 p.m. You are not supposed to be at work. You're supposed to have taken the excuse because you have court this morning.
They told me I had court on the Zoom. That's why I came to work, and they told me go handle my business.
If you are not here, I will issue a bench warrant for your arrest. Thank you.
I ain't gonna issue me a bench warrant, and I had it on Zoom. Like that's crazy. So I supposed to leave.
All right, thank you. We are waiting on Mr. Brooks to appear in court before 1:15 p.m. And Mr. Gaither, you can confirm with Mr. Melnick. I'm sure his number is available. Joshua Brun. Joshua Brun?
Yes, Your Honor. I represent Mr. Brun. I do believe he is on the Zoom today. Your Honor, we have a plea offer in place. My client is to pay a fine to resolve his case. He's indicated that he is willing to do so. However, he would like to we would like one final reset to another final plea calendar.
No.
So he can get some more money to pay the fine. Okay.
No, he can be on probation to pay the fine.
Understood, Your Honor.
I don't see Mr. Brun. Mr. Brun, if you want to chime up and say hello, I can see where you are.
Yes, hello.
Repeat that again.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh, there you are. Okay. He's on an iPhone. Let's go ahead and change that to Joshua Brun, B-R-U-N. Mr. Brun, have you reviewed has he got the plea paperwork? Has he reviewed it with you?
Not with me, Your Honor, no.
With whom has he reviewed the paperwork?
I'm not sure, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Brun, you're represented by Public Defense Counsel, Mr. Javier Trejo. And he's indicated to me that you've already reviewed the plea offer and that the issue was the payment of the fine. Is that your understanding?
Yes, that's correct. What would I need to do to make the payment?
You'll be on probation and then you will be making your payments at that time to the probation officer.
No, if I needed to make the payment today, what would I need to do?
I don't know. So who's the prosecutor in this case?
Your Honor, that would be my case. The fines are paid to the clerk's office, Your Honor, with all, surcharges.
Could you go ahead and tell me what the plea offer is? And Mr. Brun, please pay attention.
Yes, for count 1, the obstruction, it's 12 months probation, a $300 fine, or 30 hours of community service. Count 2 is 12 months probation concurrent to count 1, and count 3 would be null pros at the conclusion of the plea.
All right. So, Mr. Brun, it appears that your fine will be $300 plus court costs. Today is Friday, so you will have until Monday before the close of business to come down.
Your Honor, I apologize. Today's Thursday.
Oh, today's Thursday. Well, I'll still give him till Monday to come down to the court before the close of business to pay the $300 fine plus the court costs. And what are with the surcharges? Do we know what it is? I'll give you. It's probably going to be about $400 or $500. And if the fine is not paid, then we will report the matter to DDS, which may suspend his license. Is that something you'd like to consider, Mr. Bruin?
So you said total, my fine would be $400 to $500?
Well, it's $300 fine plus court costs. In the alternative, you can be placed on probation to complete 30 hours of voluntary community service.
Okay, the plea that was, that I received today was that if I was placed on probation and I paid the fine, then I would be able to get my probation possibly terminated.
That would
Is
be,
that still part of the plea?
that would be correct. And your total charges would be $444.50.
So that's included with the $300 fine, or is that
That's-
separate?
That's $300 plus court costs adds up to $444.50.
Okay, all right, that's not a problem. So I would have to pay that $444.50 no later than Monday?
By Monday before 5 p.m. You would need to come down to the clerk's office and then direct you to the treasury.
Would I be able to pay cash, or would I need a money order, or what?
Be cash or certified funds. Do they take credit card? I can't remember.
No, Your Honor.
No, they don't? Okay.
So either cash or money, or like a money order or something like that nature?
Yes. What would you like to do?
Yes, that'd be fine. That'd be good.
Mr. Trejo, do you have his plea paperwork that you can sign off on his behalf?
I do not, but if Ms. Riley can send that over to me, I can fill it on his behalf and submit it to the court.
All right. Ms. Riley, please email the plea paperwork to attorney Javier Trejo.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And Mr. Bruin, what is your phone number?
My phone number is 702-918-4174.
Mr. Trejo is going to call you and go over the paperwork with you, and then we will take up your plea as soon as he's ready. Understood?
Okay, that's cool. So basically, I just need to contact my lawyer to sign the plea, or what?
You need to give him express permission to sign on your behalf if you agree to the terms of the plea.
Okay, is he here with us right now?
He's in the courtroom. He will call you shortly.
Okay, all right. That's not a problem. Thank you.
Please mute your screen. Thank you. Taylor Cannon. Taylor Cannon, represented by Mr. Ruffoff. And Miss Mace Mack, is she back with the paperwork? Sir, you need to like literally speak.
I'm sorry, is Miss Story on? Was this your case?
Miss Marshall Story?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, and what did we decide? What would we decide to put this on the trial calendar, but I think we're gonna be able to resolve it? Is that what we're trying to do? Yes, that's my note said. We'd like it to be placed on the trial calendar, but we are working out a resolution.
Miss Marshall Story, the defendant seeks to place the case on a trial calendar. Is going to remain open pending that?
Your Honor, I have had conversation as best I could on the phone with Mr. Raffoff. There appears to be some information that he can provide me that is not available to me based on the police reports. Respectfully, I would ask, because the state has to be prepared for trial, if you would put this one time again on a final plea calendar. It looks as though we're gonna have a resolution, but I can't do that today because I don't have the information.
It's fine. Put it on the final.
Mr. Raffoff, if you haven't observed, it's not fine with me.
Oh.
This case has been scheduled for a final plea. I'm assuming that the defendants were already informed of the plea offer, and I'm assuming that whatever information has already been exchanged.
No, or some information.
Your Honor, this case, I'm looking it up now. I don't believe it followed our normal case of at least twice on the status calendar before moving to.
There is, I don't know. There is no such thing that everybody gets 2 bites at a
No,
time.
everybody doesn't. Everybody doesn't. So, Your Honor, however you want to proceed, I do believe we're working towards a resolution.
Final plea is fine. Or trial, either one.
I mean, the state is not, shying away from a trial. I just thought the defendant was trying to work this out because there seemed to be some extenuating circumstances that I'm just simply not aware of based on the police report.
This case has been pending since January 11th, 2019.
But not in the Orca courtroom.
This case has been pending since January 11th, 2019. The accusation was on April 3rd, 2020. Given the COVID pandemic.
Wait, I'm sorry, Your Honor. Are we talking about Christina Elmore?
No, we're talking about Taylor Cannon.
Oh, Taylor Cannon. I believe that.
That would be my case, Your Honor.
Riley's case, Your Honor.
You called 2 cases at the same time. I
Right,
was
I
not sure
thought we
which
were
case.
referring to Christina Elmore.
I don't know a Christina Elmore. I just know a Taylor Cannon.
Who is at the podium with Mr. Raffoff? Because both cases were called and they're both Mr. Raffoff's. So I'm not sure which case we're talking about.
Mr. Raffoff, who are you talking about?
Ms. Cannon.
Miss Cannon.
Okay. Ms. Cannon's case is, the state's recommendation is 12 months suspended on staying away from the address, or if Mr. Raffoff would give me the information that he's saying he has. I have not spoken with Mr. Raffoff about this case. There is a potential for the case to be dismissed, but I haven't spoken with Mr. Raffoff regarding Ms. Cannon.
Mr. Raffoff, why don't you talk to her on the phone right now and find out the case can, in this 12 months suspended just for staying away.
I understand. She understands. We know what the outcome is. We'll talk with Mr. Al.
Mr. Gammage.
All right.
We can address. Ms.
I'm not,
Elmore.
if it goes on a trial calendar, everyone's expected to be prepared and this offer is off the table.
That is correct.
There is no probation as long as she stays away from the address. It's not being dismissed. You would have to plead guilty to disorderly conduct. And then the sentence would be 12 months suspended. As long as and if you go back to that address, you could be rearrested for trespass. All right. Yeah, this is going to be a plea. As soon as the documents are ready, Mr. Raffoff, we'll take the plea this morning. Thank you. You may have a seat, Ms. Cannon. Mr. Raffoff will approach you to go over the documents. Valentin Diaz.
Your Honor, Mr. Diaz is here in the courtroom. This is one of the cases that had been with Ms. Wilson, and then it had been handed over to Mr. Gaither. One of Ms. Wilson's notes says that I would be helping on the case because he's Spanish native. So I was going to be helping in my capacity as a Spanish speaker. But that being said, it's one of the cases similar to the other ones that Mr. Gaither's had on the calendar, where we haven't had a chance to speak with the client about the offer or really dig into any discovery that there may be.
I saw a Spanish interpreter present, Mr. Riviera.
And unfortunately, I don't have a file, Judge.
Okay. Senor Gabino Rivera.
Yes, I am the Spanish interpreter for Valentin Flores Diaz.
Thank you. May I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and may I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm The testimony you translate will be a true and accurate translation with no changes or embellishments.
I will do that.
Thank you. This is State versus Valentin Diaz, case number 21 CR 000157E.
Ese es el caso de Valentín Flores Díaz, el caso 21 CR 00157E.
Mr. Diaz, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about your case, your statements can and will be used against you.
Usted va a declarar todo lo que usted va a decir, puede ser usado en contra de usted todo lo que puede decir.
You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is attorney Mr. Frank Gaither, seated to your left.
Entonces usted puede ser representado ahí con su abogado y el que está ahí a la mano izquierda suyo.
In this case, you will also be assisted by attorney Mr. Javier Trejo, who's seated to your right.
Entonces también usted ha sido representado también con el Javier Trejo también, que está también sentado al lado suyo también.
The attorneys are going to inform you of what the offer is by the prosecutor if you decide to plead guilty or no contest to this.
Entonces, bueno, el abogado ha hablado con usted. Entonces, si usted quiere declararse culpable o usted quiere hacer el contexto.
If you decide to take the plea offer today, we will have the hearing today and resolve the matter. Otherwise, you would have to reset the case for trial.
Entonces, si usted quiere hacer su declaración ahora, usted lo puede hacer. Ahora, si no es el caso, entonces eso puede ir su caso en juicio.
Do you have any questions about this procedure?
¿Usted tiene alguna pregunta en cuanto
Mr. Valentin,
a este procedimiento? Señor Valentín, ¿usted tiene alguna pregunta hasta este asunto?
no questions at this time, is that correct?
¿No tiene preguntas hasta este momento, correcto?
All right.
Your Honor, Erica Marshall Story, should I place the offer on the record? My apologies, the solicitor just gave me a call and I was not able to listen to the entire proceedings.
Go ahead and email it to Mr. Javier Trejo and to Mr. Gaither.
Well, they ought to have it. If they don't have it, I'm happy to email it.
Please go
Yes, because
ahead
I
and
don't have a
email it.
file.
Yes, go ahead and email it, yes.
Les van a
Okay.
mandar- les van a mandar-
But ma'am, if I may, while we have the interpreter, would it still not be best for me to just place it on the record so that it can be read to them and they can take it down as I read it?
Ms. Mashasari, I'll give you a chance to put in the record, but not right now. Mr. Trejo and Mr. Gaither, both of you will speak with him and give me your decision, okay? Thank you.
Los dos abogados van a hablar con usted y para que usted pueda tomar su decisión.
All right. Please tell him to wait in the courtroom until the attorneys get a chance to speak with him.
Por favor, ¿podrías esperar allí en el cuarto del tribunal hasta que ya los dos abogados hablan con usted?
All
It's
right,
fine.
thank you. Triana Dorsey is on the way here by 1:15. Melissa Gambino. Melissa Gambino,
That is going to be my file, Judge.
that's one of your cases. Yes, sir.
Melissa Gambino. Is she
Melissa
present on Zoom?
Gambino. Melissa Gambino. I don't see a Melissa Gambino on. the-
Your Honor, this case has previously been on a calendar. It's obviously on the final plea calendar. The state is requesting a bench warrant.
Mr. Gaither, any comment?
I do see a note from the prior attorney where she called on December the 12th regarding this court date and left a message.
Okay. Bond is set, going to be set at 1,500, which is going to be 750 on each count. Bench warrant granted. Sharik, position 14, Sharikia Ivy.
She's
Miss-
present, Judge.
All right.
I spoke with her briefly, so I just need an opportunity to speak with her regarding, excuse me, I'm sorry, regarding the state's offer.
And you already have the offer, yes?
Yes.
All right. Miss Ivy, Mr. Gaither will speak to you and see how you'd like to proceed this morning. Thank you. Timothy Martin. Timothy Martin. Timothy Maurice Martin.
That will be one of my cases too, Judge.
All right. Any contact with Mr. Martin? I don't see a.
The note in the
Timothy.
file I see, Judge, is that Mr. Martin appeared via Zoom on October the 20th. But I don't know whether there's been any activity since then. So
All right.
I'll defer to the state.
State, Mr. Martin has not sounded out and he's not on the Zoom, as far as I can tell. Ms. Githia, you're on mute.
Your Honor, Mr. Martin was aware of today's court hearing and he failed to appear. The state requests a bench warrant.
Granted, this is going to be a $3,000, no, excuse me. Yeah, this is going to be a 3,000, 1,000 on each count. That's a surety bond. Washawn Wicker. Washawn Wicker.
And that will be my case as well, Judge.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, Mr. Wicker is present. Mr. Wicker, you were represented by the Public Defender's Office. Have you heard from them?
Yes.
All right.
It is my understanding that, and correct me if I'm wrong, I see a note that the state is willing to dismiss this matter if Mr. Wicker was to take theft prevention classes.
In addition to paying the $500 to Ms. Shamika Mason.
So it's, I'm sorry, take an anti-theft class and pay restitution to Shanika Mason, $500. And the state's willing to dismiss the charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor. I thought it was an anger management class. So is it a theft prevention or anger management?
He's accused of theft by taking, so I'm assuming it would be an anti-theft class.
Okay.
And I know this is a final plea, but I need to, is there was today the deadline to have this completed, or is there a deadline set?
What was the deadline, Ms. Githier?
I thought it was going to be completed by today's calendar since this is on the final plea calendar.
Let me just check one thing. Rashawn Vicker, the last court appearance was October 20th, 2022.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. The case was reset today for a final plea. So Mr. Wicker, today was the deadline.
Mhm.
Have you completed these conditions?
No, I haven't completed the conditions because I didn't know if today was going to be the start of it. They told me about the deal last time, and they told me just to come back to court, and I thought we was going to, go through the process today to get it done.
All right. Is that how you would still like to proceed? Pay $500 to Shanika Mason and
Yes.
an anti-theft class.
Yes, ma'am.
Your case is reset to January 19th at 9 a.m.
Okay.
That's the deadline. Your attorney is Mr. Frank Gaither. Are you writing all this down?
No, I'm getting a pen now. I thought it was going to be deliberated today, so I can go ahead and get ready to pay the money and start taking the classes.
You better get that pen and paper because this is the final reset.
Okay, I thought everything was going to be finalized today.
Mr. Gaither, what's Mr. Are you familiar with? Okay, give me a good number, Mr. Gaither.
The number that I'm showing for.
No, for you.
Oh, for me? Oh.
The office's number.
404-612-5113.
5113. Okay. Mr. Wicker, that's the number for the Public Defender's Office. You have to ask for Attorney Frank Gaither. Do you have that name?
You said Frank Gaither?
That's right.
Frank Gaither, okay.
Your deadline to complete the anti-theft class is before court on January 19th.
Okay. I understand now.
And full payment must be made to Shanika Mason.
Okay, will that be via the clerk's office?
of $500 before January 19th, 2023. Ms. Githia, how is payment to be transmitted?
A money order, Your Honor.
And delivered to whom?
Could it be delivered to Mr. Gaither? And then we get it to Ms. Mason?
Is that how the public defender's office handles it?
I mean, I don't mind making that accommodation. I don't,
All right.
a one-time deal. 'Cause,
Okay, Mr. Wicker, you would need to deliver a money order for $500 to your attorney, Frank
Okay.
Gaither. Definitely call him so you can get the contact information on how to deliver the funds to him. He will
Okay.
represent to the court whether the funds have been delivered, and that also your certificate for the anti-theft class must be delivered to him before he has to show up in court. So make sure everything is done long
Okay.
before January 19.
Mr.
Okay,
Wicker,
I have that money paid by Wednesday, so I make sure I be paid.
Mr. Wicker, the last four digits of your number, 5577.
Yes, sir.
Yes, okay, I'll call you.
All right.
Okay.
Do you have any questions about the deadline?
No, I'm just gonna go ahead and get everything paid up and do my due diligence and do everything I'm supposed to do. So I don't have any questions.
Everything is finalized today.
Okay.
There is no question that you have accepted the offer to complete the conditions,
Okay.
and they're to be done by January 18th, 2023, so that we see on January 19th that you've complied with the conditions. Do you understand?
Okay. I do have one question, Your Honor. How soon can I start my theft prevention classes?
Today. Just make sure you apply and enroll in one. I don't know which classes are available.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right. I appreciate it, Your Honor. Thank you.
Start everything today. If you want to go get your money order today and deliver it to Mr. Gaither, that's fine too.
Oh, actually, I was doing that Wednesday. I was doing it when I actually got paid.
All
So I
right.
could pay it full.
Sounds like a plan. Reset to January 9th, 2023 at 9 a.m. for full compliance.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor. Am I excused? Or I need to wait on my attorney?
You're free to go. Remember to get in touch with Mr. Gaither.
Okay, Mr. Gaither, you're gonna give me a call. You want me to call you?
No, either way, you can call me. I'll call you. The reason why, because I'm not sure whether the number I gave is accurate. They changed my number, but I have yours. I'll call you. Trust me.
Okay, I'll be looking out for your phone call.
Sounds good.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Your Honor, before we move forward, I would like to revisit number on the same calendar.
I was wondering if I was in the right room. I mean, the right courtroom, or if my name was called you.
I'm sorry, who is this?
Damon Baskin, and I don't see my attorney here.
No, that would be me.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Damon Baskin.
Your
Yes.
Honor, he just logged in. Orca B status conference position number 1.
Status calendar. Where's that calendar? Oh, here it is.
2, Your Honor, I'm sorry. Yeah.
No, that's okay. Damon Baskin, where is he?
Yes, I'm here. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Baskin, first of all, you need to be in a room where there's light, and then you need to stop moving.
Okay, sorry.
Number 2, you are 3 hours and 8 minutes late.
I was trying to they gave me a passcode yesterday, and the passcode that they gave me did not work. So I had to call around and finally get a passcode number from the courthouse that I just called, and they just gave me a passport, and I was just able to get in.
You did not appear, a bench warrant was granted for your failure to appear, which means that if the warrant, I have not signed it yet, because of your failure to appear on time, that would have been a warrant that you would have to surrender yourself at the jail on $1,000 bond.
And so they gave me a, I just got the passcode. Like I was looking for the passcode all morning. Like, cause I don't stay in Fulton County. I stay in Georgia, Elberton, Georgia.
Where do you stay?
Elberton, Georgia.
We don't have your correct address.
I came out here like last week. I had already had a court date. This was supposed to be my final court date for me to go over my probation.
Boy, do you have the wrong calendar?
And I have in my public defender was different.
Nothing about it. I've never talked to him.
He won't be
but
able
he's
to hear you until you put that microphone closer to you, like the way
Oh,
I am.
Okay. Again, I inherited this case about in October, end of October. I've never talked with him. Tried to contact him. I mean,
Okay.
he needs to put his
I
address.
gave. Go ahead.
Well, we had 2 investigators call you yesterday and did not get you. I'm looking at the notes right now. But you need to put your address and your phone numbers, more than one number, in the chat today.
Mr. Baskin, did you hear that?
Yes, I'm doing it now.
We have a Lithonia address. Also have. And now you're in Elberton, Georgia.
All right.
Yeah, we'd ask the court not issue the bench warrant.
The bench warrant is canceled.
Set a date.
The case is reset to January 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. on the final plea calendar. And Mr. Baskin, you are required to appear in person.
Okay. And what time is that?
9 a.m.
Okay. January 19th.
January 19th, 2023. Have you updated us? And you need to come down to the courthouse next week and update us with your current address, your phone number, and your email. And your attorney is Mr. Raffauf, R-A-F-F-A-U-F, with the Public Defender's Office.
And that's
And Your Honor, being, this was my case, ASG Riley, being that I have not spoken with Mr. Raffauf regarding this case due to him not being in contact with Mr. Baskin and not being able to contact him, we have not negotiated or discussed this case, so I'm not certain that it will be a final plea. If I would ask that it be placed on another status calendar for us to determine if it is even going to be a plea before placing it on a final plea calendar, Your Honor.
Y'all will have plenty of time to discuss between now and January 19th. Okay? Mr. Raffauf,
the only thing I can say is I don't see an offer in the file. It may have
and you
been
will
sent.
get it. She will email it
Okay,
to you.
all right.
And you can communicate it to Mr. Baskin, who hopefully will be in touch with you now.
Your Honor,
Yes,
I would prefer to place the offer on the record right now, as I don't always get a response from Mr. Raffauf when I email him. It is 12 months probation, 30 hours of community service. He is to stay away from Motel 6 at 1377 Virginia Avenue.
All right, there we go. Pretty cut and dry. Okay, so Mr. Baskin, do you have any questions about what I've instructed you to do?
No, I had gave my phone number into the group chat. Looking for Mr. Ralph to call me so I can speak to him. And I gotta come next week so I can give my address, right?
You need to come down to the courthouse at 160 Prior Street, downtown Atlanta, before Christmas, before next Thursday, because on Friday the court's closed. So before next Thursday. And you will come down and you will update us with your current address, phone number, and email in writing. Do you understand?
Yes.
And in the meantime, if you want to make an appointment with Mr. Roffoff and come see him in person, that would be good too. And let me see in your chat. I don't see any information provided by Mr. Baskin. So what
It
is
says
your phone number?
I gave the phone 864-378-4839.
4839. And on January 19th, I expect you to be in the courtroom in person, no Zoom.
Okay.
Thank you. Mr.
Thank-
Roffoff, do you have anything else to add?
No, Your Honor, that'll
Okay.
cover it.
Okay.
J-
Anything else, Mr. Roffoff? I'm going to move on to my plea.
I have several now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Kimberly Mays Mack. Was she on the status or? All right. Do we have a phone number for Kimberly Mays Mack? She seems so eager to take the plea. All right. Do we have any pleas? Attorneys are ready to take it on Zoom. Any pleas that we can take in Zoom? No?
I don't have any pleas, but I do need to revisit a matter, Judge. It's
The
pretty.
young lady in the green shirt, I think she's ready with the plea. Have you gotten her paperwork? All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a 10-minute recess to get the documents all in line for the people who are ready to take a plea. Those of you who are supposed to be in the courtroom in person, make sure you are here before 1:15 p.m. All right? Who is supposed to be here in person? They shouldn't be on the Zoom.
I'm not sure if I will.
All right, good.
Your Honor, you said you was gonna come back to me.
Mr. Demetrius Adams?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
I have not been able to call him. Did leave a number.
Mr. Adams, what's your phone number so that
Yes.
the attorney can speak to you?
470
470
819
819
0901.
0901. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your attorney is Mr. Mike Roffoff, and he will speak to you with regards to the Mr. Roffoff. The offer was that he needs to show proof that the security interest, the vehicle, has already been surrendered to the owners.
May I say something, Your Honor?
You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you.
Yes, that vehicle was already possession has already been surrendered.
To whom?
And I'm continue to come to the company. They called me when I reached out to them because last year I was actually incarcerated for this matter for a week and a half, and when I got released, I told them exactly where the vehicle was, which was at a mechanic shop, and they went and handled that matter between them and the mechanic shop. And yet I'm still coming back to court and not even talking to anyone about this matter, but just still showing up to court. Every time I get a court date, get notified of a court date.
We have, does the prosecution got any confirmation from the victim that they've received their vehicle?
No, Your Honor. That's why I'm just waiting on proof for it to be disposed of. That's
Okay,
all
well,
that's
can
ever
you,
been asked of.
is it any way that you guys can reach out to the victim or whatever? Because when I tried to reach out, because I came to court on October the 20th, and they told me to get approved. I've been reaching out. I went to the last known address of this business, and everything I could possibly do to get approved. But yet I'm getting no response. But yet they're not coming to court. I'm being inconvenienced coming to court every court date, and nothing is being done.
But Your Honor, I will have Ms. Clemens check with the dealership to ensure that the vehicle has been returned. But however, it is incumbent upon the defendant, as he is the one with the charges for this, to have the matter taken care of. It is not the state's burden at this point.
I think the point is,
But the state is trying to charge me, and I'm trying to.
They can't hear you.
Go ahead, Mr. Ralph. I'm sorry.
because you were released from jail because they recovered the car. They already had the title. There was no more paperwork involved. They had the title. They just needed the car. They got it. He's got no paperwork. That's the problem.
Okay, well, it would be nice to have known that prior to coming to court. There's been no communication with the state regarding that he was incarcerated at the time. This could have been taken care of beforehand, but we can't be the only ones making the communication. It is a two-way street, Your Honor. Thank you.
I didn't know till today when we figured it out.
Judge Law, I'm in the process of calling Title Pond now and see if I can reach someone.
Your Honor, I have one matter that needs to be, oh, sure, sorry.
I need to close this case out.
You have to speak in the microphone, Your Honor.
Oh, is this Miss Riley who's representing the state?
For Mr. Adams?
Yep.
Yes, Your Honor.
So this case began as a citizen's warrant, which was issued on July 11th, 2019 by your victim. The victim's name is Larry, it looks like Schamberger. Oh my goodness. Larry Schamberger has a phone number, 2 phone numbers. We have a Point Vedra Drive location in Marietta, Georgia. And if you'd like to give them a call to find out whether they got the car back. It's not a question of whose burden it is, but considering the fact that if your client has already received the car.
But Your Honor, and with all due respect, that's according to the defendant. We have no confirmation of that, which is what we're trying to get right now.
And you have the victim's phone number, you have their address. Pick up the phone and give them a call.
Excuse me, Judge Law, I'm actually on the phone with Title Pond now, and Mr. Frank is one of the managers there. He said that the defendant haven't contacted them, haven't been by He actually owes them $1,000 and he haven't returned the vehicle.
He has not returned the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, he have not.
Okay. All right, Mr. Adams, apparently the company says you've not returned the vehicle.
Oh, Mr. Frank, the last time I spoke to Mr. Frank, he asked me, before me being incarcerated, he asked me the vehicle, and I told him it is at Woody's Transmission on Roosevelt Highway.
Mr. Adams, you've got this open case. And the only thing we need was proof that the vehicle was surrendered back to this company. And I don't know who this Mr. Frank is. I'm trying to get someone to call the company to confirm that they received the vehicle. And the company, Mr. Frank, has said they have not. So
Oh,
I think at this time then, you need to speak to Mr. Ruffoff. Mr. Ruffoff, we have the warrant, everything on file. It's got all the victims' information. This is a citizen's warrant. All right? And I don't know how else to make you guys prove this case, but Mr. Adams, you need to speak to Mr. Ruffoff. He has your phone number and you're not excused from the Zoom until someone brings up satisfactory evidence that the car has been returned.
Your Honor, the title pun, I'm still on the phone with them now. So if you would like for me to send them the Zoom link for them to chime in.
I would love it because this is getting to the point of being ridiculous.
Yes, ma'am. I will send it to them.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Miss Mays Mack, are you back? All right. Mr. Gaither, any of your clients ready to take a plea?
No, I haven't had opportunity to talk to anybody, but I do have one matter that needs to be addressed.
Let
Trust
me
me.
take please
Sure,
first.
absolutely.
Mr. Trejo, any of your clients ready to take a plea?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Brunn, Joshua Brunn, he's on the final plea calendar. I've executed that plea paperwork and sent it to Ms. Smith, and Ms. Riley was copied on that one. And then I have another case that was on the show cause calendar, Your Honor, that I wanted to speak with my client again. I've spoken with him. We are going to ask to set that on a final plea. That's Jarvis Warren, position
Okay.
21 on the show cause.
All right, let's do Brunn first since he's ready to take a plea. He showed up for a final plea calendar and he's ready to take a plea. I'm thrilled to bits. Okay. Case number 20 CR 005924E. Joshua, middle initial D, last name Brunn, B-R-U-N. And Mr. Brunn, where are you on the Zoom?
Yes, I'm right here.
There you. Is he the one with the black t-shirt?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go ahead and rename that panel, Joshua Brunn. All right, Mr. Brunn, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Mr. Javier Trejo. Case number 20 CR 005924E. You were accused of obstruction of a law enforcement officer, parking at an illegal spot or parking where prohibited, driving, fleeing, or attempting to elude a police officer. Incident date November 15, 2020. Since this is going to be a negotiated plea, may I place you under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Miss, was it Miss Riley? Oh, Miss Riley?
Yes, Your Honor, it is.
What
It
was
is my
the,
case for the state.
what was the offer?
To count one, the obstruction is 12 months probation, a $300 fine. Count two is 12 months probation concurrent to count one. Probation can be suspended upon payment of the fine. Count three is a null pros.
Okay. And Mr. Trejo, has your client been explained these terms and does he accept these terms?
He has, Your Honor.
And do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
So stipulated.
Thank you. Mr. Brunn, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the explanation by your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you satisfied with the explanation?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Brune, are you entering this plea willingly, knowingly, and voluntarily to one charge of obstruction and one charge of illegal parking?
Yes, ma'am.
The fleeing and attempting to elude will be null pros.
That's correct.
Has it been explained to you that if you take this plea, that you would have to give up your right to a trial, to go back to court to challenge the state's evidence, examine witnesses, confront your accuser, present any defenses if you wish to present them, as well as have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am. I
Are you-
understand.
Are you prepared to waive these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to obstruction of a law enforcement officer and illegal parking?
Guilty.
Your sentence is 12 months probation to pay a concurrent to pay a $300 fine. The fine shall be paid before 5 p.m. on Monday, December 19th, 2022 by cash or certified funds. Mr. Brune has indicated that he will appear at the courthouse and be directed to the treasury to pay the fine plus the court charges, which at the present time we believe to be $444.50. Failure to pay that fine by that deadline will result in these charges being reported to the Department of Driver Services for failure to pay, where his driver's license may be suspended. Do you understand, Mr. Brune?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any questions about your sentence?
Yeah, so basically I just paid a fine no later than Monday at 5 p.m. and then my probation, I don't have to worry about probation, correct?
There is no probation. As I've said,
Okay.
you are to pay the fine before 5 o'clock. I
Okay, all right.
highly recommend you come down by 3 just to avoid any possibility of not reaching here before the office closes.
Okay. All right, that's not a problem.
All right. Thank you. You're free to go. Thank you, Mr.
Excuse me, Judge.
All right.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Was I supposed to arrive in court physically?
Mr. Blaylock, was that the show cause or the?
Your Honor, Mr. Blaylock was the individual that didn't complete the 20 hours of community service to have his case closed, and he said he wanted to represent himself.
Yeah, yes, sir. You were required to be here before 1:15.
And what is the reason?
No, I apologize for interrupting, Your Honor. He's represented by Mr. Gaither is how it was left, and Mr. Gaither was supposed to speak with him. He was not supposed to come to the courtroom. Is what I last remember.
Okay. Oh, hang on. I'm trying to. I don't have Mr. Blaylock.
I thought Mr. Gaither was going to contact me soon, but I didn't get a call or text messages.
You're just gonna have to wait.
Okay.
Okay, yeah. Your case is on hold for Mr. Gaither to speak to you about the possible plea.
And I'm here, and the reason I haven't spoke with you yet, because I've been sitting here
I
trying to
know.
handle the court's business. That's all. So my apologies.
No, don't worry. There's no apology required. Folks, if you're appearing via Zoom, it's very difficult for the attorneys to speak to you until they have a moment to be away from the courtroom so they can make their calls. So you all just have to wait. Yes, Mr. Trejo.
Yes, Your Honor. I would just like to direct the court to position 21 on the show cause calendar. During the initial reading of the calendar, I indicated that I would be speaking with my client prior to making a final announcement. I've spoken with my client and we would like to be set for a final plea. This is one that we should be able to have a resolution on that next calendar. We would just like some more time to give a deep dive on some of that evidence and discuss it more thoroughly with my client.
Position 21 on the show cause calendar, Jarvis Warren is reset for a final plea, January 19, 2023. He needs to appear in person.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Warren, you could be made Mr. dismissed.
No. So Jarvis Warren, please unmute your screen.
Yes.
You're required to show up in court in person, January 19, 2023 at 9 a.m.
Yes, ma'am.
You're free to go now. All right. Yes,
Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt, but this is Miss Rawls. I am the aunt of Charles Wise. We need to release this phone now because it belongs to someone else and they're headed towards work. And so I need to know, will his attorney call him, I think it's Raho?
Stop. I have no idea who I'm speaking with because the screen's dark. And is Charles Wise present?
You were talking about auntie.
All right, Mr. Wise.
This is Miss Rawls, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but we have to release this phone because it belongs to someone else and they're getting ready to go to work. And I didn't want to interrupt the procedure, but I just wanted to let you know that and see if Charles and his attorney are going to talk or what. I'm sorry. And I'll go back on mute.
All right, Mr. Gaither, this is the one that you need to speak to your client, Charles Wise. So, Mr. Wise, if your phone is no longer available, you can come down to the courthouse at 160 Prior Street in courtroom G33. I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Okay, well, what I'll do is he'll have to borrow someone else's phone and come back in. And I'll need to move forward with the other phone. So he'll just borrow someone else's phone.
What's the number to call him?
Can you call on our home number?
Whatever number you give, that's the number the attorney will call. If there's
okay, that's fine. That's fine. I'm sorry.
If
It's
there is no communication, if no one answers, I could issue a bench warrant.
Okay, our home number is 404-755-4447.
All right. Mr. Gaither, did you get that number?
I got that. Let me repeat it back just in case. You said 404-755-4447.
That's correct.
Okay.
All right. Mr. Gaither, what was that really imperative issue you had to address 45 minutes ago?
It is position 2 on the final plea calendar.
Final plea. Yes, sir. Mr. Agnew.
Yes. Let me log back into my computer. Give me 1 second.
And have we printed out the document for that young
Okay,
lady?
so
And I am here.
okay, so with Mr. Agnew's case, there was an issue about whether this was going to be a potential dismissal. There is an email where his prior attorney, Ms. Christy Wilson, did communicate to him that she spoke with the prosecutor, and the prosecutor was planning on dismissing the case since the co-defendant's case was dismissed, and the co-defendant invoked their Fifth Amendment privileges not to testify.
What's the date of that email?
That was November the 8th, 2022. Now, I do not know who the prosecutor was at that time. All I can relay to the court is that is the communication that was communicated with Mr. Agnew.
And
that would be my case, Your Honor, ASG Riley. I will check my email. I don't recall receiving an email to that effect from Ms. Wilson, but I will check.
No, that was an email to Mr. Agnew based on her conversation with the prosecutor. And matter of fact, she made a note on the file for me. Now that I can per assistant. Oh, I see. Per ASG, that's Assistant Solicitor General Riley, should be dismissed, waiting for something.
all right. Ms. Riley, you're more than welcome to look into that. We are going to take a 15-minute recess so that Mr. Gaither and Mr. Ruffoff and Mr. Trejo can start making those calls and find out what their clients want to do. Mr. Ruffoff, are we ready to go forward with this plea for this young lady? Okay. Okay,
Mr.
folks,
Agnew, just sit tight for me, okay?
we're in a 15.
All right, thank you.
Excuse me, Judge Law.
Yeah.
Title Max, Mr. Larry Lamberger is online with say iPhone. He has appeared online.
Who is it?
For the Demetrius Adam case.
Yes, yes. And
So Title Loan, he represents Title Loan.
okay, who is is that what's his last name?
Adams, Demetrius Adams, position 1 on the final plea calendar.
Oh, the title owner.
Yeah, it say iPhone. Mr. Larry.
All right, the company, the title loan company that's appearing via Zoom. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? The title loan company that's appearing via Zoom. Can you hear me? Okay, his audio is not connected.
Okay, let me call.
Okay, we'll be in a 15-minute recess. He needs to make sure that his audio and video is connected. Thank you. How do we audio and video?
We're ready on camera.
Can you
iPhone, can you unmute yourself so you can make sure that I can hear you? The microphone button. Not you, Mr. Almeida, not you. Mr. Frank, if you can press the microphone on you see a little mic.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Do you have two devices on, sir?
I had his phone. Now I'm just me. It's just me. He took the phone over there.
Okay, yeah, he needs to leave the room because we're gonna get reverb if he doesn't. So he needs to step away
Okay.
from you.
Okay. No problem. I'll do that.
Okay,
Hey,
what is,
get off your phone, buddy, for a second. Okay. Can you hear me and everything's cool?
yes, sir. What is your name so I can change it?
It's Larry Stamberger. Stamberger.
Thank you. The judge will be back after recess.
No problem. I'll just hang out. Thank you.
Ms. James. Ms. James, can you hear me?
Mrs. Spanberger, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
All right. My name is John.
We have some feedback, Your Honor. Hold on a second. Mr. Larry, please mute yourself while the judge is talking and then unmute it. Let's see if that'll solve the problem, sir. Go ahead, Your Honor.
Mr. Spanberger, can you hear me? You can nod your head. All right. Mr. Gaither? No, it's Mr. Roffa. Mr. Roffa, let's deal with the Adams case and see if we can address. Just come on the microphone. All right. Mr. Adams, are you on the Zoom?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, and Mr. Spanberger, you can unmute your panel.
Did?
Spanberger, please,
Okay.
please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you filed a warrant against Mr. Demetrius Adams in 2019, seeking to
Yes.
collect on a certain security interest.
Yes, ma'am, Your Honor.
What was that collateral?
The collateral was a Nissan Maxima, 2007 Nissan Maxima with the last four of the VIN, 2940,
2940. Okay, what color was it?
silver.
All right. And since that time, since that you filed the warrant to the present date, has your company recovered possession of that vehicle?
No, Your Honor, we have not.
Have there been any attempts to recover the vehicle in the year 2020?
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Demetrius Adams told us to go to Matthews Collision Center on Roosevelt Highway and we could pick the car up and it wasn't there. He told us several times to go to different places to pick up the car and it wasn't there.
All right. Were there any attempts to recover the vehicle in 2021?
Yes, Your Honor, we've maintained to keep this car on a repossession status with several companies to recover the car or to clear this debt from our company's books.
And have there been any attempts this year?
Your Honor, some of the repossession companies, we have to go and pay them to stop working on it, and we haven't called to pay any extra money on a car we don't have. But yes.
And is your company only seeking recovery of the vehicle or are there other options?
We offered a settlement of $1,000 on this account, which is what he owes us. $1,035 is what the contract is for, and he never made a payment. So we were willing to accept $1,000 just to clear this from our books.
And I'm sorry, no payments have been made. Is that correct?
Never made a payment on this loan, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Roffa is the attorney representing Mr. Adams. Mr. Roffa, do you have any questions to ask of Mr. Spanberger?
So you're
You need to
still,
speak in the mic, sir.
still willing to take the $1,000 or $1,000.35, correct?
$1,000 even, yes, Your Honor.
He's prepared to do that, Your Honor. He says that
May I say something real quick? May I say something real quick, please?
if you insist, go ahead.
Okay, I just called you back, Mr. I just called you back. My attorney, I just called you back and tried to get in touch with you. There's a number that I need you to reach out to, if you don't mind, which is Woody's Transmission. I just called him myself, and he's confirmed that that car is no longer in his possession, and that someone from Mr. Larry Institution has picked that car up. Because when he tried to get the title to the car, it showed that it was a lien on it from his company, and his company came and picked it up. I can provide that phone number and that address because I literally just got the phone with him at 12:41 p.m. and he confirmed that that car was picked up by Mr. Larry and his company.
Well, that doesn't help us right now. Because somebody who's already sitting on the issue now is, do you want to pay the $1,000? Take care of it. Then the car is yours.
That's fine.
Okay.
No, I don't even have the car.
I know.
If Mr. Larry willing to accept the $1,000, let's do that and put this behind us.
Yeah. That, he just said he would accept 1,000.
Mr. Adams, your attorney has just asked you, are you willing to pay
Yes.
the $1,000 directly to Larry Spamberger in order to get this case closed out?
Yes, ma'am. No problem.
And would you be able to pay by today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Mr. Spamberger, where would Mr. Adams go to make the payment today?
He can come to my office in Fairburn, Georgia, where he took the loan out, and I can meet him down there at 2:00, Your Honor.
All right. Could you give us the street address, please?
Yes, Your Honor. It's 7895 Sonoya Road, Suite C, Fairburn, Georgia, 30213. It's my company, Title Experts.
Okay. Title expert. All right. Mr. Adams, you are required to report
Yes, ma'am.
Title Experts at 7895 Sonoya Road in Fairburn, Georgia, Suite C as in chocolate. And you have until 3 p.m. today to deliver $1,000 via cash or certified funds, which means like a money order or something to that effect. After which the Mr. Spamberger will release the title to you, free and clear. Is that correct, Mr. Spamberger?
Your Honor, I'm going to give him a letter that we are free from this debt and we drop all charges.
All right. Anything else, Mr. Adams? Mr. Adams?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am. No, I have nothing else to say. I'd rather do that so I can put this behind me.
Once you get that letter indicating that they've received the funds and they're dropping charges, please make sure that you send a copy of that letter to Mr. Ruffa so that and Mr. Spamberger, please make sure you reach out to the prosecutor once you've received the funds so that they can file what we call a null pros in the case, and that will close the case out.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. I will. I'll provide one for Mr. Adams and one to the prosecutor.
All right. I'm going to reset this case to January 19th. If there is non-compliance by Mr. Adams, you won't be happy with me if I hear there's been non-compliance. Do you understand?
Yes, ma'am. Totally.
Thank you. All right. This case is reset to January 19th at 9 a.m. to our status calendar for full compliance and a null pros. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mrs. Spamberger, thank you. Mr. Adams, you have a
Thank you.
go. Thank you. Mr. Ruffa, thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Ruffa, are you ready to take the plea for that young lady there? Miss Riley, please let Miss Erica Marshall Story know that Attorney Lambros expects the Assistant Solicitor General to be in the courtroom to handle the plea hearing. FYI. Okay.
Your Honor, I'm not sure if that's, I'll let her know, but I'm not understanding the defense attorney is requiring her to be in person.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I will let her know.
Thank you. I do beg your pardon. This was the final plea calendar, was it, or the bench?
Orca beat final play.
Okay.
Remember? I-
Final plea. Canon. 9 on mine. Okay. So this is and who's the prosecutor for Taylor Cannon?
That is me, Your Honor, ASG Riley.
Thank you.
I'm sorry.
We are addressing 20 CR 003-884E, State versus Taylor Nisha Cannon, accused of disorderly conduct from January 10th, 2019. Ms. Cannon, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. Your attorney is Mr. Roffa. And may I place you under oath for purposes of the plea? Do you solemnly swear the information you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge? Thank you. Ms. Riley, just for the record again, could you please repeat I believe it was 12 months suspended as long as she stays away from the victim's address. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and could you identify the address, please?
1717 West Haven Drive. It should also be on the plea paperwork, Your Honor.
Um, (1717) West Haven Drive. In what city?
Believe that is Atlanta, but just a moment.
Do you know if that's in Atlanta, Mr. Roffa, or Miss Cannon? Okay. It's in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes, Your Honor, I believe so. I'm just confirming.
Thank you. And Mr. Roffa, does your client accept these terms? And she understands that she cannot return to that property, even though her sentence is now suspended. If she returns to the property, as long as they don't want her there, they can always call the police and have you arrested for trespass. Do you understand? All right. And
Yes, I apologize, Your Honor. It is Atlanta 30311.
excellent. Thank you. Mr. Roffa, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID? All right. Miss Cannon, have you taken any medication or alcohol recently? Have you understood the proceedings so far? And are you satisfied with your attorney? Are you entering a plea of nolo contendere willingly, knowingly, and voluntarily? It's a nolo plea. Yes. Okay. I just wanted to practice my Latin. And do you understand that if you take this plea, that you would have to give up your right to go back to court, have a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt? And how do you plead to the one count of disorderly conduct? Say it with conviction, not as a question. Perfect. Okay. Your sentence is 12 months suspended. Stay away from 1717 West Haven Drive in Atlanta, Georgia. That concludes your case. It is closed. If you have anything else to ask, you can, of course, ask Mr. Roffa, or you can get a certified copy of this disposition from the clerk's office upstairs to the first floor.
Okay, thank you.
Now,
Good need to.
there's no probation, it's 12 months suspended. Thank you. Mr. Lambro, Mr. Lambros, yes, sir, with your client? you can lower your mask, and we are having these issues where you literally have to talk, get really intimate with the mic.
I was on the Zoom this morning. So,
Okay.
we, if they wanted, if the state wants to do a negotiated plea, I'm happy to talk to them about a negotiated plea.
I don't think they can hear you. You know how you can hear that echo?
I can't get any closer.
Um,
I can do like that.
there we go.
Okay. Your Honor, well, first of all, as instructed by the court, both my client and I drove here from Cobb County to be here in person. The state has not taken the time or the trouble to be here in person. And I would move to dismiss this case on that basis.
And Your Honor, the state would lodge an objection as we were not required, nor were we asked to appear in person on this case. I'm not sure where Ms. Marshall's story is currently, but we were not required to appear in person as
Miss
there
Riley,
was no
stop.
notice.
Miss Riley, stop.
Do not interrupt me, Ms. Riley.
All right, folks.
That's the rudest thing I've ever seen in a courtroom. And you're not even in a courtroom.
Folks, only one person is going to speak at a time.
Yes.
All right.
And that was me, Ms. Riley. So please allow me to finish.
Is
She's
Miss-
not on the Zoom.
Understood.
I'm on the Zoom, sir.
Okay, she is now.
All right.
She is now, but you haven't filed an entry of appearance unless you did that this morning, sir. It wasn't filed yesterday.
Sorry.
Our first contact
Miss
was
Marshall, sorry,
yesterday.
Stop. I'm not certain what policy the Assistant Solicitor Generals are following, but don't chime in with your arguments until you've heard the other side pause.
Yes, ma'am.
Their recitation. And I am not going to indulge any more interruptions from either side. If the prosecution violates that rule, I'm dismissing your case. If the defense violates the rule, there will be adverse consequences for your client. Now, can someone direct me to the position number of this case on the calendar? Okay. This is case number 20 CR 000-900E. Triana Dorsey, accused of contributing to the delinquency of a minor, January 15, 2020. This case was addressed earlier virtually, at which time then I instructed counsel and Ms. Dorsey to appear in person.
Yes, Your Honor, it is position number 11.
No.
Oh, I was simply trying to help the court.
Last warning. Ms. Triana Dorsey had retained counsel at the 11th hour, in which her attorney has not had the opportunity to file an entry of appearance and had not had an opportunity to speak to the prosecutor. This flaw I blame entirely on Ms. Dorsey. This was a tactic that was used to delay the process. She was already in court before. She knew exactly what this case was being scheduled for today. All right? Now, that's why I required Ms. Dorsey and her brand new spanking attorney to appear in court. All right? Now, I understand why the defense wants the prosecution to be in the courtroom as well. And their absence, their physical absence in the courtroom is not a sign of disrespect to the court, is not a sign of disrespect to the defense attorney, and not a sign of disrespect to Ms. Dorsey. As I've already stated, I find that Ms. Dorsey acted improperly by hiring an attorney at the 11th hour, where there was clearly insufficient time for her attorney to confer with the state. So I'm not going to require the prosecution to appear in person. They are here via Zoom. This is a practice that we've been following. Ms. Marshall's story is on the screen. You can see her. She can see you. She can see your client. Now, I'm going to move on from this subject and go on to the next topic that you would like to speak to Ms. Marshall's story. about a possible plea offer. Is that correct, Mr. Lambros?
Yes, Your Honor. And also, while we did receive the written discovery indicates that there is a video.
I'm sorry, can Mr. or Defense Counsel speak closer into the mic?
Yes, it's Mr. Andrew Lambros.
While I did receive the written discovery, I was able to download it off Odyssey. It indicates that there's a video. I did not see that on the Odyssey filing.
All right.
I would like to review it as well.
Ms. Marshall Story?
I want to make sure that the record is clear. Defense Counsel reached out to not only myself, but also included Solicitor Gamage in an effort to attempt to sway his efforts to get whatever plea offer he was looking towards. My plea offer is the same. It was actually placed on the record back in October when the defendant did not have counsel, when I did have to leave the Zoom for a moment.
Ms.
The
Marshall
Solicitor
Story?
Gamage, if
Ms.
I can finish, Your Honor, please.
Stop. I've already ruled that your absence here is not a sign of disrespect. I've already ruled that Mr. Lambros did not get your plea offer because of the actions of his client.
Oh, no, he received my plea offer last night. He received my plea offer, Your Honor.
Understood. He wants to speak with you. So there is no wrongdoing on the part of the attorneys in this case. I need to move on. So he wants to speak with you with regards to the plea offer. Are you available via phone right now?
Yes, and I actually sent him my telephone number to reach out to me. And I also sent the plea paperwork, which I thought we had agreed upon, to both the court, to the litigation managers, and also to the attorney of record.
All right, let me confirm. Mr. Lambros?
I have not seen, the only phone number that I have seen is to the main office upstairs. And while I did receive, I had already left my office when the email came through that had the attachment, as you and I discussed earlier.
Do you have it now?
I have the plea offer and I have the paper.
Okay.
And if these are the terms and they're non-negotiable, then we have nothing further to discuss and we
Okay.
can set the matter for a
Would-
jury trial.
Well, then we should probably, if that is how the attorney is feeling, set this down for trial, and his client can explain to a jury or to the bench why she reached out to a minor and assaulted a minor. I'm fine with all of that, Your Honor. But
Understood.
at this point, I do believe counsel is being disingenuous with his efforts to show that at the 11th hour, really the 12th hour, that now he acts as though he knows nothing about what's going on. He's very clear on exactly what the plea offer was, on exactly what discovery was, and I'm still not sure whether he's actually filed an entry of appearance.
All right. Do you want a chance to speak to Ms. Marshall Story?
Your Honor, at this junction, I don't believe it would be
All right.
productive.
So the
but I
plea-
would like to clear up a couple of things.
No, there's nothing else to clear up. The plea offer is off the table. There is no plea offer. And this case is going to be reset for, did you want a bench trial or a jury trial?
We would like a jury trial, Your Honor.
Okay, this case is reset for a jury trial. And now going back to the question that was asked 10 minutes ago, there was an indication of a video. Ms. Marshall Story, can you speak to that? Is there a video in existence?
Your Honor, I'm not aware of a video. I will have to go back and review all of the paperwork. But as I stated, because the attorney of record still has not filed an entry of appearance that I'm aware of since last night around 11 o'clock when I had my last correspondence with him, I'm really not sure and I will have to check.
Okay.
I'm happy to do
So-
that.
All right. So as I said, the plea offer is off the table. The case is going to be reset for a jury trial. We do hold jury trials through the Orca program, and it's normally held either in this courtroom or one of the other designated courtrooms. Mr. Lambros, you will do us the courtesy of filing your entry appearance before 5 p.m. tomorrow?
Yes, Your Honor. I
Okay.
was not able to file an entry of appearance and I didn't receive her email at 11 PM. I'm asleep at 11 PM.
Well, if you had sent, sir, if I may, Your Honor, if you
Miss
had,
Marshall Story,
yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor,
I'm sorry, Your Honor. It's just very disconcerting when counsel appears on record, obviously to help
Marshall
his
Story,
client
Miss Marshall
understand.
Story, no, that wasn't a license to chime in again.
I'm sorry.
You really need to refrain from chiming in. Okay,
in any event, I was also on the Zoom with Your Honor.
If he can speak a little closer, I just cannot hear him.
that's understandable. Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm dealing with the logistics of the technology.
I understand, Your Honor. Also, I was on the Zoom from 9 AM until you instructed me to come down, and that's what I did.
All right.
I am
And
here
and
I'm
and and
appearing.
and Mr. Lambros, again, you were brought in at the last hour by Miss Dorsey. I am not going to blame you. I'm not going to blame the prosecution. I'm going to blame her. Understood?
I understand.
Okay. So
on-
offers off the table that you can toss that. They're not going to comply with that offer.
This
You
is the discovery, Your Honor. And it
Okay.
says on page 4, it says that there is a video.
Okay, so this is what we're going to do. You're going to file an entry of appearance, and then you're going to submit a supplemental request for the video that's referenced in that document you just brought up. And if the state does not have such a piece of evidence, they will put that in writing and e-file it that no such video exists. And then everybody will be ready for trial when the notice is sent out.
Your Honor, may the state be heard now
On what subject?
on the subject of the last minute entry that has not been filed.
That is,
Secondly, that the defense attorney reached out to our own solicitor Gamage. The offer was more than reasonable, but may I please, Your Honor?
no. If you want to keep repeating the same information, put it in writing, file it.
There is some additional information I would like to share.
Is that going to change my ruling about the case going to trial?
I'm not sure, Your Honor, because even as of this morning, I misspoke. I was kind enough to send the Zoom link, which the defendant and the defense attorney appeared not to have. And I sent that to him.
Okay, stop. I'm not interested in how each side is trying to bolster what they did right. I'm only interested in making sure that number one, the offer is not accepted, and number two, they're ready for trial. So the case is going to go jury trial. Thank you.
Very well,
Case
Your Honor.
closed.
I'll have the entry filed this afternoon. That's all the business I have, may I be
Thank you
excused?
for
I
coming.
cannot hear him.
Oh, he just said he's done with business in court, and I'm excusing his presence.
Very well,
Okay,
Your Honor.
thank you. Folks, we need to fix that mic.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. I am so sorry, folks, but the individuals who are speaking from the podium, if it was me, you will not be able to hear me because it's very difficult to reach over and speak into that microphone. So I do apologize for everyone, but we do have technical issues. All right. Kimberly May Max, have we tried to reach her? All right. Done. The paperwork's been signed off. This is it. All right. Mr. Ruffov, any of your clients ready with a plea or an announcement? All right.
You have to come to the microphone, Mr. Raffoff.
Try to bring that microphone as close to you as you can actually lift it.
I can get closer. Paris Johnson, I've been told outside by the attorney who works that court, I think it's a public defender's name is Mr. Bartel, Paul Bartel. He says that Mr. Johnson is eligible still for the mental health program. So we would like him to have the opportunity. He has produced some paperwork showing some mental health issues. And again, one of the victims is his father who came here with him. And the other victim was, he was in college and he got into a altercation in a lab at Georgia State. And anyway, he was in the program. He wasn't on his medication. He walked out, and they said they think he's eligible to return. And so we would like him to have that opportunity to reset this and see if he can get back into the mental health department.
To deal with 21 CR 005-469E, which is a totally separate case.
That's the one where his father's the victim, I believe. One we had.
His father was a victim in
Oh, I'm sorry.
4258E, the case pending before.
That's the case pending before the court, Your Honor. I would have to look into the 21 CR case. I don't have an objection at this time regarding the 20 CR 004258E case. If mental health court is willing to accept the defendant back in, but I don't believe it was the same court that was available at the time. I'm not quite sure if our office will or will not accept him, but if Mr. Raffong believes that's an option and he no longer wants to avail himself of the plea offer, which was 12 months probation, 5 anger management classes, that the defendant continue on his meds and any counseling he's currently receiving with no early release, then again, I don't have a problem, but I don't know that Mr. Raffong has the ability to say that someone in our division and our court office is willing to accept the defendant back in. He may know something I do not.
So Mr. Paul Bartel is with the Public Defender's Office, and he's alleging that your client is eligible for mental health court.
He was familiar with the case.
All right, and is he prepared? Is your office prepared to take the position that he will be accepted back into TDC court before Judge Porter?
We hope he will. But let me tell you, there is another problem with this case proceeding today.
Okay, and you need to speak into the mic.
There is another problem with proceeding today.
Excellent.
Mr. Paris Johnson has a pending felony case in which the victim is his father. And that has not been resolved. And so I talked to the attorney who represents him in that felony, and she says that she thinks he would be eligible and that would help with the felony. So.
Okay, I'm going to reset this case. 20 CR 004258E. And we're going to add the second case, 21 CR 005469E. Both cases are going to be reset to the January 19th status calendar to see if they are both accepted back into the TDC program before Judge Porter. Now, if they are accepted back, then the court is going to require that Mr. Johnson attend and meaningfully participate and complete all the requirements of that court. If he leaves that court voluntarily, these two cases are going to be automatically placed for a jury trial, irrespective of what happens in the felony case. Do you have any questions about what I just said? You must complete the requirements of the mental health court. You will not be given another opportunity to come back to this court where a plea offer may be made. Is that your father? If he doesn't complete the mental health requirements in that court and he leaves it again, both the cases are going to trial. And I don't care what stage the felony case is. January 19th, 2023, 9 a.m. Status calendar in person. Thank you. And this is of course pending acceptance into TDC. If it is accepted, then you didn't.
Yes, Your Honor, please make sure that is highlighted. This is pending acceptance
Right. If it's
because
not,
I haven't made that offer. I haven't made that particular request of the mental health court.
okay. So, Mr. Johnson, your attorney is Mr. Ruffo. You need to communicate with him. If you're accepted and he doesn't get the memo on that, you need to make sure he gets the memo on that. Because on January 19, you need not appear if you're already in TDC.
And he's got the phone number to call.
All right. Thank you. All right, Mr. Ruffo, we can move on with your other announcements.
Yes, Your Honor. On Diamond Reed, I thought we announced a plea and that they were going to email the plea papers. I have not heard from anybody.
Oh, you need to speak into the microphone.
On Diamond Reed, I think we're waiting on the plea papers. That was supposed to be a plea.
Position 11 on the Orca B status calendar, 20 CR 004544E. Has there been any communication with regards to the plea offer from the state?
I do apologize. That is my case, Your Honor. I did not know that that was going to be a plea. I will get that plea paperwork over.
Folks, they have been waiting for the plea offer so they can discuss that with the clients.
I'm sorry. Okay, are you saying the plea paperwork or the offer? I sent the offer to him on December 12th, Your Honor.
To Mr.
Yes,
Ruffo?
there's not a problem with the
Yes.
offer. It's the problem with the plea papers.
Oh, the plea paperwork.
Yes,
Has that been
not
sent?
a problem with the offer. She said she wanted to take the offer. The question is where they were gonna send the plea papers somewhere. I didn't get them.
And that I wasn't aware that the defendant wanted to accept the plea.
Well,
I will get that done now.
Okay.
But she is on Zoom and it's Diamond D Reed at gmail.com. She is on Zoom.
All right.
I'm sorry, repeat that one more time.
Diamond D, extra D, Reed, REED at gmail.com. And hopefully she's still on. I don't.
She's still on.
Okay. All right.
Jericho Agnew. Mr. Agnew?
I am here.
The prosecution has dropped the charges in the sense that they are agreeing not to prosecute you. So the case is closed. You're free to go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. So are you still waiting on plea paperwork from the state on other cases, Mr. Ruffo?
No.
Okay.
Christina Elmore. Again, I don't have. Number 6 on the Orca.
All right.
We were asking for a reset to another final plea calendar or a trial calendar because we are trying to work this out, but we're trying to work it out for a diversion, not a plea.
All right. Who's
So
the
we would like an
prosecutor for Christina Elmore? And I don't know if they heard you at all, Mr. Ruffo. Number 6 on the status calendar.
Your Honor, that's my matter.
Okay.
Christina Elmore.
Yeah. The defense is counted with a request for diversion.
Well, Your Honor, I didn't think it was a counter. I told him I couldn't discuss diversion. This was the matter that we asked not to move to a jury trial because there was some additional information Mr. Rapoff wanted to share. My offer is as follows, but of course, if there is additional information that the police report and information the prosecution is not aware of, I'm always happy to listen and talk, but we've never had an opportunity to discuss this matter.
That's correct. Put it on a
Gotta
And
be in the
again, I
microphone.
cannot hear him.
Gotta be on the microphone, Mr. Raffo.
asking just to reset it to any calendar so we can have that opportunity. Again, we've had trouble with contact with these clients, and I did have contact yesterday and today with it, but I had a chance to speak with the solicitor. That's all I'm at.
Reset to January 19th. Final plea calendar. Nine AM in person.
And Your Honor, that is for the defendant. I would hope the prosecution can still remain virtual in order to complete all of the other calendars that would be on that date.
I don't know. Let's see. Any other announcements, Mr. Rafa? Okay. Mr. Trejo, any announcements?
No, Your Honor, I sent Ms. Marshall Story a quick follow-up regarding Mr. Flores, who is present in the courtroom. That's one where we will have an announcement today. That's not one that is going to drag out. I just want to confirm a couple points with Ms. Marshall Story.
What about Mr. Diaz?
That's what I'm referring to.
Oh, okay.
Yes, I did forward the plea offer to Attorney Trejo.
And
I will rerun his GCIC. And Your Honor can proceed as Your Honor chooses to, but it was my understanding this was a second and 10. I am bound statutorily by that information, but I will rerun his GCIC to make sure that I am properly understanding that this is his second DUI conviction within the past 2 years, 10 years.
Okay. And would you be able to do it within the next few minutes?
No,
All right. We're going to reset this for a final.
we actually have a 1:30 calendar, Your Honor, and so that's why I don't believe I can do that quickly because I don't run them. I would have to ask another member of our office who handles that. I don't have those credentials to rerun his GCIC.
Okay. And Mr. Trejo, your client believes that this is his first DUI?
Correct, Your Honor.
All right.
That's the only point that we need to confirm. If it is confirmed that it's his second in 10, then we have a course of action. We're going to ask for it to be placed on a jury trial. If we just can't get that confirmation, then we'll recalibrate. And I've already had that conversation with my client. So we know which way we're going forward. It's just this last sticking point that we need to confirm.
January 19, 2023, 9 AM. Final plea calendar, if you want to let him know.
Will do. Thank you, Your Honor. I appreciate your time.
Your Honor,
Okay, yeah.
Mr. Jeffrey Allen Greenway, he was not on when you called the calendar at about 9:30, 9:45. He has been on since about 10:45. You did order a bench warrant for him, but he has been on for several hours now and he's just been waiting. So I wanted to make the court aware of that.
What calendar is this? Show cause?
Yes, Your Honor, one moment.
Casey?
Yes, Your Honor, position 5 on the show cause calendar.
All right, so I have Jeffrey Allen Greenway.
Yes, Your
Calendar
Honor.
called around 9 something. You did not respond. A bench warrant was issued with a $3,000 surety bond. All right, Mr. Greenway, you're present now. I've not signed off on the warrant, so I'm going to cancel that bench warrant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Who's your attorney?
I don't have one. At this time, I would like to ask for a continuance in order to seek some counsel regarding my case.
Your case is scheduled to January 19th, 2023 at 9 AM. You and your attorney would need to appear in person
Yes, Your Honor.
by next Thursday. I need you to come down to the courthouse, to the clerk's office, and fill out in writing your current address, your phone number, and your email. And if you've already done so, the name of your attorney.
Okay, Your Honor. So I need to come to the courthouse. Really, the only thing that's going to have changed in those 4 items there would be the name of my attorney. So I need to come down there in person to submit.
Well, the reason being because you're on the show cause calendar where apparently you didn't show up the last time.
I was in court the last time, on, I believe it was October 20th, somewhere in there. And the, I want to say it was the courtroom clerk. She handed me a piece of paper saying that my court date had been continued to this date.
All right. On February 28th, 2021, you were already told that you do not qualify for the public defender's office.
On February 28th
21.
of 2021.
That's right.
Ma'am, I apologize. The only confusion I've got on this, I have 2 charges. Both of them are simple battery charges in Atlanta. So I'm not clear on as to which one we're discussing. I'm assuming this would be the most recent one that occurred in May of this year. Is that the case we're discussing?
So you have a new case from May of this year?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, Your Honor.
This is an incident from 2020,
Okay.
August 6, 2020. You were represented by attorney Jonathan Melnick.
No, Your Honor. Not to my knowledge.
All right, I guess I should stop reading the documents in your file.
Your Honor, am I currently still awaiting, well,
Don't interrupt, please. All right, there's an email to Jonathan Melnick to recall a warrant. Case is placed on a ring.
Your Honor, my knowledge of this, the first case from 2020, I came to the courthouse, entered a plea of not guilty, and was going to be scheduled for a jury trial.
Is that how you'd still like to proceed?
I believe so. I mean,
Okay.
that's, it's a very complex issue. Many facets to this entire situation. And, I really need to seek counsel, and I apologize for not having done so.
I'm going to arraign your case right now, Mr. Greenway, which means that you're going to enter a not guilty plea and your case will be scheduled for trial. You have 10 days from today to make sure that you retain counsel and that your attorney files all the necessary paperwork in order to preserve your rights and your options. Would you like me to read the accusation, or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
Your Honor, just to your last point,
Want me to read the accusation, or do you want to waive a reading of the accusation?
no, please read that.
Mr. Jeffrey Greenway, in case number 20 CR 004-687E, you were accused of simple battery, domestic violence, and hindering a person from making an emergency phone call, allegedly on August 6, 2020 in Fulton County, Georgia. Upon your arrest, the case was accused, and the Fulton County Solicitor General's office has filed the accusation. The first accusation, hindering a person from making an emergency phone call, in which the accused in Fulton County on August 6, 2020, did with the intent to cause or allow physical harm, verbally or physically, obstruct, hinder, or prevent another person from making or completing a 911 emergency call in violation of Georgia law 16-10-24.3. With regard to the second accusation as filed, the Solicitor General's office of Fulton County states that the accused did commit the offense of simple battery, domestic family violence, a misdemeanor for that said accused in Fulton County, Georgia, on August 6, 2020, did intentionally make physical contact of an insulting or provoking nature with the person of Rhonda Greenway, who is the present spouse of the accused, by pushing her in violation of Georgia law 16-5-23F. Upon these accusations, the defendant would be entering a plea of not guilty. He is legally presumed to be innocent of these charges. And as I said, upon the entry of not guilty, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecution has the complete burden to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. If the state prevails and you are convicted of one or more of these charges, you could face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
All right. We will be issuing a case management order in this case. Please make sure that you do not waste any more additional time in retaining counsel. As I said, your attorney has 10 days from today to file all the necessary paperwork, as your case has been arraigned and is going to be reset for a jury trial.
Okay, Your Honor, if, and part of this is largely due to financial issues in retaining counsel at this point. And I'm currently, I have my own business, but due to financial strain, I feel like I may qualify. You had mentioned something about, I was told that I was denied a public defender because of
You are free to come down to the Fulton County Courthouse and speak to the Public Defender's Office to see if you qualify for their services.
okay, all right, and just come to the Fulton County Courthouse, you said?
That's right.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
When you come down to the courthouse, I highly recommend you come down today or tomorrow. Make sure that we get all your information. What is your email, by the way?
Let me give you one that will work, because I've had some technical difficulties on that end. G Karis, I'm sorry. Uh-oh, are you there still?
Yes.
Hello? Okay, I'm sorry. G Karis, and that's KARRAS @bellsouth.net. And that's, yeah, that's one that I know I can get this through my parents.
All right, sir. Well, you've got your marching orders. You decide how fast you want to get an attorney, because like I said, you've been arraigned and a case management order will issue today.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we're going to begin with our 1:30 calendar.
Your Honor,
Yep.
we have a R Navarro that came in about an hour and a half ago. She's been on maybe since about 11:30 or so. Same situation as Mr. Greenway.
All right, they'll have to wait since they.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I had one more matter. My calendar shows that you're waiting for announcement from me. Orca B status conference, number 5, Ashley Denham.
Orca B status conference?
5, Ashley Denham.
Okay, yeah.
I believe that the state made an offer of restitution.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, both
Yes,
you and Mr. Raffop will have to speak into the mics. We can't really hear you.
We are addressing position 5, Ashley J. Denham. We were waiting on the information about the restitution.
Yes.
Mr. Gabino Rivera, the case has been reset for Mr. Diaz, so you're free to go.
Okay, just I want to make sure that because nobody told me anything about it, but thank you so much. So may I excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you too. Bye-bye.
Ms. Riley, did you get the restitution amount?
Yes, Your Honor, it's $1,400.
All right.
Well,
You need to speak up, sir.
no, the client wants to accept that the problem is she works part-time and is a college student. She got rid of that dog, the dog in question, but there's no way she can come up within 90 days. So I don't know.
She can agree to go on probation and she can pay $1,400. I will waive her probation fees for
So
6
she's
months.
trying to avoid taking a guilty plea because she has no record against college. This was just an unfortunate
Understood.
dog bite case.
Is the state willing to do diversion and 6 months to pay it?
Your Honor, let me speak with the victim again. This is for his medical bills due to the bite. But for now, if we want to place this case on a calendar, I don't know if we have a calendar 6 months out.
No, we don't. No, this would just be diversion. And if she fails to comply, then
The state is not currently placing any new cases into diversion, Your Honor.
okay. All right. So, sir, no, the state's 90 days to pay.
She's on Zoom.
What's her name? Denham?
Ashley Denham.
Hello? Hello?
Can you hear me? Ashley Denham, can you hear me?
Hello? I can now.
Okay. Miss Denham, the state is requiring you to pay $1,400. Well, then you're going to trial then, I guess.
Still, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm currently a full-time student in nursing school paying for my current education. I got my attorney because I wanted him to represent me in this case because of the aspects that I was accused of this case are not true.
So,
and as this,
what are you asking me, Miss Denham?
well, I'm not to either reduce the fine or other means of payment because I mean, like community service or something, because I really don't have the money to pay for whatever they're asking and go to school and support myself, period.
All right. So, Mr. Roffoff, your client is unable to pay the $1,400 restitution within 90 days. And if that's the situation, is the state willing to accept community service?
Your Honor, again, I would have to speak with the victim as this is compensation for his medical bills. So I would have to speak with him regarding if that is acceptable to him.
All right. I'm going to reset this case for a final plea calendar. This is Miss Denham. Miss Denham, you're going to have to come down in person on January 19th. Final plea calendar. At the present time, the state is only demanding the restitution.
Okay, so I'm going to appear in court on January the 19th.
In person, that's right.
Okay.
And we'll find out at that time whether the victim is willing to allow you to do community service or a combination of the two, payment and community service, or seeking a straight restitution.
Can the restitution be reduced?
Only by the victim.
I mean, because I just still feel like it was two sides to the story. Where, like I said, the guy was too close to me, period. And I don't know what kind of interest he
And Miss Riley, it would be
suffered, but
Miss Riley,
I see him every day.
It'll be helpful if you have the medical bills as well to show to Mr. Roffoff so that he can share that with his client.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
And Ms. Denham, you have my number. Call me next week.
Okay, thank you.
All right. On the let's see now. This is the Mr. Gaither, you have a few cases on the Orca e-status conference calendar. Okay. My name is Judge Lal, and we are going to commence with our 1:30 calendar. And I'm going to do a roll call to see who is present. If you're present on Zoom, this will be a good time to unmute and make sure that I hear that you are present. Otherwise, for failure to appear, a bench warrant could be issued. On the add-on Orca E status calendar, I have Thomas Payne, Payne. Stand up, Mr. Payne. Who is your attorney? This case is from July 2020. You have not retained counsel?
Your Honor, if I may, I apologize. Can't hear you if he's speaking. But Mr. Payne has been a failure to appear. I'm not sure why this is on a status calendar. It should be on a show cause calendar because he has never appeared in court. That's why he does not have an attorney.
But I did not get the paperwork, Judge.
You need to speak clearly into the mic.
I did not receive any paperwork about coming to court because I was actually calling back and forth down here to actually find out a court date. The only reason I didn't receive any paperwork is because I moved from the address that they were sending it to. That was the address that me and my wife shared at the time. So after I moved from there, I forgot to come down here to change my address with you guys. So I never received the paperwork.
Well, which one is it? You forgot to change the address, or we didn't send it? Which one is it?
I'm not saying you guys didn't send it. I don't know if you sent it out or not because I was no longer at that address to receive it.
Because you never changed your address.
True.
So you didn't receive notices because you didn't inform the court of your new address.
Correct. But at the time, what I'm telling you is I had done just been down here at the courthouse dealing with the same woman in the divorce case. And I was, I don't know.
Let's get one thing straight, Mr. Payne. You did not receive notice of
about this.
Yes. Because you did not let us know about your new address.
Yes, it was back in 2020. That's correct. That's what I'm telling you.
And when did you let us know of your new address?
I only did that but it was like a couple weeks ago, maybe.
Oh, okay. So your failure to appear was because you did not update the court with your new address.
Yes, ma'am. But
thank you. That's all I needed to know. I'm not going to issue a warrant for your arrest, but I want to make sure that you know and I know that the reason you did not get your notices because you failed to let the court know where you live.
Correct. I understand that now.
And if you do that the next time, I'm going to issue a warrant for your arrest.
Understood.
Because that's the only way we get your attention. Understood?
Understood. Can I speak, Judge?
No. Now, you have not hired an attorney because of financial circumstances. Are those circumstances still the same today?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of your case, your statements can and will be used against you. We have folks from the Public Defender's Office over here, and they will speak with you to see if you qualify. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Now have a seat. It's going to be a long wait. Moving on to our main status conference calendar, Robert Terry Allen. Mr. Allen, who is your attorney? Are you here to take a plea? Come down to the, careful of that door. Yeah. Come all the way to the microphone and speak right into that microphone.
We did this on virtual court.
Closer, closer.
We did this on the virtual court. I live in Alabama, and we pleaded, and he called me and asked me if I accepted. the
Closer
plea.
to the mic. The prosecutor who's on the screen can't hear
He
you.
told me I'd have to come down here in person and pay the fine.
Okay.
Yes.
And Miss Riley?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah.
If Ms. Smith, or excuse me, this is Orca E. If Ms. Younger does not currently have the paperwork, I will send that to her, but it is just a $500 fine plus surcharges. that was worked out with Mr. Patrick. So if that's going to be paid today, I will send the paperwork to the litigation manager. Will it be Ms. Younger?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to send you the paperwork for you to review.
Okay.
And you're going to read the questions. And if you agree with the questions, check the appropriate box.
Sure.
It's what we call the plea paperwork. And it basically says that if you are agreeing to plead guilty or no contest to the charge in exchange for, what was it, a $500 fine?
He already sent me that online on the computer that day. And
Did you print it up?
No, it was online. We printed it out. I didn't bring it with me.
Who is we?
My wife. She's not here with me, but we did it online. No, I did not bring it with me, but I can do it again. It's no problem.
All right.
It's not a problem.
It would have been nice if you brought it.
I know. I wish I did. Somebody on the truck. I drove the wrong truck.
This is Alex Smith. Okay. All right, hang on to it until we get to it. All right, Mr. Allen, we're going to have to get your paperwork for you to look at it, sign it, and then if you're ready to take a plea and pay the fine today, your case will be closed.
Absolutely.
All right, have a seat, sir.
Your Honor, may I make a brief announcement before we continue with the calendar?
Yes, you may.
Mr. Mincy is here in person and we're ready to take that plea at the court's.
What time did he arrive?
I don't know what time he arrived, Your Honor. He was elsewhere in the building. I had to go and fetch him from another building in the complex.
Where's Mr. Mincy?
Your Honor.
What time did you arrive? Okay. All right. Irvin Barclay. Irvin Barclay. Irvin Barclay is not present.
Your Honor, the state would ask for a bench warrant.
$1,500 surety bond, bench warrant granted. Donna Bowden, Donna Bowden. Donna Bowden,
Same announcement, Your Honor.
bench warrant granted, $1,500 surety. Dylan Campbell. Mr. Campbell, you are here to enter a plea and pay the fine in person today. You can have a seat. Do you have the paperwork? All right, Miss Riley, do you have the plea paperwork for Dylan Campbell?
Yes, Your Honor, I will send all of the hunting without permission at the same time to Ms. Younger.
And if you could CC Miss Essence Smith, please, on these plea paperworks, that would help. With them.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Campbell, as soon as they receive the paperwork, you review it, sign it, and we'll move forward. Where do you go? Right there. Okay. Antonio Cox? Antonio Cox?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, sorry.
Hello?
Antonio Cox, is that Patience Holloway?
Yeah, this is her phone. I'm using it on her phone.
Okay,
This is Antonio Cox, though, ma'am.
all right. Mr. Antonio Cox, you are represented by the Public Defender's Office. Your attorney is now Mr. Frank Gaither, who is seated. Mr. Gaither, have you had a chance to speak to Mr. Cox?
No, I have not.
All right, Mr. Cox, what's your phone number?
470-923-7511.
All right. Did you hire another attorney in the meantime?
No, ma'am.
All right, so Mr. Gaither is going to speak with you.
Okay.
How you want to proceed? Nicholas?
Okay.
Nicholas DeLong? All right, Mr. DeLong, we will print the plea paperwork and give it to you for review and see if you want to proceed with the plea. Thank you. Jason Fowler? Jason Fowler? Jason Fowler. Ms. Riley, there's no Jason Fowler. What would y'all like to do?
Your Honor, the state would move for a bench warrant as Mr. Fowler was on the calendar previously and new to be here this morning or this afternoon, excuse me.
All right, bench warrant, $1,000 surety, 500 on each count. Tom Fowler. Tom Fowler. Tom Fowler has not appeared.
Your Honor, same announcement.
Bench warrant for 1,500, surety, 500 on each count. Position 9, Greg Allen Graham. Greg Allen Graham. Not present.
Same announcement, Your Honor.
Bench warrant, $500 surety. Shaquem Hillman. Shaquem Hillman.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Hillman is present. Mr. Hillman, are you represented by an attorney?
No.
Your case was reset for you to find an attorney. So what have you not done?
Ooh, attorney. Ooh, they have prosecutors? Hello?
Are you Shaquem Azar Hillman?
Yes. Hello?
Yes.
Yes, I am Shaquem.
All right. Let's see. Shaquem Hillman. Before
Yeah, I just moved down here. Like I didn't have enough time. Like I was in Jersey. I just came down here not too long ago.
your case was reset from October 20th, 2022 to obtain an attorney, and it was reset to today. So you have not made any effort to get an attorney for the last 2 months?
Wait, I didn't like where was I supposed to get an attorney from? No one like made me. I wasn't aware at the moment.
All right. Does the public defender's office want to speak to him, or how would you want to do this? I guess I'll get his phone number. All right.
Can I get a public defender?
We have public defense in the courtroom. If you were here in person, you could speak to them. What's your phone number?
848.
I'm sorry, I don't understand.
848-299-7843.
848
299
299
7843.
7843. Do not leave the Zoom until you've spoken to an attorney so we can find out if you qualify. If you do not qualify, you will have to retain your own counsel or choose to represent yourself.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Sean Horgan. Sean Horgan. Sean Horgan. Ms. Riley, these cases were reset for the solicitor to get more information. Are y'all still proceeding with these?
That is correct, Your Honor. We're requesting a bench warrant.
Okay. Bench warrant granted, and that will be $1,000 surety, 500 on each count.
Thank you.
Larry Jones. All right, Mr. Jones is present. Do you have your plea paperwork, sir? All right, we'll address you shortly.
Your Honor, the state is prepared to move forward with the plea colloquy if the defendant has signed the paperwork. I did not receive it back from him, so I'm not quite sure what it says, but we can try to move forward.
Okay. Eric Larson. Eric Larson. Eric Larson. 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 Not present.
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant.
Bench warrant granted, 500 surety. Tyler Mangum. All right.
This
And
defendant was supposed to appear in person and take a plea, Your Honor.
He's present, and
Okay.
Mr. Mangum, do you have the plea paperwork? It's only one sheet of paper? Oh, okay. Thank you. He is present and ready to proceed. Thank you. Lonnie Manuel? Lonnie Leo Manuel? Lonnie Manuel? Not present?
Bench warrant, Your Honor.
Granted, it's a $500 surety. Jabari
Thank you.
Map? Jabari Map?
Your Honor, this case was sent to the district
I'm here.
attorney's office. It has been transferred based upon the charge of theft by receiving, which was a firearm. It has been accepted by the district attorney's office because the state does not have jurisdiction over this matter.
Do you have a pre-indictment number by any chance, a CP number?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Do you have a pre-indictment number, case number, or a CP number?
I don't have any information other than that it was sent to the district attorney's office through all of our proper channels. If there's something more the court needs me to send. In fact, the court may recall you signed the order back in November when we were in court on that Friday for the very first bench trials and hearings.
Okay. If I remember those, I'll be very impressed with myself. So just give me a minute.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Oh, I'm just looking for the order of transfer.
Oh, okay.
And this was Jabari Tyreek Jordan Map, correct?
Yes, it should be removed from this calendar.
I don't see the transfer order filed, but I'll just go ahead and let him know. Mr. Jabari Map,
Yes, ma'am.
your case in which you were originally charged with misdemeanor theft by receiving stolen property, the allegation is that the item allegedly stolen is a firearm, which automatically makes this a felony charge. So the case has been transferred and accepted by the district attorney's office as a felony matter. And so I would recommend that you retain counsel or you speak to the public defender's office to know that your case is soon going to be a formal felony case against you.
Okay.
All right. Do you have any other questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. From this point onwards, you are on notice that I've already told you that you need to retain counsel or speak to the public defender's office as soon as possible. Because you have pending felony matter in the Superior Court of Fulton County.
Okay, so my attorney who I supposed to had, I was in contact with him. I was supposed to tell him about the situation and everything.
What's the name of your attorney?
His name, I still got the message and all. Like I've been texting him.
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, Mr. Matt, but it was Christy Wilson, who is no longer with the public defender's office. But I can assure the court that
but I had somebody else too. It was a white man came to me too though. It was
understood, sir.
Okay, so reach out to that attorney. Make sure you let him know that you need him ASAP. Thank you. You're free to go. And Ms. Marshall Story, I don't see the transfer order. If you believe one exists, please make sure it's filed.
If you'd like me to try to locate that at the conclusion of the calendar, I can try to send that to you. But again, I send those transfer orders via Ms. McCutcheon, who handles those arrests. But this particular case, Your Honor, the state just doesn't have jurisdiction over. The district attorney doesn't really have a choice in whether or not they accept it.
Good afternoon, Judge. If I might, the transfer orders, Ms. Marshall Story, go to the judge. I don't have the authority to sign those. The state should have prepared and presented a transfer order to the court. What I do, Your Honor, respectfully, is that I contact the district attorney's office and I inform them of the case, and then I get verification from them that they acknowledge that it is a felony, or if it's a misdemeanor being upgraded to a felony, they acknowledge that they will affirm the case. If you can give me the case number, Ms. Marshall Story, but if this in fact is a case that the DA had already accepted, then a transfer order should have been presented to the court to sign, not to me.
Yes, and actually, Ms. McCutcheon, the court actually, Judge Law, you signed that order while we were personally in court back in November.
Can you resubmit that so that I can put it on Odyssey? That's all. I'm just saying I have,
So do I leave the zone?
yeah, you're done. Bye.
Okay.
Go ahead and give me the copy of the order signed or an unsigned, and I'll make sure that it is signed and filed. That's all I need to do. Okay?
Thank you, Your Honor. And if
Jane-
yes, Judge, if I can ask Ms. Marshall Story to please put the case number in the chat, and I will verify with the District Attorney's Office the status of that matter.
Position
Yes,
seven,
ma'am, I will.
James Marbut. James Marbut. James Marbut. Mr. Marbut, are you present on the Zoom? Mr. Marbut? Mr. Marbut's not present?
Your Honor, the state is requesting a bench warrant.
All right, it's granted, and it is 1,500, 500 on each count. Jose Martinez. Mr. Martinez, I don't mean any disrespect. Do you speak and understand English? And did you receive the plea paperwork? You did not?
Your Honor, Mr. Martinez did not have an email that would allow me to send him the paperwork, but I do have it. It is prepared. I can put the offer on the record, or I can forward the plea paperwork to the court
Can you
if
send,
he's in court.
yeah, he's in court. Can you send the paperwork and we'll give it to him for review? That's it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Should I send that to the court?
yes, please.
Okay, will do.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Judge, but I have a issue I need to bring to the court's attention. It's regarding our final plea calendar, position number 12. Miss Shirkia Avi has been here since 9 o'clock this morning, and I misspoke earlier. This case is on the final plea calendar. She's never received an offer from the state, and she has to pick up her child at 2:30. So she's in a position of she's been waiting, and I did misspeak.
Position
Misspoke.
12, Melissa Gambino?
No, it's on the final plea calendar.
Yeah,
Position.
that's the one I have. What's her name?
But it's from this morning. I'm talking about from this morning, from 9 o'clock.
Yeah, I know. What's her name?
Shirakia Ivy.
Okay, it's
Miss
14 on
Ivy,
our
stand up,
calendar.
stand
Okay,
up.
right. And Miss Sharikia Ivy is accused of battery, and I'm assuming that, like you said, you have already spoken to her?
Yeah, and here's our dilemma.
You've
We
never
never
received
received an offer from the
Okay.
state, and she has to pick up her child at 2:30.
Who's the prosecutor in that case?
I don't know.
Well, we thought the reason was on hold, so Mr. Gaither, you could speak to the prosecutor at that time.
It was Deborah Melnick. What I did, I spoke with everybody in the
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I think this may be my case. What was the defendant's name again? Because we now transferred back to,
Marshall's, Miss Marshall Story, the defendant's name is Sharikia Ivy. She's on the 9 a.m. final plea calendar, Orca B. And Mr. Gaither, who represents her, saying that she needs to leave to pick up her child at 2:30. Was there an offer presented in this case? That's all I need to know, whether there was an offer presented.
I believe Ms. Marshall's story is frozen, Your Honor.
Oh, okay. All right, let Miss Marshall Story know that she needs to send an offer for this case. I don't know what else to tell you, sir. I can only work with the information.
No,
that
I
both
understand.
sides-
I was on. Can I know you don't want to continue anything to another final plea calendar, but I wasn't aware that we never received an offer in this case. I
And
was
there's
looking.
no receipt from Miss Wilson in the file?
No, none at all.
When's the last time that
and
Miss
she
Wilson's-
made excellent notes too.
And when's the last time she spoke to Miss Ivy?
I'm showing that maybe spoke in November.
All right. I don't know what to tell you. Miss Marshall's story is not available. I don't know whether the screen's frozen. I'm going to excuse you, Miss Ivy. And Mr. Gaither, you're going to pick up the ball and make
Yes,
sure you
I
get
am.
the offer from Miss Marshall's story. Case is reset to January 19, 9 a.m. final plea calendar.
Thank you, Judge. I'll take it from here.
All
I'll take
right.
it from here.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Miss Ivy, now you know who your attorney is. You got the number. It's up to you to make sure that you communicate with him. Make sure you understand what the plea offer is and what your options are. So when you show up on January 19th, we all don't look like deer caught in headlights. Thank you. Going back to our Orca 130 calendar, position 19, excuse me,
Hello, Your Honor.
18, hang on. Position 19, Jasmine Moore. Jasmine Moore.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor, I'm here.
All right, Miss Moore, we're going to remove you from the Zoom because you are driving.
I can pull over right now. I'm actually at a light. I can pull over. One moment.
Both if you are driving or if you are at work, this is not going to work out. All right. So
Okay,
position 20, Willie Nash.
I'm here.
Position 20, Willie Nash. Willie Nash.
Your Honor, the state would request a bench warrant.
Bond set at 1,500, 500 on each count. Reina Navarro.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
All right, I see Miss Navarro is present. Miss Navarro, who's your attorney?
I'm responding to myself, pro se.
And have you accepted the plea offer?
The last court that I went to, they offered me for the stay, and I want to see what you offer me now.
I don't understand what you just said. I don't understand what you just said.
The last court, when I was offered, they offered me probation and a $500 fee.
Okay,
And I want to know if that's the same as today.
who's the prosecutor, please?
Your Honor, it's Ms. Marshall's story, but her offer would not have changed from the last court appearance.
Okay, what is that offer, please?
Your Honor, I am not sure. I can take a look to see if she has it in Odyssey. Give me just a moment.
All right, Miss Navarro, please hold. We'll need to see what is the plea offer because I'm not certain. All right,
Okay,
moving on.
thank you.
Position 22, Smiley Norris. Smiley Norris.
Present.
Norris, who's your attorney?
I don't have an attorney.
Your case was reset for you to hire an attorney. So
My case was reset for me to do the anger management class, which I did. And the certificate has been sent to Miss Marshall Story.
all right, they hold and we'll wait till Miss Marshall Story appears to confirm that.
Okay, thank you.
So, all right, Miss Riley, please also confirm whether this was an acceptance of a plea offer. Okay, 23, Morticia Ree Richardson.
Present.
Are you Miss Richardson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Position 23, it says it was reset for the PD to get information. That would be Mr. Gaither's case.
And I apologize, Judge, but I don't have a file and have no idea what information the PD was supposed to get. So can someone enlighten me?
All right, I'm sure we'll hopefully get some more information as we move on. Okay. PD need info. Okay. Carlos Roundtree. Carlos Roundtree. Position 24, Carlos Roundtree.
Your Honor, the state will null process this case and I'll get that to you shortly.
All right, thank you. Position 24 is null pros. 25, Margette Simmons. Margaret,
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
all right. Miss Simmons is represented by Mr.
Yeah,
Gaither.
that,
Phone-
same announcement. I'm
All
not
right,
aware of what information I'm supposed to get. Not at this moment.
all right. Miss Simmons, you need to hold and see what information your public defense attorney has at the present time. Position 26,
Okay.
Smith. All right. And who's the prosecutor in this case?
That would be me, Your Honor. Is Mr. Smith in the courtroom?
Yes, he is. And I've got his plea paperwork. So I assume we're going to go forward with a plea. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Smith, is that your understanding? All right, please hold. Keldrick Stanley? Keldrick Stanley?
Yes.
All right. We need to change Mr. Stanley's name from iPhone to Keldrick Stanley. And Mr. Stanley, who is your attorney?
I don't have an attorney.
Are you prepared to take a plea offer today?
I want to know if I can have more time, like a continuance.
No?
I need more time to pay it. I can't pay the full amount today for the plea.
We will consider the plea offer. Have you received the paperwork for the plea?
I was told it on the last court day, but I didn't get any paperwork.
All right. Whoever's the prosecutor in this case, if they can submit the plea paperwork to Mr. Keldrick Stanley. Mr. Stanley, please put your email address in the chat so that the prosecutor may send it to you.
And you can send it to me, Mr. Stanley, Sarita Githiea. It should be ASG, Sarita Githiea.
Okay.
You send that to him? You sent your email to him? All right, that's right. Position 28, Kimberly Stover. All right. Ms. Stover, you are here to take a plea. Have you got the paperwork? Where is it? Oh, right there. Okay, that's fine. Just want to make sure you have it. Thank you. Has Miss Maymack ever said that? All right, let me see. Ms. Stover is taking a plea. Kenneth Street. Kenneth Street.
I'm here.
All right, Mr. Street. Who is your attorney?
I don't have one. I didn't know I was supposed to get one because this case was like from 2018 and I just got the paper to go to court.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand your response.
I was saying I don't have an attorney and I didn't know I had to get one because this case was from 2018 and I just got a paper to go to court.
Okay. And Miss, who's the prosecutor in this case?
Sarita Githiea, Your Honor.
All right. And Ms. Githier, do you have, well, let's do it this way. Mr. Street, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak to one of the public defense attorneys to see if they'll represent you. What is your phone number?
470-569-2169.
2169.
2167. I'm sorry, 2167.
2167. We will have.
Yeah, Anna, I have a question.
I don't have time for questions right now. I need to move on with my calendar. We'll address it.
All right.
Okay, Mana Melissa Tavares. Mana Melissa Tavares.
The
Mr.
state
Barnes?
requests a bench warrant.
Granted.
Damn,
This
do I
will
stay
be
on it?
$1,000 surety bond. Mr. Kenneth, please go ahead and mute your screen.
Did you say $1,000, Your Honor?
Yep.
Thank you.
Alan Walker. Alan Walker. Alan Walker.
Have to talk in the microphone.
I know. Alan Walker.
He said he got a continuance from
You have to go right up to the mic,
He
sir.
says he got a continuance from Miss James.
His case was reset by Judge Morrow. So we're gonna do a new reset today. He was excused from medical conditions. He didn't get excused by me. He got excused from medical conditions that he sent to the court.
And what's the new date? What's the new date?
It'll be whatever date Ms. Younger is resetting her cases to today. He'll be reset for a status.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna pick January 5th at 9 a.m. on the status calendar. Is- oh. So position 31 is reset for medical reasons, January 5th, 9 a.m. status calendar. Position 32, Stacy Williams. Stacy Williams. Stacy Williams.
State requests a bench warrant.
Your Honor.
Granted. And that's going to be 3,000 surety bond, 2,500 on the DUI, 500 on the open alcohol container. Is there anyone from the 1:30 calendar, whether you're in the courtroom or on Zoom, whose name I did not call? Okay, thank you. Do we have the paperwork for Mr. Musi? This is the Orca B add-on final plea calendar from 9 a.m. This, we are addressing two cases against Mr. Cyrus Mincy. Case number 20 CR 004741E and 22 CR 006506E. In the 4741E case, Mr. Mincy has been accused of simple battery, family violence from September 20th, 2020. In the 6506E case, Mr. Mincy was accused of criminal trespass from April 16, 2021. Mr. Mincy, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney and you're represented by Mr. Javier Trejo in both cases? Okay, thank you. Who's the ASG for these two cases? Ms. Marshall Story, would that be you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right. Is this a negotiated plea, Mr. Trejo?
It is, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Mincy, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Speak out louder.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you. That's how loud you'll have to speak when you answer the questions. Ms. Marshall Story, is this a global offer?
Yes, in part, Your Honor. The state does plan to no process the latter case, which is the criminal trespass case where the defendant threw a flower pot. But we are moving forward with a negotiated plea on case number 20 CR 004741E as in Edward.
Okay. So position 2 on this calendar is null pros, so you're only pleading to one case. And what's the plea offer for?
The plea is to the simple battery, family violence. The state's recommendation is 12 months probation, that the defendant continue with his behavioral health recommendations and continue with any medication that has been provided, and that the probation does not terminate. The defendant will have to stay on probation for the entire year of this case.
All right.
There also should be no further violent contact with his family members, and I can give you those names in just 1 second.
So it's the BHET and the no further violent contact. Anything else?
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm struggling to hear you.
I'm saying it was the BHET and the no further violent contact. Anything else?
Yes, and that he continue on his prescribed counseling and medication.
Understood. Compliant with medication and treatment.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'll wait on the family names while I'll proceed with Mr. Trejo. Mr. Trejo, has your client reviewed these terms
Yes, Your Honor.
and has he understood them?
He has.
And do you stipulate?
And Your Honor, I'm not sure if I said this correctly, but yes, he would still need to still have and submit to a behavioral health evaluation from the Department of Probation in addition to what he's currently serving. If there are any additional compliance that's needed, he will need to take care of both of those.
So you're asking for a new BHE or you're saying that he continues under?
Well, he has one currently, from my understanding from talking extensively with his grandmother, who was the victim in this matter. But if the probation needs to have additional behavioral health evaluation, they should also have that option as well.
Make a decision, Miss.
It's not a decision, Your Honor. He should continue with compliance, but if probation feels after this current evaluation that something else is needed, then they should have the option to also be able to mandate that. And that is what's on the plea paperwork.
I'm not going to agree to that. You're telling me to give probation the discretion to decide whether another evaluation should be conducted?
From what I can hear, Your Honor, yes, if they believe additional behavioral health evaluation and counseling is needed, probation obviously has the ability to do that as well.
Is that what your client agreed?
I'm sorry, Ms. McCutcheon?
Well, just respectfully, Your Honor, I need to make certain the state's request should be that the defendant undergo a mental health evaluation. That should be the requirement, not that probation make that determination. If the state believes that the evidence shows that that is appropriate, then that should be part of the state's plea recommendation, that the defendant undergo a mental health evaluation and whatever treatment that the evaluating provider determines is appropriate, not that probation make the decision.
All right. That makes more sense. Mr. Trejo, Ms. Marshall Story, the proposed plea offer is 12 months probation. He must report to probation every month for those 12 months. He needs to complete an MHET, a brand new one. And if any treatment is required, he needs to submit himself to that treatment. He must be compliant with all medication and treatment and not have any further contact with Joan Mincy.
That was my understanding, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Marshall Story, does that sound good to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mhm. And as I was saying, Mr. Trejo, you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID?
We do, Your Honor.
All right. Mr. Mincy, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you entering a plea to simple battery from 2020 freely, willingly, and knowingly?
Yes.
You understand that if you enter a plea of guilty today, that you will not go back to court, you will not have a trial as you are entitled to do so. You cannot confront your accuser. You cannot examine witnesses. Have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up all these rights?
Yes.
How do you plead to one count of simple battery domestic?
I'm good.
Repeat.
I'm good.
All right, Mr. Marshall Story, did you hear the guilty plea?
I can't hear you, Your Honor.
Did you hear the guilty plea?
Yes, I did, ma'am.
Your sentence is 12 months probation beginning today. You will report to the probation office next Thursday. Do you understand?
Yes.
If you don't show up, probation will issue a bench warrant for your arrest. And I'm not kidding.
And please make sure the defendant is clear that probation will not terminate upon any completion. It will run the entire year's course.
So you must show up to the probation office next Thursday, which is December 22nd, before 3 p.m. They are located at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta. Once you report to probation, then you will continue reporting every month, once a month. You will need to pay your probation fees every month. While you're on probation, you must complete what we call an MHE, which is a evaluation. Your probation officer will explain to you what that evaluation is. Do you understand? And if any treatment's required, you must submit yourself to that treatment at your expense. At all times while you're on probation, you're not to have any physical and verbal altercations with Miss Joan Mincy. If there's any violation of these conditions, your probation will be revoked and you will continue to spend the rest of the time in prison. Do you have any questions, Mr. Mincy?
No, ma'am.
When are you supposed to report to probation?
Next Thursday.
That's right, before 3 p.m. Thank you.
And Your Honor, just that my client can be in full compliance, are we able to waive the probation fees
No.
from him? Okay.
Before he leaves.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Before he leaves, do we have information for probation that we can provide him? Okay, we have the information sheet he can take with him. All right, while the attorneys are speaking with the other folks who are present. This is the paperwork. And this is the
Hello, Your Honor.
Jasmine Moore.
Yes.
What would you like to tell me?
I was stating that when you called me, I was driving, but I'm no longer driving. So I was wondering if would we be going ahead with me or do I just wait? I'm not sure.
You have to wait until you're called again.
Okay, that's what I was wondering if I would be called again. No problem.
Your Honor, I have an announcement.
For which case?
Brandon Navarro, I want to know if you have my offer already in place.
I'm sorry, who's calling? Who's speaking?
Brandon Navarro.
Yeah, y'all have to wait, folks. You're showing up via Zoom. You don't have your paperwork ready. Y'all just need to wait. I have folks in here who have paperwork ready and who are ready to go. Thank you. All right, Mr. Mincy is done. State of Georgia versus Kimberly Stover. Was this Zoom or was this? Yeah, Ms. Stover, please come forward. All right, Ms. Stover, you're not represented by an attorney, is that correct? That's correct. Okay. This is State versus Kimberly Rayner Stover, 22 CR 002223F. Ms. Stover is accused of hunting with an unlawful weapon. allegedly on November 2nd, 2019 in Fulton County, Georgia. Ms. Stover, you've been advised you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say in open court, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, but I've gathered that you've chosen to represent yourself.
Correct.
And you've read through the paragraph with regards to the consequences of representing yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about these consequences?
I do not.
All right. So I'm going to sign your waiver of counsel here. And who's the prosecutor, please?
That's me, Your Honor, Sarita Githier.
All right, Ms. Githier, with regards to position 28, what's the state's offer?
The state's offer is to pay a fine of $500 plus all applicable surcharges.
All right. And Ms. Stover, are you able to pay the fine today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Stover, if you please raise your right hand, do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
As a preamble to taking this plea, you would have to agree that the factual basis as asserted by the prosecutor, the venue, that is Fulton County, and the perpetrator, that is you, are all true and correct. Do you so stipulate?
I do.
Have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No, Your Honor.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to take this plea today?
No.
So you're doing it freely, willingly, and voluntarily?
Correct.
If you proceed with this plea offer, you do understand that you would have to excuse me. My big boot. If you decide to take this plea offer, you would have to understand that you would have to give up your constitutional right to go back to court, to have a trial in front of a judge or a jury, to be able to have the assistance of counsel to challenge the state's evidence, question witnesses, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of hunting with an unlawful weapon?
Guilty.
Your sentence is a payment of a $500 fine plus all applicable surcharges. You have until Monday, December 19th, before 5 p.m. to pay all these charges. You can go up to the first floor to be directed to the treasury of where to pay these fines. I don't know what the surcharges are. It could be up to $200. There we go. Someone's already done the math for us. Your total will be $730. All
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You can pay via cash or certified funds. Do you have any questions?
I don't.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Dover.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate it. Thank you.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello?
Hello, Your Honor.
Yes, she has to go up to the clerk's office and tell them that you're here to pay a fine, and they will direct you to the registry, the treasury, excuse me. Yes, Ms. Yes, Ms. Dunham?
Yes, ma'am. I do apologize for interrupting your court session, but I tried to reach out to my attorney, but based on my school schedule for January, I do have mandatory hospital clinicals that are scheduled every Thursday for the next 8 weeks. Is there any way possible that I could get that court date to another day?
Your Honor, I apologize for interrupting, but while we've been in court, Ms. Clemens has been able to make contact with the victim. This is Mr. Raffoff's case from this morning. He is willing to accept $200, so that may circumvent us having to have another court date if she's able to pay that.
Who was representing Ms. Denham? All right, why don't you call her? Ms. Denham, Mr. Raffoff is going to call you with regards to this offer. Thank you.
Okay.
Alex Smith, State of Georgia versus Alex Smith. Please come forward, sir, to the podium. Ms. Githia, are you the counsel?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mr. Alex Michael Smith, 22 CR 002379F, is accused of hunting without permission on October 31st, 2021. Mr. Smith, you have a right to remain silent. Anything you say about the facts of the case, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, but I understand that you have waived your right to counsel. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have read through the material with regards to the consequences of waiving your right to counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
If you have any questions about that waiver of right? I'm looking at this document. Is that your signature dated December 14th, 2022? All right. I'm satisfied that Mr. Smith has read and has knowingly, willingly, and voluntarily waived his right to counsel. All right. Mr. Smith, since it appears this is going to be a negotiated plea, I'm going to place you under oath. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Will you be able to pay this proposed fine today? It's a total of $730. All right. Okay, Ms. Githier, is that the offer then? Payment of a $500 fine plus surcharges?
Yes, Your Honor, and court fees, yes.
All right. And Mr. Smith, as a condition to take this plea, you would have to agree that the venue, which is Fulton County, the perpetrator, that is you, and the factual basis supporting this charge are all true and correct. Do you so stipulate? Have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently? And have you understood the proceedings so far? And are you entering this plea willingly, voluntarily, and knowingly? Is anyone forcing you to take this plea? By taking this plea, you give up your right to have a trial. You give up your right to have the assistance of counsel to challenge the state's evidence, confront your accuser, examine witnesses, be able to provide any defenses, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes,
How do you plead to one count of hunting without permission?
Yes.
Your fine is $500. You would have to pay the fine plus surcharges adds up to $730. And you may pay that before 3 p.m., well, before 5 p.m., Monday, December 19th. Would you be able to pay it today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The first floor of this building is the clerk's office. You can go up there and tell them that you need to pay this fine. Do you have your case number with you?
Yes, I do.
Okay, just go out and show it to them and they will direct you to the treasury where you pay the fine. Make sure you get a receipt and keep it for at least 2 years. Yeah, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Robert Allen? Robert Allen, did you get a chance to get the paperwork? All right, I'm sorry, sir, we're trying to move this. It seems like molasses, but we're really moving at very high speeds up here, okay. Okay, position 6, Nicholas DeLong, do you have the plea paperwork? All right, we'll get it to you, all right, thank you. Larry Jones, how are we on paperwork? Excellent, please come forward. Who else is taking a plea but waiting on paperwork? All right. Just careful of that door. Thank you, sir. Thank you. All right, and Marshall, may we have that paperwork, please? All right, we are addressing position number 12, Larry Jacob Jones. Mr. Jones, would you be able to pay this fine off today if you are, if you accept the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
No. So Jones, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. You want me to repeat it? And you have waived your right to counsel. You've read all the consequences of such a waiver?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions about it?
No, ma'am, I don't.
Okay. Mr. Jones, please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. This is case 22 CR 002347E. Mr. Larry Jones is accused of hunting without permission. And is it Miss Githier? Miss Githier, are you the prosecutor?
For Mr. Jones?
Yes. Position number 12.
No, Your Honor.
Miss Wiley, Miss Marshall Story?
Your Honor, it is Ms. Marshall's story, but it is a $500 fine plus surcharges in court costs.
All right. And Mr. Jones, do you agree that the venue, the identity of the perpetrator, and the factual basis are all true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you consumed any medication or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And so you've understood everything so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take this plea?
No, ma'am.
By taking this plea, you understand that you'll be waiving your right to assert your constitutional right to a trial before a judge or a jury, to be able to confront your accuser, challenge the evidence presented against you, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to this one count of hunting without permission?
I plead guilty.
Did you hear the guilty plea, Madam Prosecutor?
Judge, yes, my apologies. I am here. This is Larry Jacob Jones.
Yes, it is.
Yes, and he has the plea paperwork.
Yes, I've reviewed them. He signed them all at the appropriate places.
Okay, I'm prepared with the plea colloquy if that is necessary. But the fine is a $500 fine that would need to be paid in person if the defendant is in court.
Yes, he has pled guilty to it, and I've already given him the plea narrative. He's going to pay the $500 fine plus the court costs for a total of $730 by cash or certified funds. And I'm going to give him until Monday, 5 p.m. So if you pay it off today, you just need to go up to the clerk's office and they will give you directions to the treasury to pay the fine. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
You're free to go.
Your Honor, I was having technical difficulties, but I'm back.
Oh. No. All right. Have you all spoken to the folks who are on the screen? Oh, actually, I want to go through my pleas before I make sure of that. Okay, thank you. And are you good? Is she good with the $200? Okay. Okay, we'll take it up. Tyler Mangum? Are you the one waiting on plea paperwork or you have it? Okay, good. Let's come forward. Tyler Mangum is position 14, case number 22 CR 002713F.
Your Honor, my apologies. I know that you don't use the calendar and the dates and the positions. But yes, does Mr. Mangum have his paperwork? I do believe I sent it to him via email.
Yes, he did, and I'm about to get it and review it.
Okay. Is there something more that the state needs to do right now?
Just hang tight, please. Hang on. All right.
Okay.
This is State of Georgia versus Tyler Mangum, 22 CR 002713F. Mr. Mangum, you've been advised of your right to remain silent and you have waived your right to counsel. You've signed the waiver. Do you have any questions about the waiver?
No, ma'am.
All right. And Mr. am I pronouncing your last name correctly?
Yes, ma'am.
Mangum? Okay. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And Miss Marshall Story, I believe it's a payment of $500 fines plus costs and surcharges. No, you better give me the soliloquy, please.
Yes, I may need to read it because there are three counts. The first is taking of totality protected wildlife. That is a payment of $500 plus all applicable surcharges. The second is hunting without permission. Count 2, payment of a fine of $500 plus all applicable court costs and surcharges. And the third is hunting over bait, payment of a $250 fine plus all statutory surcharges and court cost.
Let's just go over that again, please. Count 1 is 500. Count 2 is 500. Count 3, did you say 250?
Yes, the hunting over bait is
I've got $100 here.
$250 fine plus surcharges.
I've got $100 listed over here.
Is that what's on the plea paperwork, Your Honor?
Yes.
Well, then we will, because the defendant has received that and looked at that. So yes, I will change that to $100.
All right. Okay, so it's a total of $1,100 in fines plus court costs and surcharges. Is that correct?
I don't have the calculator, so if you do, but I'm, yes, 500. Yes, Your Honor, that's correct.
All right, thank you. Mr. Mangum, so you've already heard the prosecutor. That is the offer they've made. Have you agreed to those terms?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you also stipulate that the venue, the ID of the perpetrator, and the factual basis are all true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you consumed any medication or alcohol to not be able to understand the proceedings?
No, ma'am.
So you've understood everything.
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you to take this plea today?
No, ma'am.
Understanding that you're entering a plea, you would have to give up your constitutional right to a trial. You would not have the assistance of counsel to challenge the evidence, challenge witnesses, confront your accuser, and have the state try to prove all 3 charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to 1 count of taking of totally protected wildlife, hunting without permission, and hunting over bait?
Guilty.
Your fine, it will be $500 each on count 1 and count 2, and $100 on count 3. That's a total of $1,100 fines plus the court costs and surcharges. I will give you until Monday, December 19th, before 5 p.m. to pay all these fines. Thank you. Yeah. Mr. Mangum, yours is going to take a little additional time to process your paperwork. Marshall, where should he sit down while we are working his paperwork?
Lost you again. Did you refer to me again, Your Honor?
No, I'm sorry. I was referring to Mr. Mangum. We just
Okay.
want to remain in the courtroom to wait on the paperwork. Mr. Mangum, the jury box, please. Thank you. This is the law file. This is the plea. Okay. Sure, it's got front and back on this one. Okay. Mr. Martinez, you're still waiting on paperwork? Okay. Reina Navarro, who is on the Zoom.
Here, Your Honor.
Yeah, Miss Navarro, do you have the plea paperwork?
No, I don't. But I know my offers.
Okay.
I've been to court the first day that I had court.
Who's the prosecutor for position 20, Miss Reina Stephanie Navarro?
I believe that, again, is me, no, I'm sorry, it's not.
Miss Githier or Miss Riley?
Oh, position 20, that's position 21, Ms. Marshall Story on the Orca East status conference calendar. That's your case.
Okay, yes.
All
My
right.
apologies, Your Honor, it is me. The offer is disorderly conduct and a $150 fine.
All right. And
That's not the offer that they gave me last time.
Well, this offer should be a bit less than what you received last time.
Last time it was only 500 fee.
okay, so we
dollar
don't
fee.
have a consensus. So there is no plea offer. There's no plea, there's no mutually agreed upon plea agreement. So Ms. Navarro, if there's a dispute, I cannot proceed with the plea hearing.
Well, Your Honor, if I may, these cases, Miss Navarro was part of the drag racing sting cases that I believe, Your Honor and several other, judges have seen over these past few weeks.
Okay.
Mr. Navarro was considered a spectator. We
But
understand.
can I say something real quick?
No,
I
no. Finish Miss Marshall's story.
We do understand that she was at the location, and so as a result of the state having reviewed the spectator cases, we are offering the following, which is a reduced plea to disorderly conduct and a $150 fine.
All right. Now, Miss Navarro, what is your impression of the offer?
I was not the passenger. I was not driving. I was the passenger while that happened. That's what I wanted to say. But I'm pretty confused on why the offers had changed.
What is your impression of the offer?
I don't understand the question.
She's saying the offer is they will reduce it to disorderly conduct and you pay a $150 fine.
Okay.
Did you have a different impression or different idea was
So
there?
you're saying I only gotta pay 150, my fine's 150 for right now?
Your fine would be $150 plus court costs. So
Okay.
what would that be?
Yes, Your Honor.
All
I'll
right.
pay if I can.
Yes, you may.
Well, Your Honor, if I may, I think the issue, the reason many of these cases were asked to come into court is if the defendant were able to plead guilty and pay the surcharge, there would not be probation. So perhaps since this case is on the Orca East status conference calendar, we could move it to another calendar. Otherwise, I would have to amend the offer to include probation so that the defendant has the opportunity to pay the fine. And if she does not, we would have to proceed accordingly.
All right. Ms. Navarro, when will you be able to pay the fine?
If I could do it tomorrow and yeah, and I do plead guilty.
Well, Your Honor, I will be in court tomorrow, as you are well aware. And so if Navarro,
Folks, please hang on. Hang on. Let me get the response to a question so I can address it.
If I can do it on Friday, but I can also do it on Monday if on Monday is easier for me.
All right. Do you have access to a printer right now?
No, I don't, Your Honor.
Okay.
But the closest one to me is going to the library, close to where I live.
All right. Tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock.
Yes.
You will appear in courtroom, is it G33 tomorrow? Please tell me it's G33 tomorrow. In courtroom G33 at 160 Prior Street.
Court number G33 in the same court as in Bowen County, correct?
160 Prior Street.
Okay,
And Miss Marshall Story, if you can have the plea paperwork emailed to Miss Navarro as well as to Miss Essence Smith.
Well, Your Honor, if she's coming into court, can we just complete the plea paperwork in court? I
Well,
can send it, but now we're asking her to go to the library, print it out, bring it in properly. I will bring it to court tomorrow since I will be in court for the bench trial calendar and the hearing calendar tomorrow.
all right, that's fine too.
Otherwise, again, I want Ms. Navarro to understand she will have to go on to probation in order to pay the fine if she's unable to do that immediately. Otherwise, I am left with no other options other than to place her on probation until she
Oh.
pays the fine.
my fine is 150, is that correct?
It's
No.
150 plus surcharges,
Mm-hmm.
All
so the court can advise you additionally.
I see
All
both
right.
of you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Am I free to go off Zoom?
If you don't
Thanks.
show up tomorrow, a warrant will be issued for your arrest.
All right, I will show up tomorrow. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I do apologize for interrupting. Before Ms. Navarro leaves the Zoom, Ms. Marshall Story, I just wanted to remind you that you don't have to be in person until 11:30. I didn't know if you were coming early.
Now
Does
we
that-
I had not planned to do that, so yes, thank you, ASG Riley. Your
Nine-
Honor, can you take that into consideration?
9 a.m., folks, 9 a.m.
Your Honor, my apologies, but please, we've been in court all day. I have a lot additionally to prepare. Would you please allow this to be an 11:30 calendar, perhaps 11 o'clock? And I would be prepared to be there by 11. If the court is willing to accept that.
Aren't you appearing via Zoom at 9 o'clock?
Well, if she appears by Zoom,
All
we're
right, Ms.
still
Marshall
doing it
Story,
all
Ms.
via
Marshall Story.
email.
All right, fine. This is the way it's going to be. Ms. Navarro, you make
Yes,
sure
ma'am.
you're in the courtroom at 9 o'clock in the morning. Ms. Marshall
Yes.
Story, email the plea paperwork to Ms. Navarro. How she decides to print it and make sure she has it in her hands, that's entirely up to her. But she
Ms.
will,
Navarro, I will need you to go
Please.
into the chat. Do you understand how to do that?
Ms.
Yes,
And-
Marshall Story, folks, let me finish first, please.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies.
Ms. Marsh Story, you're going to send the documents to her and you're going to CC Ms. Essence Smith. And Ms. Marsh Story, you'll appear via Zoom. Ms. Navarro, you'll be here in person. Your total fine, Ms. Navarro, is $222.50. Make sure you bring cash or a money order for that amount.
Your Honor,
$222.
Your Honor, respectfully, I have to be in court at 11:30. I can't do an 11 o'clock plea on Zoom. I will be traveling to the court. Unless Ms. Navarro is able to provide her email address in the chat,
Story, I have motions and I have a bench trial tomorrow. I
and
cannot,
I am the prosecutor
and
on
I
those cases.
cannot accommodate you at 11 o'clock, okay? 9 o'clock tomorrow.
9 o'clock at court in room G33.
Right. Thank you, folks. Moving on, I have position 21 who is reset to tomorrow, 9 a.m. for a plea. Position 22, Smiley Norris. Do you have your paperwork ready?
Your
Smiley?
Honor, I've spoken to Ms. Norris.
Uh-huh.
Ms. Norris has advised me, we have had conversations extensively, and I have made an offer to her of anger management, and I will not process the case because this is a dual matter. And I believe this is the appropriate resolution.
How many classes, how many anger management classes are required?
It was only for 1 hour, which I completed and emailed the certificate to Miss Marshall Story.
All right. Ms. Marshall Story, have you received it? Ms. Marshall Story, have you received?
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I did not hear you.
Have you received her certificate of compliance?
There is no paperwork. The state has agreed upon completion of the anger management class that we will now process this matter again, Your Honor, in the interest of justice, because this is a dual matter. And the state has apprised that Ms. Norris was not the aggressor in this matter.
All right. Ms. Marshall Story, one more time. Miss Smiley Norris just indicated that she completed 1 hour of anger management class and she emailed you the certificate. Have you received it?
I have not as of yet, Your Honor, I have not received it.
It was emailed since 7 a.m. this morning. I can
My
again.
email address is a little tricky as we talked over the phone. I'm happy to put it in the chat so you can email that. But I will need to receive that in order to resolve this case
I have your
prior.
address. I wrote it down when you gave it to me. Erica.marshall-story at fultoncounty.gov, correct?
And that's spelled ERIKA?
Yes, ERIKA.
Okay, well, I don't have it. I'm sorry, I don't have it.
All right. So Miss Norris, put your email in the chat and Miss Marshall Story will send you a test email and you respond to it.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Keldrick Stanley. Keldrick Stanley, have you received your paperwork? You're on mute.
Yes, I received the paperwork.
Have you reviewed it
Yes.
and sent it back, the written responses?
I haven't been able to send it back, but I'm going to send it back.
All right. I can't address your case until you send it back to us, and then we can take the plea.
Okay.
All right. The sooner you do it, the sooner I can release you from court.
All right. Okay.
Have you all resolved your billing issue? Oh, okay. Right. I have Mr. Robert Allen, who doesn't have his paperwork yet, right? Oh, you do. You finished completing it? All right, come forward, sir. Mr. DeLong, you have your paperwork? All right, good. You are next on deck, so you can come and sit in the front row. Thank you. Nicholas DeLong, do you have your paperwork? Well, is Dylan Campbell, is that the other person? All right, both of you come forward, so I'll know who. Oh, okay. I'll take it up when I take your case, all right? Okay. All right, Mr. Robert Terry Allen.
Yes.
This is position number 1 on our calendar. Mr. Allen's case number is 22 CR 002-731E. He's accused of hunting without permission on January 4th, 2021. Mr. Allen, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and may I have your paperwork, please? Marshall, we can actually collect their paperwork too. It saves us. Thank you. All right, Mr. Allen, you've read through the document specifically regarding the waiver of counsel.
I have,
And do you have any questions about the consequences of representing yourself?
no.
All right. Mr. Allen, thank you. May I place you under oath? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
You need to say yes or no in the mic.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And you need to make sure it's loud and clear. Like, can you hear that reverberation?
Yes, ma'am.
That's what we need,
Okay.
okay? So prosecutor, Ms. Marshall Story, what is the offer for Mr. Robert Allen?
This is my case, Your Honor. It is a $500 fine plus surcharges.
All right. And Mr. Allen, that will be a total of $730, which
ma'am.
hopefully you can either pay today once we get the invoices ready, or you can pay by Monday before 5 p.m.
Pay today.
All right. So, Mr. Allen, do you stipulate that the factual basis, venue, and identity of the perpetrator are true and correct?
Correct.
And again, right in the mic, okay? Can you bring it up? Maybe because you're so tall. There we go. Okay. And have you consumed any medication or alcohol?
No,
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
yes,
And are you entering this plea willingly, knowingly, and voluntarily?
yes,
Understand this is a misdemeanor offense. If you plead guilty today, you won't have an opportunity to have a trial before a judge or jury. There won't be any opportunity to confront your accuser, challenge witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, and have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
yes,
And how do you plead?
guilty.
Your sentence is 500 plus surcharges payable before 5 p.m. on December 19th of this year.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a seat, sir. As soon as we get the green light to pay, you are free to go and pay. Mr. Nicholas DeLong? Mr. DeLong's case is position 6 on the calendar. So, Mr. DeLong, you were cited for fishing or hunting without a license and hunting without big game license. Would that be correct?
It was a warning on the hunting without a big game license.
Uh,
He gave
You
me a
need to speak
warning.
louder.
He gave me a warning for the big game license, the no hunting. The hunting license was just, that was the ticket. The other one was the warning.
All right. Let me check. Let me check and see. Repeat what you just said.
There was a hunting without a license, that was the ticket. And then hunting without a big game license, that was a warning.
So the officer gave you a warning on fishing or hunting
Right.
without big game license, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Githier, are you the prosecutor?
No, Your Honor, again, that is ASG Riley.
All right. Ms. Riley? Ms. Riley?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So on his plea paperwork, he's only got one charge of hunting without permission.
Your Honor, the state will submit a null pros for the hunting without big game license.
All right. So, Mr. DeLong, you are only pleading guilty to one charge of hunting without permission, without license.
Yes, ma'am. They said it would
Okay.
be $100.
It would be $500 plus surcharge and court costs.
No, ma'am. They told me $100 when they called me in
All right.
October.
So,
Your Honor, I'm not sure who he spoke to, but
did
let
you
me,
do this paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
You see, it says $500, right?
Right, but that has the wrong charge on there.
Okay. So, so there's no agreement right now.
No, ma'am.
All right. Gonna hold off on that. Have a seat, sir. You'll need to speak to the PD. Dylan Campbell? All right, Mr. Dylan Lee Campbell is case number 22 CR 002349G. Mr. Campbell has a accusation for hunting without permission on December 26, 2021. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Mr. Campbell, you've been advised of your right to remain silent. You have chosen to represent yourself, and you've read through the paragraph on the consequences of going self-represented.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. And Mr. Campbell, may I place you under oath for purposes of the plea?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Ms. Riley, what is the plea offer for Mr. Dylan Campbell?
Is a $500 fine, Your Honor, plus surcharges and court costs.
All right. And Mr. Campbell, have you agreed to these terms?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you stipulate that the factual basis, the venue, and the name of the defendant are true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you consumed any medication or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
Is anyone forcing you to take a plea today?
No, ma'am.
Have you reviewed the waiver of rights?
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand that by entering this plea, that you will not be able to have a trial, confront your accuser, examine witnesses, challenge the state's evidence, or have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead, sir?
Guilty.
Your sentence is $500, which will include the surcharges for a total of $730. If you want to pay it today, you would have to wait until we get all the information on file. Otherwise, you have until Monday before 5 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. Mr. DeLong, may I have a phone number?
Your Honor, if I could just have a few moments to check with Mr. Patrick and see, we may still be able to resolve that without him having to.
Okay, but meanwhile,
Apply.
I'm just getting his phone number for you.
Thank you.
678-684-7705. I'm going to hand you back your documents, and which I had right here. Give me all right. No, we can give it back to him. And as soon as I hear back from the prosecutor as to what the resolution is, we can move forward. Thank you. All right, Mr. Trejo, do you have any announcements? All right, Mr. Martinez, you're still waiting on your paperwork? Madam Prosecutors, we're still waiting on paperwork for Mr. Martinez, position 18. Jose Martinez, position 18. The plea paperwork. The plea paperwork. All right, Mr. Gaither, Mr. Ruffo, who won the coin toss and gets to go first? That would be you.
That's what I thought.
Okay, if y'all can bring the mic real close, just relax, sit down, and tell me what your announcements are.
Number one on the add-on calendar, Thomas Payne, he does qualify.
You have to stay in the microphone, Mr.
Bring it real
Ruffo.
close to you, Mr. You can stretch. The wire goes
Put
all the
that
way
on
up to
a
you.
Thank you.
calendar, whatever's appropriate status or plea.
All right, Thomas Payne was in person or virtual?
He's in person.
All right. Mr. Payne, we are going to reset your case. Oh, shoot, I know I had the date just now. Do you have your attorney's phone number and contact information?
I'll get something.
All right. And you need to go upstairs and make sure that go to the clerk's office on the first floor and make sure that we have your correct address, phone number, and email. Anytime you change them, you need to let the court know immediately. All right? Because the next time we send a notice and if you don't appear, we issue a bench warrant for your arrest. Okay. Position
number 10.
No, hang on. Position, add-on position 1, Thomas Payne
Yeah.
is going to be reset to, today is December 15. I'm going to reset it to January 12th at 9, no, excuse me. Yeah, at 9 a.m. No, this is for a status calendar. And whoever's the prosecutor for Mr. Thomas Payne, he's number 1 on the add-on. If you have a plea offer, please communicate that to the PD's office, Mr. Mike Ruffoff.
Your Honor, if I may, I would be the prosecutor. I would like to place that on the record now, as again, I don't always have the best email communication. 12 months to serve 30 days, the balance on probation, a family violence intervention program, and 60 hours of community service.
All right, and how many days has he served?
I am not sure, Your Honor. I would have to take a look.
Okay. All right, Mr. Ruffoff, you got that plea
got it.
offer? Okay, thank you. January 12th, 9 a.m. status calendar. Okay. Yes, Mr. Ruffoff, your other cases?
Number 10 on the
Again, your mic, sir.
number 10 on the other calendar, the regular calendar. We did not get this calendar, by the way, the 1:30 calendar. Shaquem Hallman.
Shaquem Haleman.
He does qualify.
All right, so Mr. Shaquem Haleman does qualify for the public defender's office. Mr. Haleman? Are you on the Zoom?
He was.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yes?
All right. Mr.
Yes.
Shaquem Haleman, you qualify for the services of the public defender's office. Your next court date is going to be January 12th at 9 a.m. status calendar. And who's the prosecutor in this case?
That would be me, Your Honor, ASG Riley.
All right, and Ms. Riley, again, Mr. Ruffoff is the attorney. So if you have any offers, please make sure you commit that to Mr. Ruffoff so he can tell that to his client.
I will, Your Honor. However, again, I would like to place it on the record as I do not always hear back via email from Mr. Raffoff. It is 12 months to serve 2 days, credit for time served 2 days. The balance is suspended upon no new arrest.
All right.
Can you repeat that?
No, hang on. Ms. Riley, how do I suspend a sentence on no new arrests?
Well, Your Honor, it's still a probated, well, I guess he would, I'm sorry, it wouldn't be balance suspended. He would be on probation, but the only condition being that there is no new offenses or no violations.
Balance suspended means he is not on probation.
Yes, Your Honor, that's why I just corrected myself and said it would not be suspended. It would be balance on probation, the only condition being no new offenses.
All right. All right, Mr. Roffoff, you got that offer?
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, and Mr. Haleman, do you have Attorney Roffoff's phone number?
No.
All right. Mr.
Can you put it in the chat?
Hang on. You have his phone number, Mr. Roffoff? 848 da.
Yes, I have.
Okay. Mr. Roffoff, please reach out to Mr. Haleman and
Let me
send
give
him.
Did I give you my phone number? Because I called him on my cell phone. I don't.
You want to put it? You want
404-612-1133.
Hold on, I can't hear him, man. I can't hear him. He's very, very low.
Get it? I get it. I get it.
404-612-1133. 1133? All right, Mr. Haleman, the Public Defender's Office is 404-612-1133. Your attorney's name is Mr. Raffauf, Raffauf. Did I get that correct? All right. And Mr. Raffauf has also received a plea offer from the state. So make sure you speak with them and make a decision when I address your case. I'm going to change the reset date to January 19th. I've just been informed January 12th is full. So it's January 19th at 9 a.m., the status calendar. Got that,
And
Mr.
it's on a Zoom again, right?
It's up to you. If you get all your
Yeah.
paperwork and your devices correct. Thank you. Okay.
Okay.
Next announcement, Mr. Raffauf.
Number 29, last name Street.
Judge, I apologize for interrupting, but I'm experiencing a power outage.
All right. And this is Mr. Blaylock.
Yes, ma'am.
Who are you waiting on?
I'm waiting on my attorney, Frank Gaither.
Mr. Gaither, were you supposed to speak to us? Oh. All right, Mr. Blaylock, please hold. All right,
Yes, ma'am.
moving on. 29 Kenneth Street.
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Mr. Kenneth Street, you are going to be represented by Mr. Raffauf with the Public Defender's Office. The number for his office is 404-612-1133. Your case is reset to January 9th.
404
612 33
1133.
1133.
Yes, ma'am.
Your case is reset to January 19 at on 2023 at 9 a.m. You can either appear via Zoom or in person. You know what? You're charged with 2 counts of DUI, reckless driving. I'm going to require you to appear in person.
I'll be in North Carolina because I'm about to go there to help my mom. She's very sick. That's why I'm on the Zoom right now.
All right. Please make sure you make accommodations to appear in person on January 19th.
And Your Honor, may I place
On
on the record?
Zoom?
No, in person.
But I don't see that I got 2 accounts of DUI because I already did a DUI class and got certifications and evaluation papers.
Thank you, Mr. Street. See you on January 19th in person. All right, next.
Driving, so I had to cut his camera off because Mr. Kenneth was driving.
Next case, Mr. Raffa.
That's it. Did they put that recommendation on? Because
All right.
he's confused about the charges too.
What is the plea offer for Mr. Street?
Yes, Your Honor. For the DUI less safe, it is 12 months to serve 3 days, credit for time served 2 days, to serve the remaining 1 day, balance probated, $600 fine, 240 hours of community service, alcohol drug evaluation and treatment, a risk reduction program, and 1 victim impact panel. The DUI per se would be null prost. Reckless driving is 12 months probation, $200 fine, concurrent, to be served concurrent. Speeding, a $200 fine. The suspended registration is 12 months probation, $500 fine, concurrent, and 2 fast for the conditions be null prost.
Got it, Mr. Raffa?
So it's 1 DUI.
Well, they're going to null pros the per se.
I understand, but that's fine, I got it.
All right. Okay, Mr. Street, reach out to Mr. Roffoff and he will go over the plea offer with you. Thank you. January 19, 2023 at 9 a.m. in person. Next announcement, Mr. Roffoff? That's it? Okay. Mr. Gaither?
Your Honor, for the cases that I have on the calendar that I inherited from the prior attorney, position number 5, Antonio Cox, position number 23, Ms. Richardson, in position 25, Ms. Simmons. It's all going to be the same announcement. I'm just going to have all these cases continue to the final plea calendar. I don't have a file, barely even know what they're charged with. I'm not even in a position to discuss intelligently anything with the defendants. at
Can I
this time.
just clarify? You say it was position 5?
Number
20
5, Antonio Cox. Number 23,
Okay.
Dorticia Richardson.
Uh-huh.
And number 25, Margaret Simmons. or
Simmons.
Simons.
Okay. Let me see. Are any of them in the courtroom? All Zoom?
I think they're all Zoom.
Okay. Mr. Cox, Cox, please mute.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Antonio Cox.
Hold on. Hold on. Oh, I was driving. I'm so sorry.
All right.
Mr. Cox, you have to turn your camera on, sir.
Let's mute.
Hold on. I'm trying to. Hold on.
Okay. Dorticia Richardson. Dorticia Richardson.
Yes, ma'am.
Where is she?
Yes, ma'am, right here.
Oh, there you are. Okay. And position 25, I have
Hello?
Margaret Simmons.
Sir, please mute yourself.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. All right, Miss Simmons and Miss Richardson, you are represented by attorney Frank Gaither. And
Yes,
have you spoken with him?
not yet.
Okay.
No, ma'am.
He's going to represent you, and your next court date is going to be January 19,
Okay.
2023 at 9 a.m.
What time? 9
9 a.m.
2023, 9 a.m.
That's right.
January 19th.
January 19th. Miss Richardson, same reset date for you, January 19
Thank you.
at 9 a.m. 2023 in courtroom G33. You would need to appear in person.
Okay. I have to be in person also?
In person, yes.
Okay.
I don't want any misunderstandings about what you and your attorney discuss. Understood?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Miss Richardson,
I was gonna say, to be safe, can they put their numbers in the chat? Because I don't have a file, and I don't want to get back to the office and realize I don't have any
no
contact.
problem. Let's start with Miss Richardson, okay?
Sure.
Dorticia Richardson, what's your phone number? You're on mute.
It's 404 438 4156.
4156.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it.
All right. Position number 5, position 25. Miss Simmons, what's your phone number? Unmute.
404
Mm-hmm.
518
598
518
518
1970.
Okay.
Got it.
All right. So we will see, your attorney will see both of you in court on January 19th at 9 a.m. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I'll call both of you way ahead of time.
Okay.
All right.
That's courtroom G33, right?
That's right.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Now.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Mr. Cox, Antonio
Yeah,
Cox.
I do see Mr. Cox. All right, Mr. Cox.
Yes.
Phone number, you have phone number, Mr. Gaither?
No, I do not.
470-923-7511.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Cox, you are represented by Attorney Frank Gaither. Your next court date is going to be January 19, 2023 at 9 a.m. in person.
Okay, thank you.
In person. Did you hear that part?
Yes, I did.
All right, good. We'll see you
All
then.
right.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you.
Any other announcements, Mr. Gaither?
Not on this calendar, but whenever Your Honor is ready to
Okay.
recall the other calendars, I can fill in the blanks.
Any progress with the plea paperwork? Oh, I meant for Mr. Martinez. All right. All right. Miss Riley, any progress with the DeLong case?
Yes, Your Honor, I've resent the paperwork to both Ms. Smith and Ms. Younger.
Okay. Okay, filling it out. Okay, so we've got a plea on position 6. And Mr. Martinez, do you have your paperwork? Ms. Smiley Norris, the state has reviewed your paperwork. They are satisfied you've completed your condition and your case is null pros. In other words, they filed an intention of not to prosecute.
Again, Your Honor, I can't hear you.
I'm
I
sorry.
think I heard my name.
I'm so sorry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Am I free to go?
Yes, you're free to go.
Thank you. Great.
Marshall Story, yes, I just told her that case has been null pros. Thank you.
Yes, it has. Thank you.
Mr. Ruffa, are we ready to move forward with Diamond Reed?
I think she's on Zoom. I'm ready.
All right. Diamond Reed, if you can please unmute and start your video. What position is she in?
I don't get
Diamond Reed. She was from our morning calendar. Oh,
Position 11 on the status calendar, Your Honor.
all right.
Your Honor, if I may, I am experiencing problems with my Odyssey, so I can't pull up the police report to do the factual basis. Would Mr. Raffoff stipulate to the facts?
Yeah. I've got that. Yes, we can stipulate a factual basis.
Thank you.
Mr. Gaither, are you going to be in court tomorrow morning? All right. Dion Blaylock is going to come down here in person and speak with you. And if he takes the plea, we'll move forward. Mr. Blaylock,
Yes, Your Honor.
you have to come down to the courthouse, 160 Peachtree Street. I mean, not Peachtree, Pryor Street, in courtroom G33. I hope you're writing all this down.
G33. Okay, thank you. Around what time?
Round what time? Exactly at 9 a.m., not around. Exactly at 9 a.m.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
And you're going to speak to your attorney with regards to this failure to complete the community service. And we will take it up at that time.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
9 o'clock. This is
All right,
recent
thank you.
12/16, 9 a.m. in G33. All right. Ms.
G33,
Denham?
9 o'clock.
All right, you're free to go. Miss Denham, Ashley Denham?
Yes, present.
Okay. Apparently, there's been an offer to reduce the medical fees, medical charges to $200. Is that something
Oh.
you'd like to consider?
Yes,
Yeah,
Uh,
she just needed 10 days, right?
yes.
10 days.
To pay it? Okay, so I can put her on probation, waive her probation fees and give her 10 days. And if she pays it off, then probation terminates.
So probation, I know that 10 days from now is what, the 25th, the 26th of December?
No, Miss Denham, please don't
Oh,
interrupt.
I'm
speaking to
sorry.
your attorney.
Is that the agreement?
No,
I apologize, Your Honor. I cannot hear a word that Mr. Raffoff is saying.
So I'm confused about the plea agreement. Could you restate it? Restate
Restate
the plea agreement.
for Ms. Denham, yes, if she pays $200 in restitution to the victim, the case will be null pros, but I need proof of the payment.
Oh, the case will be
Right,
null
that's what I
pros.
thought, yeah,
Okay, no, that's a different matter then. Okay. All right. And how is payment to be transmitted? Directly to the alleged victim?
Yes, Your Honor. I believe they are still living in the same building.
Oh, Ms.
Well-
Denham, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So,
That never worked.
Well, Your Honor, the victim is very willing to accept that. He understands that it is the holidays and that Ms. Denham, he stated that she was a, nice lady and that he would take the payment from her. I'm not sure
Okay, that's fine.
what the issue is.
That's fine.
okay. I am going to give Ms. Denham until December 27, 2022 to pay the $200. She can do it in one lump sum or by money order and pay it directly to the victim without any breach of peace. And then the case is going to be, and once the victim contacts the prosecution and says that he has been paid in full, then the state can submit a null pros directly to the court. I'm going to reset the case to January 19th status calendar at 9 a.m. for compliance. Of course, if the case is null pros before then it will be removed from the calendar. Is that satisfactory, Mr. Raffoff? Ms. Denham, do you understand that you have until December 27, which is slightly over 10 days?
Yes, I do.
To pay $200 directly to the victim without any breach of peace. In other words, there cannot be any argument, there cannot be any disputes. You just hand in the money and say Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays, and move on.
Okay.
And then your case will be set. And then once the payment is made, you let Mr. Raffoff know you've made the payment, and the victim has to let the prosecutor know. And that way they will close your case out.
Okay.
All right. So Denham case is reset to January 19 pending compliance. You're free to go, Ms. Denham.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Going back to Reed. Ms. Reed is on our 9 a.m. Orca B status calendar, case number 20 CR 004-544F, accused of criminal trespass and simple battery and battery from June 17, 2019. It's appearing via Zoom. You need to unmute your calendar, take off your hat, and reorientate your camera so we can see your full face. Thank you. All right, perfect. All right. Ms. Reed, you have a right to remain silent about the facts of the case. Anything you say about the facts, your statements can and will be used against you. You have a right to an attorney, and representing you is Mr. Raffoff from the Public Defender's Office. May I place you under oath for purposes of the plea?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. What's the plea offer for Ms. Reed?
The plea offer is 12 months to serve 1 day, credit for time served, the 1 day, 6 anger management classes, and no contact with the victim, Zedarius, Zederious Mays, Mayes.
Is this a concurrent sentence for all 3 charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Ruffoff, has your client agreed to these terms?
Yes, but it's 6 anger management classes. You understand that, the 3?
Yes.
And is there a probation fee on that? Monthly fee?
Well, she will be placed on probation and she has to pay probation fees every month. Any comment about that?
No.
Okay. Mr. Ruffoff, do you stipulate to the factual basis, venue, and ID for these charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Reed, have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No.
And have you understood the proceedings as they've gone on so far?
Yes.
And are you satisfied with your attorney?
Yes.
Have you, is anyone forcing you or inducing you to take this plea offer today?
No.
Are you doing so freely, willingly, and voluntarily?
Yes.
Do you understand that if you plead guilty to these charges, that you would have to give up your right to a trial, to give up your right to confront your accuser, examine witnesses, have the challenge the evidence presented by the state, as well as have the state try to prove the charges against you beyond a reasonable doubt?
Yes.
How do you plead to 1 count of simple battery, 1 count of criminal trespass, and 1 count of battery?
Guilty.
Your sentence will be concurrent. In other words, they will all run together at the same time. And it will be 12 months to serve 1 day. Credit for the 1 day that you've served. While you'll be placed on probation, while you're on probation, you will complete 6 anger management classes. You will also have no contact with Zedarius Mays. You will report to probation next Thursday at 132 Mitchell Street in downtown Atlanta before 3 p.m. You must appear before probation at that time, otherwise a probation warrant could be issued for your arrest. While you're on probation, you will meet them once a month. You will pay your probation fees. And once you've completed your anger management classes, I will place you on a non-reporting status.
Okay.
Any questions?
No.
Mr. Ruffo?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, that concludes your case. Thank you, Ms. Reed. Don't forget to report to probation next Thursday.
And what's the address again?
132 Mitchell Street, downtown Atlanta.
And 130?
132 Mitchell Street.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Are you ready to pay the fee? Okay. Mr. DeLong, have you reviewed your paperwork? All right. Mr. Trejo, anything?
My last matter was Mr. Mincy's case. I've stayed here just in case anybody needs to be qualified for our services or just provide support to my colleagues.
Appreciate that. Thank you. All right, we're going to resume the hearing on position 6 of our Orca E status calendar for 1:30 p.m. 22 CR 002322E. And Mr. DeLong, have you decided to go forward with the plea hearing?
Yes, ma'am.
May I see your revised documents?
Yep.
I don't know who takes these ones. Ms. Riley, are you the ASG for this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So Mr. DeLong is going to plead guilty to one count of fishing or hunting without a license. He signed off on the documents. And the fine will be $100 plus court costs and surcharges payable by 5 p.m. on Monday, December 19th. Are those the terms to which you've agreed, Mr. DeLong?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you've already read through the waiver of right of counsel?
Yes.
You understand the consequences of representing yourself?
I do.
All right. Ms. Riley, you may proceed with, well, basically you've stated what the offer is.
Yes, Your Honor.
And the state is going to close up, not prosecute you on the charge of hunting without a big game license.
Yes, Your Honor, that non-pros was just submitted to the court for your signature.
Yes. And we signing it and making sure that it gets filed today. Thank you. Mr. DeLong, did I place you under oath? I don't think so. Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Now, $100 fine plus court costs and surcharges. You okay with that?
Yes, ma'am.
And you agree that the, so it'll be a total of $150 with court costs.
Okay.
And you agree that the factual basis as asserted by the state, the venue and the identity of the perpetrator are all true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you consumed any medication or alcohol recently?
No.
Have you understood the proceedings now?
Yes.
And is anyone forcing you to take a plea?
No, ma'am.
You've gone through the list of the waiver of rights. I know you've gone through them at least twice in the courtroom.
Yes.
Do you have any questions about them?
No.
Do you have any, do you understand that you're waiving these rights in exchange for this particular sentence?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to one count of hunting without permission?
Guilty.
Hunting without a license? Okay. You pled guilty. Your sentence is $100 fine plus court costs payable by 5 p.m. December 19th. I do apologize. You're more than welcome to wait. Otherwise, the invoice will be ready by Monday, so you can pay it.
So I have to come back up here to, okay.
Or you can wait till, because we are just backed up right now.
So no
Okay.
online paying?
The online is not available for these cases. Traffic cases, yes, but not these ones. All right? Thank you. Keldrick Stanley. I thought we addressed that case, Mr. Gaither. Keldrick Stanley is your client, right?
Yes, I'm sending it now. I just got it filled out. I'm resending it now.
Who did you speak with?
Sarita?
Oh, I see. He's pro se then. Are you representing yourself?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. So he's still sending paperwork for Mr. Stanley.
Yes, she will have it in maybe a few minutes.
All right. Montan Bascom, he is position number 1 from our morning calendar.
Yes, I'm here.
And
That is my case, Your Honor. So the announcement is, I spoke with Mr. Bascom on the phone. At this point, it's best that we just move this case to the final plea calendar. This will give me an opportunity to speak with the state further about the offer.
all right. Mr. Bascom, your case is going to be reset to January 19 at 9 a.m. This is the next year in court
Okay.
G33, and you will have to appear in person.
Okay. And what time would that be? At 9 p.m.? 9 a.m.?
January 19, and you're going to speak with your attorney, Frank Gaither.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Miss Navarro? And this was from our.
I just had a quick question. Do I still have to send my email to Ms. Story or do I just show up tomorrow?
Yes, you do need to send your email to Ms. Marshall Story, Ms. Navarro.
Okay.
That's the way you get the documents, so you can review them. Print
All right,
them,
I'm
print them, review them, sign them, show up in court tomorrow at 9 o'clock.
okay, I'm gonna send that to her right now.
Okay. All right, after you're done, you're free to go. Valencia Younger. Oh, that's, sorry. As soon as I said it, I said, I know that's another Younger in the courtroom. Jasmine Moore.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, video on, please.
It's disabled. The host disabled it.
You can start it now, Ms. Moore.
Okay.
Are you in bed?
That's why it was disabled, John.
It was disabled because I was driving, but I was waiting for a couple of hours, so I was just sitting here.
Okay. Is that the part, Mr. Gaither?
Who is this, Miss Jasmine Moore? I do not believe so.
All right. Let me check my cheat sheet here. Position, Miss Jasmine Moore is position number 19.
Yes.
All right. Your case was reset for you to hire an attorney or take the classes as offered by the prosecution. How are you proceeding?
I didn't have a chance to do that, but I would like to plead not guilty.
I don't understand what you just said.
I said I haven't had a chance to do the to hire an attorney, but I would like to plead not guilty.
All right, let me pull up your case. All right, Ms. Moore, have
Yes.
you spoken to the public defender's office?
No, I did. The last time I was on here, I did I did request or reach out to them like you guys told me to, but I haven't heard anything.
So you've not followed up on the public defender's office. You've not hired an attorney. So
No, I sent my email in the chat like it was advised for me to do the last time I was in here, and I never got anything back. I had to call the clerk to even find out the link to get into the court today.
All right, I'm going to, well, you can show up tomorrow and speak to the public defender and see if you qualify, or I'm going to arraign your case and you have 10 days to hire an attorney and make sure you file all the necessary paperwork to preserve your defenses and your options.
Do I have the option to represent myself because it's not a true case?
Oh, yeah, you definitely have a right to represent yourself. If you
Yeah, I would rather not waste my money to pay for attorney for something that I was lied on about.
Entirely, you're right. I'm going to arraign your case, which means that I'm going to explain what the charges are and what are the consequences if we go to trial upon your
Okay.
of a not guilty plea. Do you
Okay.
want me to read you the accusation or do you waive a reading of the accusation?
And I have a copy of it.
So I don't need to read it?
Correct.
State versus Jasmine Janet Moore, case number 22 CR 006189E, is accused of simple battery on November 28, 2021. Ms. Moore, this is a misdemeanor charge that's been brought against you, and upon your entry of a not guilty plea, the case will be scheduled for trial. At the time of the trial, the prosecution has the complete burden to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt and to overcome your legal presumption of innocence. If the state prevails, you could be convicted and face a penalty of up to a year in prison and or up to $1,000 fine. Given this information, how do you plead?
Not guilty.
All right. We're going to issue a case management order. If you decide to retain your own attorney, please let them know that they have 10 days from today to file all their discovery motions, any demurrers, any discovery requests, and so forth. If you choose to represent yourself, you're responsible for understanding the timeframes and the deadlines with regards to what you need to file. If you change your address or contact information, please remember to update the court in writing so that when we send you your notices, that you will appear for court. Any questions?
No.
All right. A case management order will be issued. If you need a copy of the case management order, they're always available via e-file.
Okay.
Okay.
Am I free to go?
Yes, you are. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a happy holiday.
All right. I have someone call iPhone XR. I have no idea who that is.
I've sent chats, Your Honor, asking them what the name is, but he hasn't responded.
iPhone XR, what's your name?
Yes, Michael Almeida, I was holding earlier. I apologize, Your Honor. I had to change phones because my phone was dying.
What was
I've been
your
on
name?
since 9 this morning.
What's your name?
Michael Almeida.
Remember him from this morning's calendar?
He's position 9 on the Orca status conference calendar, Your Honor, Mr. Gaither's client.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We have a phone that's going on. So
Yeah, Your Honor,
All right.
I spoke with him during our break, and the recommendation is just to continue him to the final plea calendar as well, give myself an opportunity to speak with the prosecution further about their offer.
Okay. I'm resetting him to the January 19 final plea calendar at 9 o'clock in the morning. He would need to appear in person to speak with, and Mr. Almeida, I understand you're represented by Public Defense Attorney, Mr. Frank Gaither. You will have to communicate with him and see where you'd like to go forward with your case.
Okay, Your Honor, I am no longer in the state of Georgia, though. I have spoke with the attorney there earlier today about this.
It's an open pending criminal case against you, sir.
Yes, ma'am.
You decide whether you want to appear in court or not. If you,
Okay,
if
that's
you,
fine. I can appear.
If you appear via Zoom, I will issue a bench warrant for your arrest.
Okay,
So you must take the trouble to come to Georgia and
okay.
address this case so that you can put it behind you.
Yes, ma'am.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Am I free to leave?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll give you a call, Miss Almeida. We'll talk.
Yes, sir.
Other than Mr. Stanley, is there anyone else on Zoom whom I need to address? All right. We're still waiting on, and Mr. Martinez, has he received? All right, Sylvan, thank you. Alfred Andrews, okay. Was he on our,
He was position 3 on the Orca final plea calendar this morning. Also Mr. Gaither's client.
all right. Mr. Gaither, Alfred Andrews, position 3 from 9 a.m.
Yes, I spoke with him, Your Honor, and I think this was the final plea calendar. Mr. Andrews he does not want to accept the plea offer as recommended. He will accept, so I guess I'm speaking to the state as well. So Mr. Andrews has communicated to me that he would accept the offer to probation with restitution, but is not interested in taking the family violence intervention course or the alcohol drug evaluation treatment. He doesn't believe that applies to him. That would apply more so to his ex-wife, who is the alleged victim in this case.
And Your Honor, I apologize, Mr. Gaither, not to interrupt you, but I prefer not the court to entertain our pretrial negotiations. If we could put this either on a status or a final plea calendar so we can discuss,
Well,
unless you would like to go into a breakout room.
I understand what you're saying, but the only problem is that we're already on a final plea calendar. And it's my understanding that after being here since 9 o'clock that the judge doesn't want to continue these cases to another final plea calendar. And so I'm just kind of being the new guy here for a week. I'm reaching for straws here.
Mr. Gaither has been doing admirably under the circumstances. And, but I wanted you, Mr. Gaither, to have a one-on-one with your client
Sure.
and
I
to
did.
give me a snapshot of what's happening.
And I
Okay.
just gave the snapshot.
All right. So Mr. Andrews does not want to accept the plea offer as articulated by the state. Is that correct?
Exactly.
Okay. So we're going to reset this on the final plea calendar for January 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. Mr. Andrews will have to appear in person, and we can either entertain a negotiated plea based upon Mr. Gaither's discussions with the prosecution between now and January 19th, or we can entertain a non-negotiated plea where we'll hear from both sides.
Very good.
Mr. Andrews, you're required to show up in person to court, January 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. And please make sure that you can continue to communicate with your attorney during that time.
And Your Honor, may I just place on the record that any battery family violence offense has to, by statute, have family violence intervention program. That cannot not be part of the sentence.
And definitely something that you and Mr. Gaither will discuss before we reach January 19th.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Martinez, how are we doing? We ready? Ready? See, please come up.
Mr. Andrews, you're free to go. I'll give you a call.
And now that our office is finished, Your Honor, may I have excuse?
Oh, now you want to leave. Okay. All right, Mr. Trejo.
Thank you, ma'am.
Take care. All right, we are addressing State versus Jose Martinez, position 18 on our Orca E status calendar. Case number 22 CR 002236F. Mr. Martinez has been accused of hunting without permission on October 24th, 2020. Mr. Martinez, you've been advised of your right to remain silent, and you have also been advised of your right to counsel, but you're choosing to represent yourself. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Louder, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
And you have gone through the paragraph on the consequences of representing yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So may I place you under oath, please? May I place you under oath for the plea? Do you solemnly swear and affirm the testimony you provide will be the truth to the best of your knowledge?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right. Miss Riley, oh, sorry, Miss Marsh, who's prosecuting?
Your Honor, this is my case, Erica Marshall Story.
All right, and Miss Marshall Story, the offer is $500 fine plus all surcharges and court costs.
That is correct. On the charge, the one charge of hunting without permission. That is correct. If the court needs me to provide the additional information for the plea colloquy, I'm prepared to do that as well.
No, I think we're good. Mr. Martinez, do you accept these terms?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you stipulating that the factual basis, the venue, and the identity of the defendant are all true and correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you consumed any medication or alcohol?
No, ma'am.
And have you understood the proceedings so far?
Yes, ma'am.
And is anyone forcing you to take a plea offer today?
No, ma'am.
And if you decide to plead guilty, you would have to give up your right to an attorney, give up your right to a trial, give up your right to go back to court, confront your accuser, examine witnesses, have the assistance of an attorney so you can challenge the evidence brought against you. and also have the state try to prove the charge against you beyond a reasonable doubt. Are you prepared to give up these rights?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Before I ask how you plan to plead, I just need your signature on this page, please. There's an X on it. And Mr. Martinez, how do you plead to one count of hunting without permission?
Guilty.
Your sentence is a $500 fine plus all applicable costs and surcharges, which is a grand total of $730. Your invoice to pay this fine will be ready most likely on Monday. So if you want to come down and pay that, you have before 5 p.m. to pay your fine. All right, take care, sir. Thank you. Did you want to pay it today? Oh, that was fast. Thank you. Here we go. Thank you. Thank you. All right, we're just waiting on. Okay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, were you calling my name? I can't hear you.
We're taking a 10-minute recess. All right.
Okay,
We'll be right with all of you. Thank you.
thank you.
Fine.
Oh, sorry. Unmute, okay. Mr. Keldrick Stanley? Mr. Keldrick Stanley,
Yes.
we haven't received your paperwork.
I emailed it to her a couple of times. I was just seeing if she got it. She said I didn't circle something, so I just redid it and sent it again.
No, you can deliver it tomorrow. You come down tomorrow at 9 o'clock in the morning in courtroom G33, and we'll address your plea at that time. Understood?
Okay.
And also, Mr. Stanley, the other two forms you did not complete. You only completed the one. There were 3 attachments.
I
The
only
waiver
got
of
the
rights to
2.
counsel and the plea and verdict. No, I resent those 2 again, but I sent them the first time.
All right, doesn't matter. Tomorrow, 9 o'clock in the morning, please show up in court. Write down this address, 160 Prior Street, courtroom G33, and we will take up the plea at that time. If you have all the documents signed, bring whatever you've got printed. Otherwise, you may have to review it in court.
Okay.
All right, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think that concludes our Orca calendar. Look at Miss Marshall Story, a huge sigh of relief. So.
Your Honor, there were a couple of cases from this morning that Mr. Gaither was speaking to some defendants.
We're going to go over that. We're going to go over that.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm trying to move this big chair. Okay. Okay, let's start with actually, we're going to start in reverse with the Orca, with the 1:30 calendar. Okay. We had the add-on case, Mr. Thomas Payne, and that's been reset to January 19th. Excuse me, January 12th at 9 a.m. That was the one that, can we still keep it to January 12th? Ms. Younger?
Yes, Your Honor, you can keep it on the 12th.
All right, so Thomas Payne, the add-on at the Orca calendar, that's going to go to January 12th, 9 a.m. status calendar. The Orca status conference calendar, position 1, he took a plea. Position 2 was a bench warrant. Position 3 was a bench warrant. Position 2, Barclay is a bench warrant. 3, Bowden is a bench warrant. 4, Campbell is a plea. 5, Antonio Cox is.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, you're going so fast. Which calendar? I'm flipping through several.
Sorry. Okay. Position 3, Bowden was a bench warrant. Position 4, Campbell was a plea. Position 5, Cox, represented by Frank Gaither, reset January 19th at 9 a.m. in person. Position 6, DeLong is a plea. Position 7, Fowler is a bench warrant. 8, Tom Fowler is also a bench warrant. Position 9, Graham is a bench warrant. Position 10, Haleman, represented by Mr. Ruffoff, reset January 19, 9 a.m. status calendar in person. Position 11, Horgan, bench warrant. 12, Larry Jones was a plea. 13, Larson is a bench warrant. 14, Mangum is a plea. 15, Manuel is a bench warrant. 16, MAP is transferred to the DA's office. Position 17, Marbut is a bench warrant. 18, Martinez is a plea. 19, Moore is was arraigned, and a case management order will issue. Further notice for a jury trial. Position 20 is Nash is a bench warrant. 21 is reset to December 16th at 9 a.m. for a plea. Position 22, Norris is null prost for compliance. Position 23, Richardson is reset to January 19th, Mr. Gaither's case. And this is going to be in person. 24, Roundtree is null prost. 25, Simmons is January 19th, 2023, Mr. Gaither's case. And this is going to be in person. Position 26, Smith is a plea. 27 is Stanley, reset to December 16th at 9 a.m. for an in-person plea. 28, Stover is a plea. 29, Kenneth Street is reset to January 19th, 2023 at 9 a.m. for an in-person here. Well, I'm not sure, but it's on the final plea calendar. Position 30, Tavares is a bench warrant. 31, Walker is reset for medical condition to January 5th at 9 a.m. Status calendar. Is it still good for January 5th?
Your Honor, if we can move him to the 12th or the 19th, excuse me, if we can move it to the 19th, that would be better, Your Honor.
Alan Walker is reset to January 19th, 9 a.m. Status calendar.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Position 32, Stacy Williams is a bench warrant. And that's our 1:30 calendar. Any questions about the 1:30 calendar? No? Going back to our morning calendar, the Orca B add-on final plea, Cirrus Mincy both cases were a plea. The Orca B status calendar, beginning with Mr. Bascom, represented by Mr. Gaither, reset January 19th, 9 a.m. in person. Position 2, Baskin, represented by Mr. Raffoff, reset January 19th in person. Position 3, Coffin, represented by Quinn Johnson, reset January 19th for a final plea, 9 a.m. Position 4, Derek Davis is a bench warrant, bond set at $1,000 surety. Position 5, Denham is represented by Mr. Raffoff, reset to January 19th, 2023 in person. Oh, no, hang on. No, this is not. This is, well, it's reset to January 19, 2023 for status. She has till December 27th to pay $200 to the victim. And once the prosecution confirms that payment has been received, then they will null pros the case and will take it off the January 19th status calendar. Position 6, Elmore is reset to January 19th, final plea calendar in person. 7, Christine Hacker is a bench warrant, $1,000 surety bond. Position 8, Johnson, Paris Johnson is reset to January 19th status calendar, pending the acceptance of his cases to the TDC program. He's represented by Mr. Raffoff. Position 9, Almeida, January 19th final plea in-person calendar. Position 10, Patterson, represented by Jacoby Hudson, and that is going to be further notice for trial. Position 11, Diamond Reed was a plea. Position 12, Kiara Smith, represented by Max Richardson, is reset to January 19, 2023 for production of discovery. Position 13, Jonathan Tate. What have we decided?
That individual. So the Jonathan Tate here was actually This Jonathan Romel.
All right, prosecution, Mr. Jonathan Ramola Tate did not show up. I'm sorry, you're on mute.
You're on
Ms.
mute.
Marshall Story?
Didn't realize I was on mute. The state requests a bench warrant.
Okay, granted. It's going to be $1,000 surety.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, to interrupt. Can we make sure, because I have that they appeared.
Someone appeared and Mr. Frank Gaither just represented that the person who showed up is not Jonathan Romello Tate.
Yeah, it was a John Tate for another case.
Right. It was a John Tate for a DUI case.
Okay, thank you. My apologies.
No problem. Position 14 and 15, Kenethia Williams, Mr. Gaither.
I'm going to announce that we further notice that case to the final plea calendar.
January 19th, final plea calendar in person. Please advise them accordingly.
Absolutely.
Position 16, Charles Weiss, reset to January 19th, final plea calendar in person. Okay. Orca B, show cause calendar. Position 1, Mr. Brown, bench warrant. Position 2, Davis, reset to January 19th at 9 a.m. to take a final plea in person. Position 3, Gee, bench warrant, 3,000. Position 4, Ashton Green, bench warrant, 1,500 surety. Position 5, Jeffrey Greenway was arraigned and further notice for trial. His case is reset to January 19, 2023 for a final plea calendar at 9 a.m. in person. Position 6, Hansborough, reset to January 19, 9 a.m. for a final plea in person. Position 7, Harper is a bench warrant, 2,500 surety. Position 8, Sydney Hepburn, represented by Louis Crail. I'm not certain what's going on there, but I'm going to reset it to January 19.
Your Honor, that was the case that he was connected with position number 6, Sheila Hansborough. He was in the car when he was talking to you a little early this morning.
Yeah. So we're going to reset both of them to January 19, 2023 in person. It's going to be on the final plea calendar. 9, Lenton is a bench warrant. That's a $1,500 surety bond, 500 on simple battery, 1,000 on the battery. Position 10, Mahmood is a bench warrant, $1,000 surety. Position 11, Mace Mack, she filled out the plea paperwork. She submitted to the court, and then she left the courtroom before the plea hearing. A bench warrant shall issue, $1,000 surety. Terrence McPherson, bench warrant, 3,500 surety. McQueen, position 13, bench warrant, 3,000 surety. 14, Miller, bench warrant, 1,500 surety. 15, Mixon, bench warrant, 3,000 surety. 16, Moore, bench warrant, 2,000 surety. 17, Newbill, bench warrant, 2,000 surety. Position 18 is reset to January 19, 2023 at 9 a.m. in person for a final plea. Position 19, John Henry Tate III. That's the other Tate.
Yes, he's the one that appeared.
Okay. He's reset to January 19 status calendar at 9 a.m. Position 20, Thompson is a bench warrant, 3,000 surety. 21, Warren is a final plea reset to January 19th for in-person plea. 22, Trayvon Wilson is a bench warrant, 2,500 surety. 23, Wood is reset to January 19, 2023 for a in-person. I believe this was for a final plea as well. Represented by Rashawn Williams. Okay. And 24, Alexander Wright is a bench warrant, 2,500 surety.
And it's Mr. Trejo who represents Torian Wood, position 23, Your Honor.
Repeat that?
For position 23, you said Rashawn Williams. It was Mr. Trejo.
Oh, it's Mr. Trejo?
For position number 23?
Yeah, now it is.
Oh, now, okay. All right, we make that adjustment. Mr. Trejo. All right, got it. Okay. All right, last but not least, our Orca B final plea calendar. Position 1, Adams. The case was null prost. Position 2, Agnew. This was Mr. Gaither's case.
I apologize, Your Honor. The case was not null prost yet. I still need the proof of the car or the $1,000 being paid.
Oh, okay. So what did we do in that case? Where did
You
we?
placed it on January the 19th.
Okay, sorry about that.
No problem.
January 19th,
Status or compliance?
let's put it on status calendar, need proof of compliance. Let's put it that way. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Two, Agnew was null prost. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor, that was null prost.
That was the way. Okay, I'm sorry, I put null prost in the wrong. Okay. Alfred Andrews, reset January 19, 2023 in person for final plea. Position 4, Blaylock, reset December 16th at 9 a.m. tomorrow for a final plea or compliance. Position 5, Brooks. Mr. Gaither, what are we doing? Position 5 and 6.
Those are the ones I'm actually was slightly confused because I thought that he was ordered to be here, that you told him to be here in court.
5, 6, and 7, Naraton Brooks.
Yes, Your Honor, you told him or required him to come in person to court today or get a bench warrant, is what you announced this morning.
All right. Anyone show up? Mr. Naraton Brooks. No? All right, bench warrant on position 5, that's going to be $1,000 surety. On position 6, that's going to be $1,000 surety. On position 7 is a bench warrant, $1,000 surety. Position 8, Joshua Brune was a plea. Position 9, Cannon, that was a plea, wasn't it?
Yes, Your Honor.
Position 10, Diaz was reset to January 19, 2023, final plea calendar in person. Position 11, Dorsey is reset for a jury trial. Position 12, Melissa Gambino failed to appear, bench warrant 1,500. Position 13, Scott Hill is reset January 19, 2023, subject to a plea in absentia. Position 14, Ivy is reset to January 19 for in-person final plea. Position 15 is a bench warrant, 3,000 surety. And position 16, Wicker is reset to January 19 for full compliance. He needs to pay $500 to Shanika Mason. Yeah?
Correct.
Okay. All right, any questions about the calendar? Prosecutions? Mr. Gaither?
That's it.
All right, folks, I didn't think I'd say this, but we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Everyone,